Chapter 441. Sky Pass Mountain River Diagram Cloud Top Platform. Hundreds of nascent Soul Stage core disciples from Level 1 to Level 4 were filled with interest for the upcoming battle. Jiang Xi vs. Qi Song. Before the start of the Cloud Top competition, Jiang Xi had killed Qi Song in front of everyone, exposing the grudge between the two of them. Compared to a duel that was purely competitive, this duel that was mixed with gratitude and grudges would obviously be more exciting. This is going to be interesting. Both of them have fought with Ji Wei before and won by a narrow margin. This means that their abilities are similar. It's hard to say who will win this battle, a Level 3 senior disciple said with a smile. I think Qi Song has a higher chance of winning. After all, Qi Song is a Level 4 core disciple. He has been cultivating at Level 4 for hundreds of years. His foundation must be deeper, someone speculated. That's right. In comparison, Jiang Xi's foundation is still too weak. He probably doesn't have many trump cards. When he fought with Ji Wei just now, only his body looked stronger. His Dao techniques were still at the level of the Dao of heaven and earth. Someone agreed. Under the situation of having the same level of cultivation, everyone mainly used their Dao techniques to differentiate their abilities. As for the Level 3 and Level 4 nascent Soul Stage core disciples, their Dao techniques were basically at the level of the Great Dao. Jiang Xi's Dao techniques were obviously not as high as Qi Song's. As the crowd was discussing, Jiang Xi and Qi Song's figures disappeared from the Cloud Top platform and were transported to the illusory realm. The battle scene this time was on a dead planet with extremely high gravity. The planet's sky was dark and gloomy, showing a strange dark red color. Jiang Xi and Qi Song stood facing each other in the air. Jiang Xi, in this fair and square battle, you are no match for me. Therefore you will lose. Qi Song's eyes were gloomy, and his tone was extremely confident. Who gave you the courage? Jiang Xi laughed coldly. I'll kill you in 3 seconds. Arrogant. Qi Song's face turned even colder. He still used his stealth technique. His figure merged into the space and disappeared. Green Lotus. Jiang Xi summoned the Green Lotus of Sword Dao. At the same time, the Gale Dao and the Ignis Dao were fused into the Green Lotus of the Sword Dao. The fusion of the 3 Daos increased the power of the Daos threefold. Strands of 3-colored sword qi condensed, ready to be unleashed. This series of spells took less than a second. Buzz, an imperceptible spatial fluctuation appeared beside Jiang Xi. Qi Song's dagger appeared out of thin air, stabbing towards Jiang Xi's vital point. Fatal point. Your body might be strong, but I don't believe that your soul is as strong. Soul Devour. Qi Song, who was hidden in the void, was like a poisonous snake. The snake's tongue was the black dagger, and it emitted a heart-palpitating light. This was his hidden trump card, the secret soul-devouring technique. Only those at the Dao integration stage would be able to withstand his soul-devouring attack. Found you. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense moved and detected the location of Qi Song's true body. He swung his sword, and the sword qi that was ready to be unleashed covered that area. But the attack missed. The sword light landed on the ground. Boom boom boom. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred. The ground cracked and lava erupted. It was as if doomsday had arrived. After this attack, 2 seconds had passed. At the same time, Qi Song appeared in front of Jiang Xi from another direction. The dagger landed on Jiang Xi's body. Clang. It still did not break through his defense. However, the dagger's light sank into Jiang Xi's body and went straight to his sea of consciousness. Soul-devouring technique. Jiang Xi's figure paused and his eyes dimmed. Die. Qi Song sneered. His figure flashed and the dagger attacked again. He wanted to take advantage of the situation. He believed that with the soul-devouring technique hitting its target, Riverward would die without a doubt if this attack continued. Riverward's attack on him in public previously brought him a great sense of humiliation. Now he finally had his revenge. In Jiang Xi's mind, the image of himself was still emitting a blazing golden light. The 2 4-colored petals were slowly circling. Whoosh. As if there was a breeze, the 2 4-colored petals spun rapidly. The light of the soul-devouring technique dissipated. This process took less than 0.01 seconds. Jiang Xi's eyes focused. The 100 green lotuses in front of him became more powerful with the help of the Dao fusion technique. Puff puff puff. The space trembled violently. Wisps of sword qi condensed and shot out in an instant, landing on Qi Song's body. Impossible. Qi Song could not believe it. He had used the soul-devouring technique as a trump card to kill many Dao integration stage cultivators. However, this move had no effect on Jiang Xi. Let's end this. Jiang Xi's sword light exploded. Qi Song was engulfed by the sword light. He did not have Jiang Xi's body. In the face of such an attack, his body instantly collapsed and disappeared from this space. Just in time, 3 seconds were up. I said I'll kill you in 3 seconds, so I'll kill you in 3 seconds. Jiang Xi was expressionless. On the cloud top platform, Jiang Xi and Qi Song appeared one after another. Jiang Xi had a faint smile on his face as he joked with Mu Ning and the others. On the other hand, Qi Song stood alone in a corner with a gloomy expression as if saying, "Don't come near me." The stark contrast made many people fall silent. Before this battle began, they thought that Qi Song had a high chance of winning. However, the result was unexpected. Jiang Xi won, and he won so easily and so quickly. 3 seconds. It was a complete one-sided victory. Qi Song's attack did not even have any effect on Jiang Xi. Lone Star and the other 6 people who participated in the 4th Heaven Advancement Elimination Round were also analyzing this battle. They could all guess that the light that flashed on Qi Song's dagger at the end should be a mystic technique that targeted the soul. With Qi Song's strength, since it was a hidden trump card, it was definitely not a simple attack. However, they could not understand how Jiang Xi had defended against it. I originally thought that only his body was strong, but I didn't expect his soul to be just as strong. However, my attack can easily break through his body's defense. No matter how strong his soul is, it's useless in front of me. Lone Star glanced at Jiang Xi and did not pay much attention to him. In reality, he rarely paid attention to the other people's battles. Most of the time, he closed his eyes to rest and remained silent. In the distant primordial blood realm, the primordial blood realm. This was a dangerous place in the universe. Lone Star's main body was hidden in the most dangerous abyss of the primordial blood realm. In the darkness, a low roar could be vaguely heard and blood chi filled the air. With 60% of my spiritual sense controlling the aura-concealing formation, the powerful existence at the bottom of the abyss should not be able to discover me. Lone Star's gaze was resolute, and complex black runes appeared on the surface of his thin body. No one knew that he only had 40% of his spiritual sense in the sky-reaching mountain river diagram. In other words, he had only used 40% of his strength since the start of the cloud top competition. Even so, in the 3rd Heaven round-robin competition, he had used 3 blades to kill Jiang Xi. With great strength, he was naturally filled with confidence. Chapter 442. Ever since I discovered that every cultivation mission has a hidden opportunity 200 years ago, these people are destined to be no match for me. Even if I can only use 40% of my strength, I can still defeat the other 7 people in the 4th Heaven. This time, the 4th Heaven quota is mine. Once I enter the 4th Heaven, I can take on more hell-level cultivation missions. The higher the difficulty of the mission, the greater the hidden opportunity. I can use these opportunities to lay a solid foundation. Who knows, I might even have the chance to set foot on the peak of the universe. Gu Xing's heart was filled with ambition. Ever since he discovered the mystery of cultivation missions. In these 200 years, his strength had undergone the fastest transformation. He believed that if he continued at this pace in the next 100 years, he could become the #1 disciple in the 4th Heaven nascent soul stage. Then, after his foundation was established, he could choose to break through to the essence soul stage and strive for the peak step by step. The 4th Heaven's advancement elimination round was carried out one by one in an orderly manner. Jiang Xi and Gu Xing were the 2 people with outstanding performances. They both won without a single defeat. In the round-robin tournament of 8 people, each person had to fight 7 matches. Now Jiang Xi had 6 wins and 0 losses, while Gu Xing had 5 wins and 0 losses. Jiang Xi still had one last match to fight, and his last opponent was Gu Xing. Before the 2 of them fought, Gu Xing still had one more match to fight. However, in the eyes of many, the outcome was already set. The only 4th Heaven quota was definitely Gu Xing's. Because in the previous 3rd Heaven's internal round-robin tournament, Jiang Xi was defeated by Gu Xing. The disparity in strength between the 2 was too great. Gu Xing could kill Jiang Xi with just 3 slashes. They were obviously not on the same level. If they fought again, Jiang Xi could not win. Even if Jiang Xi still had a trump card, he could not counterattack. In the sky above the cloud top platform, a huge 3-dimensional phantom was suspended. In the phantom, it was the battle that was about to begin. Gu Xing versus Ji Wei. Jiang Xi watched expressionlessly. Beside him, Mu Ning sighed. Jiang Xi, you are indeed powerful, but your luck is too bad. If Lone Star didn't appear, you would have entered the 4th layer of heaven. Wait for the next 100 years. I'll definitely be able to enter the next cloud top competition. Jiang Xi felt a little helpless. In fact, his results had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Among the 8 nascent soul stage disciples competing for the 4th heaven spot, his strength was second only to Guxing. Jiang Xi wasn't weak, but Lone Star was too strong. At this moment, the battle in the 3D illusion began. Jiwei was very tenacious. Using the Tao of space and Tao of time, he continued to fight back. However, he was still killed by Lone Star's 2 slashes. Just like the next battle, it was a battle without any suspense. The clean and tidy battle made Jiang Xi shake his head helplessly. Indeed, he still had a trump card. Even when he fought against Qisong earlier, he had only used the Tao fusion technique of 3 Taos, and that was 70% of his strength. Other than his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, and the higher-ups of the Purple Heaven sect, no one knew that he had taken the 4th path, the Vajra Tao. Therefore, the fusion of the 4 paths was his trump card. In addition, the powerful physical realm brought about by the Tao pattern technique was also his trump card. Since the start of the Cloud Summit competition, he had shown that his physical strength was comparable to 10 times that of a supreme-grade spirit artifact. In other words, he only used his body to defend and didn't use the strength and speed of his physical realm. It was worth mentioning that in the Cloud Summit competition, not only did everyone have the same level of cultivation, even the grade of their Dharma treasures were supreme-grade spirit artifacts. Therefore, Jiang Xi's physical strength had a huge advantage in such a battle. But even so, these trump cards were just decorations compared to Lone Star's strength. Maybe I really lack some luck. Jiang Xi sighed softly. Swoosh, swoosh. Lone Star and Jiwei's figures returned to the Cloud Summit platform at the same time. The final battle to determine the 4th heaven spot was about to begin. Now Jiang Xi and Lone Star both had 6 wins and 0 losses. Whoever won would be the first and would be able to enter the 4th heaven. Immortal Tsang Mu stood in the sky above the Cloud Summit platform and said in a loud voice, "The final battle of the 4th heaven advancement elimination competition begins now. After thinking about it, I think it's better to say, good luck, and lose well." Mu Ning joked. You. Jiang Xi stared at him. Without waiting for Jiang Xi to finish speaking, Immortal Tsang Mu waved his hand, and Jiang Xi and Lone Star disappeared at the same time and were teleported to the illusory space. This battle took place in the starry sky and was surrounded by meteorites. Although he knew that he was no match for Lone Star, Jiang Xi still didn't give up. As soon as he appeared among the meteorites, he immediately unsheathed his sword. His aura rose and he was in his best condition. 130 Sword Tao green lotuses covered a radius of 4,400 kilometers. This was the limit of the Tao technique that he could use now. However, the next moment Jiang Xi was stunned. Where was Lone Star? Because it was a competition, Immortal Tsang Mu wouldn't let the distance between the two parties exceed 1,000 kilometers when he teleported them. However, this time, Jiang Xi didn't see Lone Star's figure within this distance. In fact, he didn't see Lone Star within a radius of 4,400 kilometers. Could it be that Immortal Tsang Mu made a mistake and sent Lone Star to another starry sky? Lone Star, come out. Lone Star, come out and fight with me. Jiang Xi's cold voice echoed in the starry sky. However, no one answered. On the Cloud Summit platform, everyone was confused. Just now, Jiang Xi and Lone Star were teleported away together. Why did they only see Jiang Xi and not Lone Star? What happened? Could it be that Immortal Tsang Mu made a mistake? Everyone made the same guess and looked at Immortal Tsang Mu, wanting to see how this Immortal Tao expert would react. They realized that Immortal Tsang Mu was also frowning. Obviously, the situation was a little complicated. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Soon 10 minutes passed. Lone Star still didn't appear. The disciples discussed and made various guesses. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, half an hour passed. Immortal Tsang Mu's eyes moved and his voice sounded again. Since Lone Star didn't enter the sky connecting mountain and river painting again within half an hour, he will be considered to have forfeited. Therefore, Riverward is the winner of this match. Wow. The disciples on the Cloud Summit platform immediately became lively. Forfeited? No one expected this result. It was too surprising. In the illusion space, Jiang Xi had already searched through the meteorites in this half an hour, but he still couldn't find Lone Star. Then he heard Immortal Tsang Mu's voice. Forfeited? Jiang Xi was stunned. The space changed and he returned to the Cloud Summit platform. Jiang Xi, what kind of luck is this? Mu Ning shouted and pulled Jiang Xi. Congratulations, congratulations. Yan Jiufeng, Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, and the others also came over to congratulate him. Jiang Xi forced a smile on his face. In the distance, Ji Wei and Kuang Lang were silent, but there was a trace of complexity in their eyes. Qi Song's face changed from simple and honest to ferocious and terrifying, full of unwillingness. Then he snorted and left the sky-connecting mountain and river painting. Chapter 443. Lone Star forfeited and Jiang Xi won without a fight. This result caused a lot of discussion among the disciples. Although some were unhappy, no one said that Jiang Xi was not qualified to enter the fourth heaven. This was because Jiang Xi had already proven his strength in so many battles. He was qualified to enter the fourth heaven. Even if Lone Star did not forfeit this time, Jiang Xi would still be qualified to enter the fourth heaven in the next Cloud Apex competition. Some people were very happy with this result. Ancient Tao Origin World 9 Heaven City. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed heartily. It's his first time participating in the Cloud Apex competition, and he went from the third heaven to the fourth heaven. This kind of result is rare, right? Beside him, Immortal Ping was also smiling, but her happiness was brought by the Wine Sword Immortal. Some people were angry. Purple Firmament Sect's fifth heaven Immortal Wu Yi gritted his teeth. He already knew that Jiang Xi was not dead because the inheritance mark of the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra had not returned to the sect's inheritance hall. However, even though the assassination failed, he was not particularly angry. A third heaven core disciple was not so easy to kill. But this time, when Riverward entered the fourth heaven, it made him feel endless hatred. The stronger Jiang Xi was, the lower the possibility of him dying in the future. This way, the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra was further and further away from him. Myriad Mountain Starry Sea Kongming Land. The light screens of the 36 Kongming Divine Halls had all turned from white to gold. This was because 5 years ago, Jiang Xi had accidentally taken over one of the Kongming Divine Halls. This made Arhat Qingshan of the Buddhist sect furious, and he killed hundreds of billions of people to become his followers. After this news spread, the other immortals who had obtained the inheritance spots were all shocked. They did not dare to delay and rush to the Kongming land, worried that their own opportunities would be taken away. At this moment, on the 305th step of one of the Kongming Divine Halls, Jiang Xi opened his eyes and withdrew his spiritual consciousness from the sky-connecting mountain-river diagram. The fourth heaven's elimination round had ended, and the competition after the Cloud Apex competition had nothing to do with him, so he did not need to stay there. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. This was clearly a happy outcome. However, for some reason, the joy in his heart was not as strong as he had imagined. When Guxing and Ji Wei fought, he was still fine. Why did he give up? This was the only place to enter the fourth heavenly layer. It was extremely precious. Did something happen to Lone Star in the real world? Dead. Or was it some other force majeure? There was no answer. He couldn't understand. Jiang Xi knew that he was being unreasonable. At this time, someone suddenly sent a message over. He took out his communication bead and scanned it with his spiritual awareness. He found that it was from the Purple Heaven sect. After reading the message, Jiang Xi's expression changed. The content was as follows. After investigation, the third heavenly layer Yuanying stage core disciple, Lone Star, unfortunately perished while carrying out a hell-level mission. Over the course of countless eras, many of the nascent soul stage disciples who displayed great talent had perished in the hell-level missions. Therefore, I solemnly remind all the core disciples that although the sect will provide you with all kinds of cultivation resources, you will not be able to use them. However, one had to act within one's capabilities and not be blinded by temptation. Sometimes, a clear mind is more important than talent. This was a group message and all the core disciples received it. Lone Star was the same as me. When he participated in the Cloud Summit competition, he was also doing a hell-level mission. Jiang Xi fell silent. The mortality rate of a hell-level mission was 90%, and one could die at any time. It was obvious that Lone Star's luck was very bad. Perhaps the environment he was in at that time was full of danger. Because I was in the Kongming Temple and had the protection of that layer of light, I was safe. Therefore, my spiritual awareness could enter the clear sky mountain river diagram without worry. If I was outside and there were soul beasts around, I wouldn't dare to release most of my spiritual awareness to participate in the Cloud Summit competition. Outside the Kongming Temple, there were hundreds of thousands of soul beasts, and there were even 2 Tribulation Transcender soul beasts. Half of the reason he could enter the Kongming Temple was due to luck, the other half was because his body was strong enough to withstand the siege of the soul beasts. If it was an ordinary cultivator, let alone a nascent soul stage cultivator, even a Tao integration stage cultivator, would be torn apart by the soul beast. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Only a tribulation transcender would come here to receive the inheritance. Even in the myriad mountains starry sea, I have to be on guard against the vortexes of nebula and the soul beasts that appear in the void as well as those natives. Jiang Xi shook his head, and the doubts in his heart finally had an answer. Continue to receive the inheritance, I can't waste any time. He put this matter aside. He had obtained less than 1/3 of the Kongming Temple's Dao Seal Technique inheritance. The inheritance was limited to 10 years and only half of the time had passed. There were still 5 years left, and his goal was to obtain at least the first 4 levels of the Dao Seal Technique. This was definitely enough for him to use before he became an immortal. As for the rest of the inheritance, he planned to wait until he became an immortal before looking for an opportunity to apply for the Kongming Temple's inheritance from the Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance. His master, the Wine Sword Immortal, had rejected a quota, so it wouldn't be too difficult for him to apply again in the future. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. On the first moon of Earth, in the dilapidated Moon Palace. In an inconspicuous corner of a side hall, there was a formation barrier that Jiang Xi had set up. Inside the barrier, Jiang Xi's clone was continuously making mysterious hand seals, carrying out the process of refining his spiritual sense. The hand seals affected the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, sword, wind, fire and diamond, to temper his spiritual sense. At this moment, 4 tornadoes suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness, roaring wildly. His originally calm sea of consciousness was surging with stormy waves. After an unknown amount of time, his sea of consciousness became calm again without any waves. The self-viewing image in the sky above his sea of consciousness seemed to have undergone some changes, and it was faintly covered with a layer of gold. It was different from the golden light emitted by his spiritual sense, as its surface had turned golden. He had succeeded in refining his spiritual sense. Although the limit of his spiritual sense hadn't increased, its strength had changed. It was as if a 10-meter-long iron wire had turned into a 10-meter-long steel bar. The clone opened his eyes, full of doubts. Just now, he had faintly felt as if someone was watching him. He spread out his spiritual sense and instantly covered the entire first moon, but he didn't find anything. Was it an illusion? On the 330th step of the Kongming Temple, the spiritual pressure was getting stronger and stronger. It was at least at the level of a 3rd tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi was very surprised. Of course he could feel what his clone had sensed. Was it really an illusion? Whether it was the Earth or the 2 moons, they all hid secrets that he couldn't see through. With a cautious attitude, he let his clone carry out a thorough investigation on the first moon, but he still didn't find anything. It might really be an illusion. Jiang Xi didn't think too much about it. The doubts in his heart were immediately replaced by pleasant surprise. The spiritual sense of the main body and the clone were connected, and the clone had completed the refinement of his spiritual sense. This meant that his spiritual sense could condense into a primordial soul at any time, and he could step into the primordial soul stage. Chapter 444. Don't worry, don't worry. Jiang Xi didn't choose to immediately condense his primordial soul. The reason was very simple. Only core disciples at the nascent soul stage could take on various cultivation missions and earn a lot of points. Points were money and they were cultivation resources. According to the Purple Heaven sect's training route for core disciples, the nascent soul stage mainly focused on cultivation missions. The nascent soul stage was about tempering oneself. The Tao integration stage was about experiencing life and death. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, he would be qualified to take on cultivation missions. Moreover, his actual combat strength had already reached the middle stage of the Tao integration stage. Even if his cultivation broke through to the nascent soul stage, it would be very difficult for his strength to undergo a qualitative change. The so-called qualitative change was naturally when he stepped into the immortal stage. Now, it was better to use the resources of the 4th heavenly layer to strengthen his foundation. Nascent soul stage disciples at the 4th heavenly layer could take on 3 hell-level cultivation missions and 7 danger-level missions. Just the myriad mountain starry sea is hiding such a powerful secret technique like the Daoist seal technique. What about the other hell-level cultivation missions? Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course, he still had to focus on the inheritance in front of him. He had now reached the 330th step of the 999 steps of the Kongming Temple. With 3 more steps, he would be able to obtain the 3rd level of the Daoist seal technique. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The spiritual sense pressure emitted by the 333rd step of the inheritance steps surpassed that of a 6th tribulation transcender. The powerful pressure made Jiang Xi's consciousness somewhat blurry and his spiritual sense unstable. This state had lasted for half a month. However, he was still trying to digest and absorb the inheritance information on this step. The spiritual sense pressure here is already so strong. Will the spiritual sense pressure on the 444th step reach the level of a ninth tribulation transcender? Jiang Xi felt a lot of pressure. The spiritual sense pressure of a ninth tribulation transcender was definitely not something he could withstand at this stage. Unless the strength of his spiritual sense reached the Tao integration stage, which was obviously impossible, every step of the inheritance steps had a gray aura that could strengthen one's spiritual sense. However, this gray aura was just a drop in the bucket, and it was very difficult for his spiritual sense to undergo a qualitative change. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Inheritor, congratulations on obtaining the third level of the Taoist seal technique. The inheritance information on this step had already been completely digested by him and merged with the information on the previous steps. A smile appeared on Jiang Xi's face as he temporarily put his worries aside. With the third layer of the Tao seal technique, the strength of his spiritual sense could be improved again. Of course, it would definitely not reach the Tao integration stage. It could only be said that it would make the later inheritances easier. He opened the EXP panel to check frowny face Tao seal technique. Incomplete, 2 seals. 4 billion. He could continue to improve. Immediately after, Jiang Xi let his clone refine the Fei fruit to increase the level of the Tao seal art. 400 million experience points required 400 million points of aura energy. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the secret Tao pattern art to strengthen his body, he wouldn't have been able to do so. The clone would probably need more than a year to refine so much spiritual energy. But now he only needed a month to complete it. Another month later, the moment the upgrade was completed, Jiang Xi's mind sank into his sea of consciousness, waiting for the changes to his observation self-image. There weren't too many surprises or expectations. It was just the appearance of the third four-colored petal. What happened next was just as Jiang Xi had expected. In his sea of consciousness, the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, sword, gale, fire, vajra, suddenly turned into a 4-colored petal. Together with the other 2 4-colored petals, it slowly circled around the observation self-image. Jiang Xi knew that the next step was to improve the strength of his soul and spiritual sense. But at this moment, the situation in his sea of consciousness suddenly changed. The 3 4-colored petals suddenly rotated around the observation self-image at high speed, emitting a strong 4-colored light that was dazzling and eye-catching. The entire sea of consciousness turned into the same color as the 4-colored petals. Jiang Xi was shocked. If the mind had eyes, then his mind would have been blinded at this time, and he wouldn't be able to see what was happening at all. And he found that he couldn't stop this process from progressing. He could only let it develop and change. After an unknown period of time, the 4-colored light began to dissipate, and the sea of consciousness returned to calmness. There seemed to be some changes in the dark. Jiang Xi's mind saw everything in the sea of consciousness again. This is... Jiang Xi couldn't believe it. He saw that the observation self-image, which looked exactly like him, had undergone a huge change at this time. Its entire body was dyed with a faint layer of gold. And behind the head of the observation self-image, there was a faint, hazy golden halo. What shocked Jiang Xi even more was that below the cross-legged observation self-image, there was a lotus platform with 3 4-colored petals. Holy shit, have I become a Buddha? Jiang Xi didn't have any good words to describe his mood at this moment. It was just that the appearance of the observation self-image was very simple. His lotus platform only had 3 petals, and the golden halo behind his head was very faint. If one didn't look carefully, it would be very difficult to discover. Compared to a real Buddha, it was still far from being one. Big Brother also cultivates the peacock observation method. When he showed the second realm of his mental state cultivation, it was the same situation. So my mental state cultivation should have reached the second realm to produce these changes? It's not that I've become a Buddha. Jiang Xi woke up from his shock. The Buddhist Arhat, Bodhisattva, and Buddha were equivalent to the 3 realms of tribulation transcender, Tao Immortal, True Monarch, and Tao Ancestor, Tao Lord. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he had reached the Buddha realm. I didn't expect the Tao seal technique to have a connection with the peacock observation method. There might be some secret behind it. The connection caused some changes to my state of mind, allowing me to achieve a breakthrough. According to the Xian Tian's division, mental state cultivation was divided into 3 realms: false, great, and empty. A false heart represented deceiving oneself, deceiving the world and all things. A great heart represented infinity and tolerance of all things. Emptiness in the heart meant that there was nothing at all. Nothing could affect it. When Jiang Xi was in the battle pattern continent, his mental state cultivation had reached the large success stage of false heart. The observation self-image's body emitted a blazing golden spiritual light. He originally thought that it would take a few hundred years to reach the second realm. He didn't expect to break through here. What an unexpected gain. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and stood up from the 333rd step. After his Dao Seal technique was upgraded to the third seal, the strength of his spiritual sense had finally reached the late-stage essence soul realm. The limit of his spiritual sense detection had reached 10,000 kilometers. With this level of spiritual sense, he still couldn't resist the spiritual sense pressure coming from the inheritance steps. But at this moment, the spiritual sense pressure of a sixth tribulation transcender coming from all directions had no effect on him. His expression, which was originally distorted by the spiritual sense pressure, had now returned to normal. If that's the case, why would I need 10 years? Jiang Xi laughed. A great heart could accommodate all things. Naturally, it could also accommodate the spiritual sense pressure here. This was the benefit of having a breakthrough in mental state cultivation. Chapter 445. Countless years ago, that powerful existence had left behind the inheritance of the Kongming Temple. Perhaps it had never occurred to him that not only did someone have a cheat, but he also had such a strong mental state cultivation at the nascent soul stage. He was able to be unafraid of the spiritual sense suppression of the inheritance steps. A big heart could accommodate everything. Without the influence of the spiritual sense suppression, Jiang Xi was able to digest and absorb the inheritance information of the steps in half a day. Next, he used only 1 year to climb to the 999th step of the inheritance steps and obtain the complete inheritance of the Dao Seal technique. He turned around and looked at the magnificent temple. There was nothing inside. However, Jiang Xi was already satisfied. The complete Dao Seal technique was the most precious thing in the Kongming Temple. He opened the experience panel to check the changes. Secret technique, Dao Fusion technique, 4 Dao Fusion technique, 400 million, Dao pattern technique, 3 Dao patterns, 400 million, Dao pattern technique, 3 Dao patterns, 400 million. The word incomplete behind the Dao Seal technique had disappeared. This meant that the Dao Seal technique was now a complete secret technique. Although it's a complete secret technique, my Dao technique is still at the Dao of heaven and earth level, so I can't break through the limit of 3 seals. This was similar to the Dao pattern technique. The Dao pattern technique was now at the limit of 3 seals. Jiang Xi knew that he could only continue to improve after all 4 of his Dao techniques were upgraded to the Great Dao level. However, the Dao Seal technique at the level of 3 seals has increased the strength of my spiritual sense by nearly 10 times. In addition, the gray air current on each inheritance step is also increasing the strength of my spiritual sense. After accumulating 999 steps, the increase is more than 3 times. And the effect of these 2 increases is not additive, but multiplicative. In summary, his spiritual sense strength was now equivalent to the early stage of the Dao Fusion realm. The range of his spiritual sense detection was more than 30,000 kilometers. Simply put, his spiritual sense strength was now about 30 times stronger than before he entered the Kongming Temple. This was an unexpected gain. His mental state cultivation had brought him even more unexpected gains. It's time to leave. He had been in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea for more than 7 years. He had also completed the 2 objectives of this hell-level cultivation mission. How do I leave? Standing on the 999th step of the Kongming Temple, one could overlook the entire valley. With just his eyesight, he could see more than 100,000 soul beasts of different sizes. Swaggering out like this was absolutely courting death. Jiang Xi noticed that whirlpools were constantly appearing in the void outside the golden light barrier that enveloped the Kongming Divine Palace. Looks like I have no choice but to wait here. His gaze locked onto those vortexes, then he took a step forward and arrived in front of the golden light screen. He waited for a vortex that was close to the light screen. At this moment, there were many soul beasts with simple intelligence outside the golden barrier. They were still crazily attacking the barrier as if they were playing a game. However, even Dao integration stage soul beasts were unable to pass through this light barrier. Jiang Xi was very patient. He wanted to ensure that he could escape safely, so he waited for half a month. Suddenly, a vortex with a diameter of 100 meters appeared 10 kilometers away from the golden light screen. Let's go. Before the soul beast could react, Hui Yuhao's figure flashed past the light screen and entered the whirlpool. Then it disappeared along with the whirlpool. Roar. The two tribulation transcender realm soul beasts that were 100,000 feet long only roared. Their eyelids twitched, but they didn't open their eyes. In the myriad mountains star sea, giant starry mountains stood like islands in the sea of stars. Compared to the giant starry mountains, the stars outside the myriad mountain star sea seemed particularly small. The indigenous cultivators living on those stars all knew that beyond the myriad mountain star sea was the universe with infinite territory. Only by passing the 1-month survival trial in the myriad mountain star sea and becoming a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect could they go to a wider world. However, the myriad mountain star sea was full of all kinds of uncertainties and fatal crises that could appear at any time. Sometimes, among the tens of billions of indigenous cultivators, there might not be anyone who could persist here for a month on this day, halfway up one of the giant starry mountains that was 20,000 kilometers high. A sinister-looking Tao integration stage indigenous cultivator was temporarily resting here, avoiding the soul beasts and the nebula vortex. This person was called Xiang Heng, a famous demon in the myriad mountain star sea's demon starfish. My luck is pretty good this time. After resting here for half a day, I haven't seen a single soul beast or encountered a vortex. It's best if this continues. In another 3 days, I will be able to complete the 1-month survival trial and become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. With the cultivation resources of the Purple Heaven sect, I might be able to step into the immortal realm. In the future, I will return to the demon starfish and recreate the grand occasion of the 5-demon mountain 3,000 years ago. Even if I refine all the living beings on the entire planet into blood food, no one will dare to say anything. Xiang Heng thought to himself. After thinking for a while, he sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, I am still too late. If I hadn't been delayed on the way and could have come to the myriad mountain star sea in time, I might have had a chance to kill that disciple called Jiang Ci. Once I get his gold badge, I can directly become a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. 4 years ago, he destroyed a cultivator family on the demon starfish. The nascent soul stage ancestor of this family was one of the thousands of indigenous cultivators who had seen Jiang Ci's appearance. When he searched his soul, he learned that a nascent soul stage core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect was training in the myriad mountain star sea. Therefore, he had the idea of coming to the myriad mountain star sea. However, he encountered an accident on the way and took 4 years to reach the myriad mountain star sea from the demon starfish. But after such a long time, he should have left long ago. Hateful. I missed an opportunity. The difference in treatment between the inner disciples and the core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect was not small. Only the core disciples were qualified to enter the 4 heavens, while the inner disciples could only cultivate in the Purple Heaven sect's starry sky continent. Suddenly, Xiang Heng's heart throbbed. Danger. His figure flashed and he was thousands of miles away almost instantly. A vortex appeared in the void near the area where he was just now, as if a peerless beast was about to emerge from it. What a terrifying aura. Could it be a Tao integration stage soul beast? He had lived in the myriad mountain star sea for nearly a month and knew that many soul beasts would come out of the void. In the next moment, a graceful figure flew out of the vortex. A person? Xiang Heng was shocked. Immediately afterward, his shock was replaced by surprise. Because his spiritual sense detected the appearance of the figure. It was the core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect named Jiang Ci. Haha, no wonder I haven't encountered a soul beast or a vortex after resting here for half a day. It turns out that this is an opportunity for me. Xiang Heng was ecstatic. He didn't take the terrifying aura he had just sensed to heart. In front of him was a nascent soul stage core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't withstand the attack of a Tao integration stage cultivator. Chapter 446. As soon as Jiang Ci came out, his spiritual consciousness discovered that an early-stage Tao integration native was laughing wildly at him from 1,000 miles away. He had a sinister face and was obviously not a good person. Is this person an idiot? Could he be sent by the mastermind who wanted to assassinate me back then? 7 years ago, when he had just entered the myriad mountain star sea, he had been assassinated by a Tao integration native and a primordial soul native. Especially that primordial soul native. Not only did he have a soul-destroying scroll that could kill a Tao integration cultivator, but he also had immortal Tao restrictions on him. If he had not reacted quickly enough, he might have been killed. Stay away from him. Jiang Ci remained cautious and turned to leave. As soon as he moved, the native from 1,000 miles away immediately followed him. He's really coming for me? Jiang Ci's face darkened. Behind him, Xiang Heng's eyes were filled with surprise and surprise. He's indeed a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. He's even faster than a mid-stage Dao integration cultivator. Fortunately, I'm good at speed. Even a late-stage Dao integration cultivator can't escape my pursuit. He seemed to be shuttling through space. His figure flashed and he kept closing the distance between them. In just 3 seconds he was only 100 miles away from Jiang Xi. Go! He waved his hand and summoned a long sword. With a powerful aura he shot it toward Jiang Xi. The long sword was faster than his flying speed. In the blink of an eye he was behind Jiang Xi. This person is too fast. Jiang Xi frowned. This was the fastest opponent he had encountered. He was even faster than him. Unless he used a supreme-grade flying boat, he could only get rid of the other party's pursuit. However, he was now in the narrow space of the starry sky mountain. Without enough space to accelerate, the flying boat was just a decoration. He might as well fly faster than himself. I can only fight. The reality was indeed as Jiang Xi had expected. In just 3 seconds, when he was still more than 5,000 miles away from the empty starry sky mountain, he was caught up. The other party's long sword flashed and hit him hard. Clang. There was a huge explosion, and the shockwave spread out for thousands of kilometers. However, even with such great momentum, the long sword only managed to pierce into Jiang Xi's body by an inch. Impossible? This is the nascent soul stage? Xiang Heng was shocked and his face was filled with disbelief. Phew! After he decided to make a move, Jiang Xi didn't hesitate to withdraw the low-grade immortal artifact, Crimson Sky Sword. A huge green lotus of sword Dao suddenly appeared, condensing strands of 4-colored sword qi. Go to hell. Jiang Xi was expressionless. Strands of 4-colored sword qi streaked through the air and landed on Xiang Heng in an instant. Boom, boom. The 4-colored sword lights that blotted out the sky and covered the earth submerged Xiang Heng. This is... Xiang Heng turned pale with fright. This was his final consciousness before his entire being turned into nothingness. He was deader than dead, instantly killing an early-stage Dao integration stage cultivator. At the same time, after Jiang Xi used this move, he did not stop for even a moment. With the fusion of the Dao of wind and fire, his speed was raised to the maximum as he arrived 500 kilometers away. Nothing? Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. After the other party was killed by his sword light, there was no explosion of the immortal Dao restriction as he had imagined. Am I overthinking? However, to be cautious, he waited for another 10 minutes before flying over. After the native died, only a storage ring and a supreme-grade spirit artifact longsword were left behind. Jiang Xi reached out and grabbed it. He scanned the storage ring with his spiritual consciousness and was immediately overjoyed. More than 5,000 silver badges. My luck is not bad. When the native cultivators entered the myriad mountain star sea, they would bring a silver badge with them. Before he entered the void land, he had also killed many natives and accumulated more than 3,000 silver badges. Including these, he had nearly 9,000 badges. The leader of the black-robed men at the entrance of the palace once said that collecting 10,000 silver badges would give me an additional reward. It just so happens that I'm not too far away. I can try to collect them all. Jiang Xi smiled immediately. He spread out his spiritual consciousness and covered a radius of 30,000 kilometers, hunting the natives with high efficiency. In just one day he had collected 10,000 silver badges. There were 4 entrances to the myriad mountain star sea, and one of them was at the palace. A team of black-robed men at the Dao integration stage guarded in front of the barrier wall. Their mission was to investigate the people who entered and left the myriad mountain star sea. Survive for 7 days. You're not qualified. Leave quickly. A black-robed man shouted coldly, emitting a powerful aura at the same time. A native at the Essence Soul stage stood in front of the black-robed man with a weak aura. Obviously, he was seriously injured and could not hold on, so he returned from the myriad mountain star sea. He was already very lucky to be able to return alive. Under the powerful aura of the black-robed man, his face became even paler and his injuries almost relapsed. However, he still did not dare to stay and hurriedly left. In front of the barrier wall, native cultivators returned from time to time, but basically, those who did not survive for a month were all chased away by the black-robed men. Not long after, another native at the Dao integration stage returned. Congratulations, you survived for a month and are qualified to become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Are you willing? This time it was the leader of the black-robed men who spoke. This native at the Dao integration stage looked a little indifferent. He was not too surprised by such a result. This was because he had survived in the myriad mountain star sea for 3 months and had greatly exceeded the requirements of the trial. He had the right to be proud. I'm willing. However, before he could finish speaking, another person passed through the barrier wall and returned from the myriad mountain star sea. It was Jiang Xi. The leader of the black-robed men only glanced at him. At first he was puzzled, then he was shocked. In a flash he came in front of Jiang Xi. Greetings, senior brother Jiang Xi. He bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. Jiang Xi nodded slightly and then said, I have other things to discuss with you. The leader of the black-robed men said respectfully, Senior brother, please follow me. The two of them flew to the second floor of the palace. The native at the Dao integration stage who had not finished speaking just now was in a bad mood. With his cultivation at the Dao integration stage, he was a powerful powerhouse among the native clans of the myriad mountain star sea. How could he be treated so coldly here? However, he also knew that the Purple Heaven sect was powerful, so there was nothing he could do even if he was unhappy. Moreover, the black-haired young man was only at the nascent soul stage, but he could make the leader of the black-robed men, who was at the Dao integration stage, bow respectfully and call him senior brother. This meant that the other party's identity must be frighteningly high, and he was not someone he could offend. He asked the other man in black curiously, who was that person just now? Who is he? Senior brother Jiang Xi is one of the strongest geniuses of the Purple Heaven sect. The man in black replied proudly. The strongest genius. The native at the Dao integration stage was shocked. How long have you lived in the myriad mountain star sea? 3 months. Senior brother Jiang Xi has lived in the myriad mountain star sea for a total of 7 years. The native at the Dao integration stage was dumbfounded and speechless. The myriad mountain star sea was a dangerous place. He, at the Dao integration stage, had lived there for 3 months and already felt that he was very strong. A nascent soul stage cultivator had lived there for 7 years. The shock in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time, and the trace of arrogance in his heart disappeared. Chapter 447. On the second floor of the palace. When he saw Jiang Xi take out 10,000 silver badges, the leader of the black-clothed men immediately understood what was going on. He thought to himself, could it be that this newly promoted core disciple of the fourth heaven stayed in the myriad mountain star sea for 2 more years just to complete this additional reward? The second goal of the hell-level survival mission in the myriad mountain star sea was 5 years, and Jiang Xi stayed there for 7 years. However, he did not dare to neglect and quickly said, Senior brother Jiang Xi, please wait a moment. This matter will be handled by Immortal Sanwu. I have already sent a message to Immortal Sanwu. It had been nearly 2 years since the end of the Cloud Summit competition, and the news of Jiang Xi becoming a core disciple of the fourth heaven had already spread throughout the entire Purple Heaven sect. There were 100 Dao integration stage, 10 essence soul stage, and 3 nascent soul stage among the core disciples of the fourth heaven. Each of them could be called the most noble existence among the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. The leader of the black-clothed men understood that although he was at the late stage of the Dao integration stage, his status in the sect was no longer as good as Jiang Xi's. In just a moment, a skinny old man appeared out of thin air on the second floor of the palace. This old man was the fourth tribulation transcender who had been instructed by immortal Wuxia to send natives to assassinate Jiang Xi 7 years ago. Of course Jiang Xi did not know this. He and the leader of the black-clothed men bowed in unison. Greetings, Immortal. Immortal Sanwu was expressionless. He had the same opinion as the leader of the black-clothed men. He thought that Jiang Xi must have stayed in the myriad mountain star sea for 2 more years to collect 10,000 silver badges. He was full of disdain for this. However, he could not show it in front of Jiang Xi. He just nodded lightly. You completed the mission of collecting 10,000 silver badges? Yes. Jiang Xi took out the badge. Immortal Sanwu took the badge and said, I will take you to see Lord He Yun. Jiang Xi was suspicious. Who was it that wanted to see Lord He Yun again? Before he could ask, Immortal Sanwu waved his hand and summoned a powerful force to take him away from the entrance of the palace. The space changed, and he found himself in an even more magnificent hall. The palace covered an area of 100,000 square kilometers. At the top of the hall sat a man in black armor who was nearly 10 meters tall. His aura seemed to faintly merge with this space, mysterious and powerful. On the left and right sides of the hall, there were dozens of immortals exuding immortal Dao auras. Lord He Yun, Level 4 disciple Jiang Xi has completed the mission of collecting badges. After Immortal Sanchen finished speaking, he flew to the right and sat cross-legged in the air like the other immortals. Greetings, Lord He Yun. Jiang Xi also bowed respectfully. He Yun Immortal looked down at Jiang Ci and said in a deep voice that sounded like thunder. Originally, the Myriad Mountain Star Sea Hell level cultivation mission issued by the sect only had 2 objectives. The bonus mission that you completed was set by me back then. Now I'll give you 3 choices. First, 1 million points. The second was a 9 luminary star stone. Third, a Tao integration profound soul fruit. Which one do you choose? As soon as he said this, the immortals in the hall all revealed shocked expressions and whispered among themselves. Immortal Sanction's expression changed. That was too much. Under normal circumstances, the reward for collecting 10,000 silver badges was only 100,000 points. But now Lord He Yun had directly given Jiang Ci 3 choices. The value of each choice was 1 million points. And in Immortal Sanction's opinion, the 9 luminary star stone and the Tao integration profound soul fruit were worth much more than 1 million points. Because these 2 items were priceless treasures that even the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion might not have stock in them. What will he choose? Immortal Sanchin stared at Jiang Ci. Under the gaze of the immortals, Jiang Ci pondered for a moment. Then he said respectfully, Lord He Yun, can you explain the use of the 9 luminary star stone and the Tao integration profound soul fruit? The 9 luminary star stone is an auxiliary material for refining immortal Tao Dharma treasures. It has a special effect that can increase the quality of immortal artifacts and has a certain chance of transforming non-supreme grade immortal artifacts into supreme grade immortal artifacts. The Tao integration profound soul fruit is an immortal fruit that assists in Tao integration. After a Tao integration cultivator refines it, it can increase the speed of Tao integration in the shortest period of 100 years. One can complete the process of Tao integration and advance to the perfected Tao integration stage, Immortal He Yun explained. Jiang Ci immediately understood the value of these 2 rewards and made a decision in his heart. I choose the 9 luminary star stone. Ah, great. Immortal He Yun laughed loudly. His laughter filled the 100,000 square kilometer hall. At the same time, a black stone flew into Jiang Ci's hand. Thank you, Lord He Yun. Jiang Ci thanked him. The immortals on both sides of the hall were extremely envious. Immortal Sanchin's eyes flashed coldly. He was secretly resentful because Jiang Ci had made the most suitable choice for him. Of course, 1 million points was needless to say. Only a fool would choose that. The Tao integration profound soul fruit sounded very valuable and could shorten the time of Tao integration. However, this effect was somewhat useless in front of a core disciple of the 4th heaven. This was because the core disciples of the 4th heaven were the top geniuses of the human race. Which one of them was not extremely talented? In terms of cultivation there was no problem at all. Therefore, to Jiang Ci, who was still in the nascent soul stage, the 9 luminary star stone was the most valuable. To the surprise of all the immortals, Jiang Ci did not leave after taking the reward. Instead, he took a step forward and said respectfully, Lord He Yun, I have something to report. Immortal Sanchin's heart skipped a beat as a bad feeling rose in his heart. Speak. Immortal He Yun nodded. When I was training in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea, someone sent a native to assassinate me. Jiang Ci recounted what had happened. This included the Soul Annihilation Scroll and the Immortal Tao Restriction. These could prove that he had been assassinated. Immortal He Yun was in charge of the Myriad Mountain Star Sea. Now that he had been assassinated here and there was a problem, Immortal He Yun naturally had to be found first. Following Riverward's narration, the expressions of the immortals in the hall changed, and the discussion became slightly louder. Clearly, it was a very serious matter for a powerful core disciple of the 4th heaven to be assassinated in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea. Immortal Sanchin pretended to be shocked to conceal the uneasiness in his heart and whispered with the other immortals around him, "Humph." Immortal He Yun's expression became gloomy. Everyone immediately fell silent. Jiang Ci also tactfully stopped talking. Immortal He Yun's eyes were like torches as he swept his gaze over all the immortals in the hall. His gaze seemed to be able to see through people's minds, and no secret could be hidden from him. Finally, his gaze locked onto Immortal Sanchin. Sanchin. Lord. Immortal Sanchin's expression became pale. No one can play tricks under my nose, Immortal He Yun said coldly as he reached out and grabbed at the air. Pooh. Immortal Sanchin suddenly turned into a pile of ashes and scattered with the wind. Such a method left Jiang Ci speechless. It was too terrifying. A 4th tribulation transcender died just like that. It felt even simpler than stepping on an ant. Chapter 448. Jiang Xi happily left Immortal He Yun's palace and flew towards the teleportation platform in the starry sky. He didn't expect that the reward for collecting 10,000 silver emblems would be so generous. The lowest reward was 1,000,000 points. He had lived in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea for 5 years and could only get 500,000 points. Moreover, the 9 dazzling star stone he had chosen was a priceless treasure that was worth far more than 1,000,000 points. What Immortal Sanwu could understand he naturally understood as well. The Tao Integration Profound Soul Fruit had no use for him. With the experience panel, why would he need to shorten the time? As long as he could advance to the Tao integration stage, he could use the panel to directly upgrade to the peak. No matter how fast the Tao Integration Profound Soul Fruit was, could it be faster than the experience panel? The only thing that surprised Jiang Xi was that Immortal He Yun actually killed a 4th Tribulation Transcender for him. Because in terms of status in the sect, his status as a 4th Heavenly Layer core disciple was comparable to Immortal Sanwu. Tribulation Transcender had 9 tribulations, and every 3rd tribulation was a watershed. Under normal circumstances, the strength and status of a 4th Tribulation Transcender far surpassed that of a 3rd Tribulation Transcender. Jiang Xi guessed that there might be some inside story that he didn't know. At the same time, he also understood that the one who wanted to assassinate him was definitely not Immortal Sanwu, because he had no enmity with the other party. Immortal Sanwu also couldn't be the enemy of his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. A 4th Tribulation Transcender was nothing in front of the Wine Sword Immortal. Who was the real mastermind behind the scenes? Jiang Xi didn't have a definite answer. Immortal He Yun should know, but since he didn't want to say, he couldn't ask too much. After arriving at the teleportation platform, he activated the teleportation. In a dazzling teleportation light, Jiang Xi disappeared. The Myriad Mountain Star Sea was in the 3rd Heavenly Layer world. Jiang Xi first returned to his cultivation cave in the 3rd Heavenly Layer. After taking some things, he left the 3rd Heavenly Layer. The 4 heavenly layers of the Purple Heaven sect couldn't be teleported to each other. One had to go through the teleportation platform outside the Heavenly Layer world to reach the 4th Heavenly Layer. The 4th Heavenly Layer was a much larger world, with a diameter of nearly 100 million light-years. The cave that the Purple Heaven sect arranged for this new 4th Heavenly Layer core disciple was a strange planet called the Purple Mystic Planet. The mysterious purple star's spiritual energy was so dense that it formed spiritual waterfalls that could be seen everywhere. It was more than 100 times better than his cave abode in the 3rd heaven. After Jiang Xi settled down, he first looked up information on Immortal He Yun. Only after investigating did he find out that Immortal He Yun was also a legendary 9th Tribulation Transcender. He had once killed countless immortal Tao experts of the demon race and ghost race in the alien battlefield. After returning from the extraterritorial battlefield, he was assigned by the Purple Heaven sect to guard the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea. There's no need for such an expert to give me such a huge benefit, right? Did he bet on me as well? Jiang Xi was full of doubts. After looking at it for a while, his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, sent him a message. Jiang Xi hurriedly picked up the call, and Wine Sword Immortal's message appeared. Disciple, how do you feel about the new environment? The Wine Sword Immortal smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. How extravagant. Jiang Xi sighed. Haha, the 4th heaven is the best cultivation place in the Purple Heaven sect for those below the immortal Tao. How can it not be extravagant? Here, even the most stupid cultivator has a chance to cultivate to the Tao integration stage. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. The disciples of the 4th heaven were all aiming to become Tao immortals or even Tao lords. This cultivation environment seemed extravagant, but it was actually the most basic configuration. I heard that you completed the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea's additional reward mission and met Immortal He Yun? The Wine Sword Immortal asked again. I was just about to ask Master. The reward for this mission is too high, right? Jiang Xi was very puzzled. At the same time, he told him about how he chose the 9 Sparkle Star Stone as the reward. It's not high at all for you. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled mysteriously. Jiang Xi was even more puzzled. The reward of at least 1,000,000 points was not high enough? It was enough to buy 10 low-grade immortal artifacts. The Wine Sword Immortal drank a mouthful of wine and explained casually, the additional reward mission that He Yun set was actually only 100,000 points. However, He Yun owes me his life. You are my disciple. Even if he gave you a treasure worth 10 million points, it wouldn't be too much. Jiang Xi gave his master a thumbs up. Awesome. To be able to make an expert like Immortal He Yun owe him his life, it could only mean that the Wine Sword Immortal was even stronger. Since you have the 9 Sparkle Star Stone, I will give you 2 more supplementary materials for refining. This way, you can maximize the effect of the 9 Sparkle Star Stone and have a greater chance of improving the quality of the immortal artifacts. The Wine Sword Immortal knew that Jiang Xi had already bought the low-grade immortal artifact, the Red Cloud Sword. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xi smiled and did not refuse. His master was family, so there was no need to be polite. After entering the 4th heaven, don't slack off. Cultivate well. If there is anything you don't understand, send me a message. The Wine Sword Immortal reminded him one last time and ended the transmission. Jiang Xi sighed. This was the benefit of having a master. After that, he entered the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure vault through the Eye of Heaven network and found detailed information about the 9 Sparkle Star Stone. This was a rare treasure that depended on luck. Using his low-grade immortal artifact, the Red Cloud Sword, as an example, after refining and fusing with the 9 Sparkle Star Stone, there was a 90% chance of transforming into a middle-grade immortal artifact. There was a 30% chance of transforming into a high-grade immortal artifact. There was a 10% chance of transforming into a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Actually, if it could transform into a middle-grade immortal artifact, it would be a huge profit. Because the price of a middle-grade immortal artifact started from 1,000,000 points. The best middle-grade immortal artifact could even reach 10 million points. Of course, Jiang Xi definitely wanted a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Not only could it increase his strength, but it could also save a lot of resources. With his wealth, even if he went bankrupt, he would not be able to afford a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Now, I just have to wait for Master to send the other supplementary materials over. Jiang Xi was looking forward to it finally. He entered the Purple Heaven Sect's Cultivation Center and submitted the completion application for the Myriad Mountain Star Sea mission. This time, there was no need for a face-to-face review, so it was quickly approved. Both mission objectives were completed. Survive for half a year, 100,000 points awarded. Survive for 5 years, 500,000 points awarded. In this way he would have 600,000 points. After the Cloud Summit competition, the number of cultivation missions will be reset. As a level 4 nascent soul disciple, I can accept up to 3 Hell-grade missions and 7 dangerous grade missions. The next cultivation direction will be to do cultivation missions and look for the hidden opportunities in these missions. I will endure until the next Cloud Summit competition and then break through to the Essence Soul stage. In this way he would stay in the Nascent Soul stage for 300 years, which was not too long or too little. Many other core disciples would stay in the Nascent Soul stage for thousands of years or even longer. After having a plan, Jiang Xi began to study the Hell grade and Dangerous grade cultivation missions in detail. Today's efforts would be the cornerstone for his future. He wanted to lay a solid foundation for himself. Chapter 449. 3 days later, the Wine Sword Immortal entrusted a Dao integration stage courier to the Purple Heaven sect. He sent 2 supplementary materials from the ancient Dao origin world to the 4th heaven Purple Mystic planet where Jiang Xi was. One was a drop of water surrounded by starlight, while the other was a wisp of white flame. After receiving the materials, Jiang Xi immediately contacted the Purple Heaven sect's artifact refining hall and handed over the matter of upgrading Scarlet Heaven Sword to them. He didn't know how to refine artifacts at all, so it was better to let the professionals do the work. As a 4th heaven core disciple, he had the authority to ask the artifact refining hall to refine and upgrade artifacts for him for free. Of course, it was only free of labor fees, and he still had to pay for the materials himself. My luck is so bad, at least upgrade me to a supreme grade immortal artifact, right? Jiang Xi stroked his chin and put this matter aside in the blink of an eye, continuing to study the various cultivation missions. He wanted to make sufficient preparations before doing the missions. According to his plan, he would use up all 10 cultivation missions in the next 100 years. At the same time, he would try his best to find the opportunities in each mission. Of course, he also knew that opportunities couldn't be forced. He wouldn't throw his life away for opportunities. The example and lesson of Lone Star were still vivid in his mind. Another month passed. 4th heaven, Purple Mystic planet. A short and stocky youth with heavy dark circles respectfully handed the upgraded Scarlet Heaven Sword to Jiang Xi. Senior brother Jiang Xi, fortunately we didn't disappoint you. This time our artifact refining hall's master Huasun personally did it. He used the materials provided by senior brother to refine Scarlet Heaven Sword. The short and stocky youth's eyes were burning with passion. He was a Dao integration stage disciple of the artifact refining hall and was a special talent in refining artifacts. However, he didn't have the ability to refine immortal artifacts. Master Huosen, who had personally upgraded Scarlet Heaven Sword, was a tribulation-transcendent cultivator, and his artifact refining skills were very high. Jiang Xi had also heard of this master. Of course, this wasn't the main point. His eyes were completely attracted to the new Scarlet Heaven Sword. The Scarlet Sword emitted an indescribable aura, faintly giving off a feeling that it was in harmony with space. He scanned Scarlet Heaven Sword with his spiritual sense and immediately laughed. His luck was really bad. A supreme-grade immortal artifact. In this way his strength rose another 2 levels. The strength of a cultivator was a combination of cultivation, Dao arts, secret techniques, magic treasures, and so on. Among them, magic treasures took up a very important part. My strength has greatly increased. I can now focus on my quests. Jiang Xi was filled with pride. He did not drag his feet and began to accept cultivation missions on the same day. Let's start with the dangerous missions. Based on the principle of proximity, priority was given to missions in the 4th heaven, followed by missions in the 1st heaven to the 3rd heaven. After his strength had greatly increased, his efficiency in completing missions had also increased. In just 11 years, Jiang Xi had completed 7 dangerous missions. Among them, he found hidden opportunities in 3 of the cultivation missions. There were many kinds of fortunate encounters in the cultivation quests. Not only were there martial arts and secret techniques, there were also all kinds of treasures. He had obtained a celestial golden stone, a daybreak flower, and 1,000 stars grass from the 3 quests. The celestial gold stone was a refining material that was worth 800,000 points. The daybreak flower was a spiritual item that could increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation. It was worth 2 million points. The 1,000 stars grass was a kind of strange plant life that was worth at least 1 million points. If he was willing to spend money to cultivate it, the mature form's strength could reach the peak of the Dao integration stage. On top of that, the 7 dangerous level missions also gave him 140,000 points. All in all, it could be said that the harvest was huge. This was the benefit of discovering the hidden opportunities in the cultivation quests. Looking for opportunities with a purpose was much more likely than a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Of course, he had also encountered many dangers during this period. If not for his strong enough body and the supreme-grade immortal artifact Red Cloud Sword, it would have been difficult for him to escape those dangerous situations in the quests. After completing the Dangerous Mode quest, Riverward only had 3 chances left to complete the Hell Mode quest. Hidden God World, Wu Mountain Secret Realm, Flame Sea Star. These were the 3 that he had carefully selected from the 38 Hell missions in the Cultivation Center. Among them, Hidden God World was ranked first in difficulty. Just the mission reward alone had reached the highest 1 million points. Jiang Xi planned to start from Flame Sea Star. The mission requirement was to collect 10 Flame Sea fruits and the reward was 500,000 points. After doing so many quests, he had also concluded a pattern. The more difficult the quests, the simpler the requirements. Most of them were survival trials, collection of items, and the like. The less difficult quests were all about how many living beings to kill, what strongholds to destroy, and a lot of fighting. The reason was obvious. In the dangerous environment of a hell mission, if he dared to cause a big commotion he would be courting death. Flame Sea Star's terrain was in a state of 2 extremes. Half of it was a fiery world and the other half was an oceanic world. Following that, Jiang Xi used 5 years to collect 10 blazing astral fruits. Then he began to lurk on this planet, traveling in various dangerous places, looking for the hidden opportunities in this quest. Until one day a sudden message interrupted his search. Jiang Xi first found a safe place before answering the message. The message phantom that appeared in front of him was his sworn sister, Li Baibai. Third brother, something big happened. Li Baibai's tone was a little anxious. Jiang Xi's expression changed. Something big? Something wrong with Earth? Or what? But he still kept calm and said, "Don't worry, tell me slowly." As their strength increased, the leading position of the 3 sworn siblings also changed. Now, most of the time it was Jiang Xi who made the decisions. Something happened to Big Brother. Big Brother? Jiang Xi's expression became serious. With Big Brother Shen Tian's personality, although he was sometimes unreliable, he would never cause trouble. For the past 200 years, Big Brother has been studying under the Zhangyun sect's Dao integration ancestor, Wei Sheng, and has been concentrating on Sword Dao. You know this, Li Baibai said. Jiang Xi nodded. 200 years ago, after the 9 Zones Genius battle, Shen Tian became a disciple of the Zhangyun sect. It happened 20 years ago. Senior Wei Xing took Big Brother to visit an old friend. In the end, during this visit, Big Brother and a young lady from the other party's family fell in love. Li Bai continued to say, "That's right. That's the kind of love you have. You also know that Big Brother's wife passed away during the first Spirit Chi revival era on Earth. He hasn't remarried for so many years," she added. Jiang Ci. Could this be considered a big deal? But then he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Big Brother Xian Tian's state of mind cultivation had reached the second level long ago. It could be said that his state of mind was firm, and he had seen through many things. A lady who could make him fall in love was harder to find than finding a needle in a sea of stars. In that case, it was indeed a big deal. Chapter 450. As Jiang Ci saw it, Xian Tian finding someone to love was a big deal, but it was also a good thing. Li Bai smiled bitterly. Of course it's a good thing if nothing unexpected happens. However, the other party's clan didn't agree and forcibly separated you and that girl. Didn't agree? Even with Wei Xing's connections, they wouldn't give them face? Jiang Ci was quite surprised. They're from an immortal Dao clan. Li Bai sighed. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. An immortal Dao clan? Immortals naturally existed if they had the words immortal Dao in their name. If that was the case, then Wei Xing's reputation was indeed lacking. But even so, they shouldn't have forcibly separated them, right? This was too melodramatic. Big Brother is a genius after all. What they did was completely unreasonable. Could it be that someone with a powerful background took a liking to that girl? Jiang Ci asked. This was how most melodramatic storylines developed. A third party or a rich man would step in and bully others. I'm not sure. Through my connections in the Flowing Time Hall, I only heard that their immortal Dao patriarch personally gave the order. Li Bai shook her head. She was cultivating in the Flowing Time Hall of the Dao Alliance's Flowing Time Hall. Although she only had a single Dao patriarch, given the Dao Alliance's background in the Heavenly Court, she was indeed able to find some information. Tell me about the other party's clan. Jiang Ci said with a solemn expression. He was sworn siblings with Xian Tian and Li Bai. After so many years, their relationship had long since become like that of family. Since his big brother was in trouble, he naturally had to help. I don't know which clan it is either. Big Brother just casually mentioned it to me. When I asked him about it, he refused to say anything. However, I know that he's been troubled by this matter. Li Bai was a bit helpless. I'll ask Big Brother. Jiang Ci immediately said. A short while later, Xian Tian's transmission image appeared in front of the two of them. When he saw Jiang Ci and Li Bai's expressions, he knew what was going on. Third brother knows as well? Xian Tian asked. Big Brother, are you sure you like that girl? Jiang Ci asked. It's from the bottom of my heart. Xian Tian nodded and didn't hide anything with his mental state and cultivation. He was able to see through things very clearly. Now that Big Brother has mentioned it, I really want to see what kind of girl can move Big Brother's heart. Jiang Ci laughed. Xian Tian smiled bitterly. Is there a lot of trouble? Riverward stopped joking. It's not easy. Xian Tian frowned, his voice filled with worry. Give me the information of the other party's family. Leave this matter to me, Jiang Ci said immediately. It's the Shuang family, an immortal family in the Kanglan Star region. That girl's name is Shuang Long. Xian Tian did not decline. With the relationship between the three of them, there was no need for formalities. Moreover, he knew Jiang Ci's identity. The problem that he and Li Bai found troublesome would be much easier for Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci nodded and used his authority as a fourth heavenly layer disciple to search the heavenly eye network for keywords. Kanglan Star region Shuang family Shuang Long. Soon the results came out. With a heritage of more than 600,000 years, it's indeed an ancient immortal family, Jiang Ci said. Xian Tian and Li Bai looked at each other and felt the pressure. With such a long heritage, it meant that this family definitely had more than one tribulation transcender. The lifespan of a ninth tribulation transcender was only 100,000 years. Don't worry. Although the Shuang family has a long heritage, it has never produced a particularly powerful immortal. At present, it only has a third tribulation transcender ancestor, immortal Shuang Cheng, Jiang Ci said with a smile. A third tribulation transcender? Xian Tian sighed. It was still in existence they couldn't compete with. Big Brother, what you should really pay attention to is Shuang Long's identity. According to the information I found, she's a core disciple of the Guanghan sect, just like my status in the Purple Heaven sect, Jiang Ci suddenly said with a serious expression. Xian Tian's expression changed greatly. It was obvious that Shuang Long hadn't told him this. No wonder. I always felt that she was hiding something from me. Xian Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Tao Alliance had 9 major starfields, and the 3 sects and 6 sects each controlled a starfield. The Guanghan sect controlled the Guanghan territory. To be able to become a core disciple of one of the 9 major immortal sects, one had to be a top genius of the human race. Xian Tian also understood that Shuang Long didn't tell him this because she was worried that he would have other thoughts due to the difference in status. It wasn't that he was overthinking. With his mental state he could see the truth behind the lies. Third brother, is there a way to get the Shuang family to agree to let Shuang Long and me be together? Xian Tian stared into Jiang Xi's eyes. There is a way. Jiang Xi smiled. Thanks. Xian Tian laughed. After ending the transmission, Jiang Xi was still hiding in a deserted place on the Flame Sea planet. He used his spiritual sense to monitor the area within a radius of 30,000 kilometers to ensure his safety. Then he fell into deep thought. He definitely had to help his big brother, Xian Tian. For so many years, especially when he was on Earth, it was Xian Tian who had helped him. Later, even after he entered the galaxy, Xian Tian had helped him a lot, such as in mental cultivation. Without Xian Tian's help, he wouldn't have been able to reach the second level of mental state so quickly. However, although he had promised his big brother that he had a way, he still had to make a choice. The Shuang family's ancestor, immortal Shuang Qing, is only a 3rd tribulation transcender. In terms of status, he's inferior to me. If I send a message to him now and tell him about this, he should give me face. The blue planet belonged to the Zixiao domain, so it was naturally under the jurisdiction of the Purple Heaven sect. To a certain extent, immortal Shuang Qing also had to listen to the orders of the Purple Heaven sect. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi shook his head, ignoring the arrogance of an immortal Tao expert. He was a nascent soul cultivator. Even if his talent was outstanding, he could die at any time before he became an immortal. Immortal Shuang Qing was a 3rd tribulation transcender. His talent might not be as good as his, but he definitely had his pride. If he went to see immortal Shuang Qing directly, the other party would treat him politely, but the real problem would be difficult to solve. Or I could ask my master, the Wine Sword Immortal, for help. With my master's strength, immortal Shuang Qing definitely wouldn't dare to have any objections. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi still shook his head. He didn't want to ask his master for help whenever he was in trouble. There's another way. The Zixiao domain has 400 star zones, and the Purple Heaven sect has a branch in each of them. According to the Purple Heaven sect's training route, once a core disciple reaches the nascent soul stage, they will be sent to the various branches of the Zixiao domain to temper themselves. With my status as a 4th tribulation disciple, after reaching the nascent soul stage, I can choose to be sent back to the Blue Star Zone branch. Moreover, I will occupy one of the highest positions in the Blue Star Zone branch, becoming the spokesperson of the Purple Heaven sect in the Blue Star Zone. At that time, the immortal Tao sects and ancient families of the Blue Star Zone will have to give face to the Purple Heaven sect even if they don't give me face. Chapter 451. After some consideration, Jiang Xi leaned toward the last method. A 4th heavenly layer core disciple had a status comparable to a 4th tribulation transcender. Since they were sent out to temper themselves, they would naturally be given the highest position. After he became a higher-up of the Purple Heaven sect, he would be able to wield real power. Compared to the status of a normal disciple, he would have more authority to speak. It would be much easier to discuss matters with immortal Frost Cheng. But there was still a problem. I've already found some clues about the fortuitous opportunity on Flame Sea planet. I'll be able to figure it out in 2 years at most. Once I choose to break through, I'll have to give up. Not only that, the other 2 hell-level missions, Hidden God World and Wu Mountain Mystic Realm, must contain even greater fortuitous opportunities. Choose. Suddenly Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly, and he even broke out in a cold sweat. He recalled Lone Star's sudden death during a hell-level mission. He had been possessed. He had been blinded by temptation. The previous few danger-level missions had brought him huge gains, causing him to fall into a vortex of greed. Thus, even though he had already completed the mission on Flame Sea planet, he was still obsessed with finding the fortuitous opportunities here. I still seem to be cautious, but my subconscious has already been influenced by greed. I've encountered so many dangers, and if not for my super strong body and top-grade immortal equipment, I would have died long ago. Everyone will be unlucky. If I encounter an existence that can kill me with one slap, I can only wait for death no matter how strong my body is. Lone Star was stronger than him, right? He could kill him with 3 slashes. But he still died during a hell-level mission. Jiang Xi's expression changed and he finally let out a long breath. Let's stop here. He had already obtained enough. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Jiang Xi sent a message to his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. Master. Disciple, what's the matter? The Wine Sword Immortal still had an unrestrained appearance, drinking wine with his lapel open. Master, I feel that I can condense a primordial soul now, Jiang Xi said. So fast? The Wine Sword Immortal was surprised. He remembered that Jiang Xi had only cultivated for 100 years, and he could already break through to the primordial soul stage? 30 years in the ancient Tao origin world was equivalent to 108 years in the origin universe. So I want to ask Master, should I break through or continue to stay in the nascent soul stage to build my foundation? Jiang Xi asked with a frown. Although he had already made his decision, he still wanted to hear his master's opinion. What are you hesitating for? If it's time to break through, then break through. It was boring to stay in the nascent soul stage all the time. Even if he stayed in the nascent soul stage for thousands of years, he would still be competing with those juniors. After reaching the primordial soul stage, he would have to compete with other primordial soul stage core disciples. The stronger the opponent, the faster your improvement will be. Wine Sword Immortal laughed loudly. Competition, stronger opponents. Jiang Xi also laughed. The real competition comes later. When you reach the Tao integration stage, you have to transcend the tribulation to become an immortal. That's when the competition is the most intense. At that time, you will realize that the competition now is just child's play. As for the rewards of those cultivation missions, aren't they just 1 or 2 million points? If you don't have enough money, feel free to ask me for more. So, go and break through. Don't worry and boldly charge forward. Wine Sword Immortal took a big gulp of wine. Jiang Xi nodded vigorously. On the same day, Jiang Xi returned to the 4th heaven, Purple Mystic Planet. After handing in the mission, he began to condense his primordial soul. After the process of refining spiritual sense was completed, this step became very simple. He just made a hand seal and it was like lighting a fire. In his sea of consciousness, the spiritual sense that had been refined by the 4 Tao techniques suddenly ignited with raging flames. A 4-colored flame Holy Spirit condensed in the sky above the sea of flames and then merged into one with the self-visualization image. The golden halo behind the self-visualization image's head turned into a 4-colored halo. Primordial soul formed. Boom. Jiang Xi only felt a roar in his mind and the whole world changed. To be more precise, the world in his eyes changed. The sky was clear and the earth was clear. His affinity with the Tao of heaven and earth was higher. The strength of his spiritual sense doubled and the detection range reached 60,000 kilometers, comparable to the mid-stage Tao integration stage. He opened the experience panel to check. True body, primordial soul, initial stage 11 million, clone, primordial soul, initial stage 11 million, Tao techniques. Sword Tao, 10th tier 100 million, Fire Tao, 10th tier 50 million, Gale Tao, 10th tier 50 million, Diamond Tao, 10th tier 50 million, Amplitude, 2000 times Sword Tao, Secret Techniques, Tao Fusion Technique, 4th Tao 400 million, Tao Pattern Technique, 3rd Tao for billion, Tao Seal Technique, 3rd Tao for billion, Cultivation Techniques, Purple Cloud Sword Scripture, Peacock Visualization, Lotus Sword Manual Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time experience points, 368, 9,142, 28 million. Compared to the experience points of Tao techniques and secret techniques, the experience points of the primordial soul stage were not too high. Under normal circumstances, the primordial soul stage was the stage to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. He had completed this process in advance. In terms of Tao techniques, take the Sword Tao as an example. It had been 23 years since he returned from the battle pattern continent. Although he had been busy with various cultivation missions all these years, he had not neglected the deduction and cultivation of Tao techniques. Especially after the clone had completed the Tao refinement of spiritual sense, he had spent all his time on deduction. I have already comprehended 165 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Tao and am not far from a breakthrough. When the time comes, the Sword Tao will be able to transform into Sword Intent. Gale, Departing Fire, and King Kong are also on the verge of a breakthrough. Jiang Xi had a feeling that in the next few years, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, the consumption was also huge. After deducing 4 Tao techniques at the same time for 23 years, he had consumed more than 100 billion experience points. Fortunately, he had obtained enough experience points in the battle pattern continent, especially the golden battle emperor palm that he had obtained. After refining it, he would obtain 500 billion experience points. With his refining speed, he had already refined 2 fingers and obtained 200 billion experience points. There were still 3 fingers that he had yet to refine. Jiang Xi was not in a hurry. At the moment, there would not be a shortage of experience points. The experience points of cultivation can be increased slowly. For now, I should report to the sect about my breakthrough. Jiang Xi did not waste any time. Since he had decided to help his big brother, the sooner the better. To the sect, there was no difference between the early and late stages of the primordial soul stage. They would all be sent out. In just half a day, a middle-aged Taoist wearing a purple Taoist robe arrived at Jiang Xi's mysterious purple planet. The middle-aged Taoist exuded an immortal aura, indicating that he was an immortal. Moreover, his cultivation had surpassed that of a 4th tribulation transcender. Greetings, immortal. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. The middle-aged Taoist said with a pleasant expression, spread out your spiritual sense. Through the spiritual sense, one could determine whether the spiritual sense had condensed into a primordial soul. With his strength, he could of course forcibly detect Jiang Xi's cultivation. However, Jiang Xi was a core disciple of the 4th tribulation transcendent realm. Even if he was an immortal, he could not forcibly detect his cultivation without permission. Chapter 452. After a round of inspection, the middle-aged Taoist smiled and said, "You're in the nascent soul stage. According to the sect's rules, after reaching the nascent soul stage, you have to be sent out to train. Now you have 2 choices. Return to your hometown, the Blue Star region, or choose another star region of the Purple Heaven sect." "I choose the Blue Star region." "Okay, then let me introduce you to the Blue Star region and the sect's branch there." The middle-aged Taoist nodded gently. Jiang Xi listened carefully. The middle-aged Taoist continued. Although the Blue Star region is ruled by the Purple Heaven sect, the actual jurisdiction is in the hands of the Cangyun sect. We in the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance are only assisting in the administration. The Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance is in charge of the law enforcement department. There are more than 80,000 life galaxies in the Blue Star region, and each galaxy has a corresponding law enforcement team. And the Purple Heaven sect has set up a total of 3 departments in the Blue Star region: the Commerce Department, the Warrior Department, and the Military Department. Hearing this, Jiang Xi was surprised. There are 3 departments? He had never heard of this when he was on the Blue Star region. The middle-aged Taoist seemed to know what Jiang Xi was thinking. He laughed. There are 400 star regions in the Purple Heaven region, and each star region has these 3 departments. It's just that ordinary cultivators don't know about them and don't have access to them. Jiang Xi finally understood that his level was too low at that time. Just like before he entered the Purple Heaven sect, in his impression, a Tao integration stage cultivator was already a top expert in a star region. Looking back now, Tao integration stage cultivators were trash. The middle-aged Taoist continued, the 3 departments have different divisions of labor. The Commerce Department is responsible for the Purple Heaven sect's commercial activities in the Blue Star region. It's an important source of assets for the sect and involves a lot of things. The mission of the Warrior Department is to collect and cultivate geniuses for the Purple Heaven sect in the entire Blue Star region. After all, the 9 Regions Genius Tournament is not held every year. There are many young geniuses that we need to take the initiative to find and then recommend to the sect. The Military Department is responsible for commanding and training the cultivator army in the Blue Star region and fighting against foreign enemies. The more he listened, the more surprised Jiang Xi became. There's a cultivator army? Of course. The human race stands at the top of the universe and occupies the best territory in the universe. The cultivator army was the main line of defense against the foreign races. The 9 realms of the Tao Alliance have 3,600 star zones, each of which has an army of cultivators. The middle-aged Taoist explained. How large an army can a star zone have? Jiang Xi was confused. You underestimate the power of a race. It may be very difficult for a planet with life to produce a nascent soul cultivator. However, if it's a huge star zone, it can easily form an army of hundreds of millions of cultivators at the nascent soul stage, 1 million at the Tao integration stage, and tens of thousands of tribulation transcenders. The middle-aged Taoist shook his head and chuckled. 1,000,000 Dao integration stage and over 10,000 tribulation transcenders. Jiang Xi was shocked. It made sense. There were more than 80,000 life galaxies in the pale blue star region. Each of them was at the Milky Way level, covering countless life planets. Even the Milky Way, which had 40,000 planets with life, was considered a small number. The largest dark blue galaxy had a total of 200,000 planets with life. With such a vast territory, it was indeed not difficult to build such an army of cultivators. The three major departments of each branch have a fourth tribulation transcender elder in charge of everything. After the core disciples of the fourth tribulation transcendence are sent out, the sect will generally set up an additional supervisory department and add a supervisory elder. The supervisory elder has the same status as the three elders of the original branch. Although he doesn't have any real power, the three elders will still be afraid of you. The middle-aged Taoist added. After hearing this, Jiang Xi laughed. The three major departments of the sect branch had a wide range of business and great power. Naturally, it was easy for corruption to arise. Honest and upright? That was nonsense. As for the supervising elder, it was in the word, supervising and correcting. To put it bluntly, he was an existence that could kill anyone with an imperial sword in his hand. I like this position very much. When he returned to the pale blue star region with the supervisory elder's hat, things would be easier to handle. The middle-aged Taoist shook his head and chuckled. After the sect sent out their core disciples, their purpose was to temper them. The sect wouldn't interfere with what the disciples did. Only if they went too far and made a mess out of control would the sect step in. I have to remind you of one thing. The middle-aged Taoist said seriously, the ancestor of the Zhangyun sect is true Lord Zhangyun. Although you are in charge of supervision, it's best not to put the knife on the Zhangyun sect. Jiang Xi put away his smile and nodded. I will only do my duty. I don't care about anything outside the sect. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the ancestor of the Zhangyun sect was indeed a Dao immortal. He had suspected before that the lifespan of a tribulation transcender was limited. If the Zhangyun sect only had tribulation transcender powerhouses, there would always be a time when it would decline. It was impossible to control the pale blue star region all the time. Only Dao immortals and true lords could have an endless lifespan and ensure the continuation of an orthodoxy for countless years. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. In that case, the matter is settled. After the sect's review, it will be notified to the pale blue star region, and they will start to set up a supervisory department. However, I'm afraid it will take some time to complete it. The middle-aged Taoist smiled again. Under normal circumstances, there was no supervisory department in each star region. Only when core disciples of the fourth tribulation transcendence were sent out to temper themselves would one be temporarily set up. Afterward, the middle-aged Taoist left under Jiang Xi's respectful escort. Riverward's courteous and respectful attitude made him feel very comfortable. Because there were very few core disciples of the fourth tribulation transcendence realm who would be so respectful to him like Jiang Xi. As expected of a genius that appears once in a million years. The middle-aged Taoist sighed in his heart. Riverward's growth speed, everyone saw it with their own eyes. What surprised him even more was that Jiang Xi had only been a core disciple of the fourth tribulation transcendence realm for more than 10 years. In the middle-aged Taoist view, such a choice was actually not very wise. A nascent soul realm disciple and a nascent soul realm disciple of the fourth tribulation transcendence realm were on two different levels. The competitiveness of a nascent soul realm disciple was 100 times or even 1,000 times that of a nascent soul realm disciple. Jiang Xi had only been in the fourth tribulation transcendence realm for more than 10 years, and his foundation might not be solid. What could he use to compare with those old nascent soul realm disciples who had accumulated for thousands of years? However, the middle-aged Taoist also knew that the path was completely up to the disciple. The sect would not interfere with the disciple's cultivation. The news of Jiang Xi's advancement to the nascent soul realm quickly spread. The disciples of the fourth tribulation transcendence realm of the Purple Heaven sect immediately became lively as they discussed animatedly. Even some immortals joined the ranks of the onlookers. This genius, although his talent is high but his IQ, even if the fourth tribulation transcendence realm has the best cultivation resources below the immortal Dao, he has only been cultivating in the fourth tribulation transcendence realm for more than 10 years. Compared to those old nascent soul realm disciples, the difference is too big. The thinking of a genius is always hard to understand. Perhaps this is the difference between us and a genius. Some people treated it as a joke and watched the commotion while others were very excited. When immortal Wu Yi heard the news, he laughed on the spot. This idiot. But this is a good thing for me. The environment outside the sect is not so safe, and the possibility of dying is greatly increased. At the same time, Mu Ning, Yan Jiufeng, Ji Wei, Kuang Lang and the other young disciples of the same batch who found out about this matter. They came to the fourth tribulation transcendence realm to bid farewell to Jiang Xi. With good wine and delicacies, immortal fruits and wine, the group of young disciples had a good time to relax. Jiang Xi, I can't understand your choice more and more. You are really bold. Mu Ning was drunk. He still maintained his innocence, but he also understood some of the ways of the world. I can't understand it either. Nascent Soul Realm, I was planning to stay in the Nascent Soul Realm for 500 years, but you broke through just like that. Yan Jiufeng echoed. However, Jiang Xi's move is also enviable. A fourth tribulation transcendence realm core disciple is the highest existence in a star region. He has the power of supervision and is incomparably glorious. Kuang Lang also said. His wish was to be famous in the universe, and naturally he also had the idea of being in a high position in the future. Jiang Xi just shook his head and chuckled, not saying anything. This kind of thing was very troublesome to explain, so he simply kept quiet. Ji Wei, who had always been cold, also took the initiative to speak this time. Jiang Xi, you should know that the Nascent Soul Realm, and Tao Integration Realm core disciples pay attention to accumulation. Nascent Soul Realm core disciples usually accumulate for hundreds of years before breaking through. Nascent Soul Realm core disciples accumulate for thousands of years before they choose to break through. With such accumulation, the 100 Nascent Soul Realm core disciples in the third tribulation all passed the 8th level of the Tongtian mountain. Among them, 51 passed the 9th level and 4 passed the 10th level. The 10 Nascent Soul Realm core disciples in the fourth tribulation passed the 10th level of the Tongtian mountain, and one of them passed the 11th level. These words were reasonable and received everyone's approval. Except for the truly abnormal geniuses, the difference in talent between the third tribulation and the fourth tribulation wasn't as big as imagined. As long as they had enough time to accumulate strength, they could all reach this height. The premise was that there was enough time. How many years had Jiang Xi cultivated? Obviously he couldn't compare to those senior disciples. But from the results of the Tongtian mountain, it could be seen that Jiang Xi was still at the 7th level. Jiang Xi, the Cloud Summit competition for the Nascent Soul Realm will begin in a few hundred years. Do you have the confidence to compete with them? Ji Wei's eyes were fixed on Jiang Xi. It was harder to increase one's strength as one progressed. Wanting to reach the 10th level in a few hundred years was tantamount to a fool's dream. Whether I have the confidence or not, I'll just do it first. If I fail in the competition and get eliminated to the third tribulation, I'll just come back in the future. Jiang Xi smiled indifferently. The group of young disciples fell silent. Many of them had complicated expressions. They could hear the strong confidence in Jiang Xi's tone and could feel Jiang Xi's indomitable spirit. This might be the reason why Jiang Xi could make it all the way to the fourth tribulation. Mu Ning, Yan Jiufeng, Kuang Lang and the rest all clenched their fists. Under the influence of Jiang Xi, they were also filled with fighting spirit. After the competition ended, the disciples all left. Jiang Xi packed up his things and prepared to leave. Although the official appointment of the sect hadn't been issued yet, he could already leave the sect and return to the Blue Star region. 3,000 words in this chapter. Chapter 453. Among the 400 star regions in the Zixiao domain, the Kanglan star region had the strongest interstellar trade atmosphere. For example, the slave industry was only available in the Kanglan star region in the entire Zixiao domain. Comparatively speaking, the strength of the cultivation world in the Kanglan star region was somewhat weak. However, in the past 200 years, the cultivation world in the Kanglan star region was at its peak. 200 years ago, the 9 regions genius battle covered the entire human race in the universe. 2 young geniuses from the Kanglan star region, Jiang Xi and Mu Ning, made it into the top 10. This was a magnificent feat that had never happened in the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance for thousands of years. Only a few high-level cultivators in the Kanglan star region knew that more than 10 years ago, Jiang Xi had become a core disciple of the Zixiao sect at the 4th heaven. In their opinion, this was the most shocking thing. A core disciple of the 4th heaven had a limitless future. Of course, they only knew that Jiang Xi had entered the 4th heaven. They didn't know that Jiang Xi had just reached the nascent soul stage. And he had quietly returned to the core planet of the Kanglan star region, planet Kanglan. Otherwise it would be even more shocking. Planet Kanglan Mingyang Tower, a low-key and luxurious restaurant. Only people with real status were qualified to dine here. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to know the existence of this restaurant. After Jiang Xi returned, the happiest person was naturally Jiang Daodu. She was no longer stingy. She personally booked the best floor in Mingyang Tower to welcome Jiang Xi. Now, whether it was Jiang Daodu, the actual controller of the Milky Way galaxy and the Mountain Sea Star trade, or Shen Tian, the personal disciple of the Dao integration stage ancestor of the Zhangyun sect, they were all qualified to be VIPs in Mingyang Tower. 200 years have passed, but the Kanglan star still hasn't changed at all. Jiang Xi stood in front of the window and looked at the alien city with a different style. This will happen when a civilization is highly developed. Usually, it's difficult for there to be any major changes in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It's not like Earth, which changes almost every year, Jiang Daodu said with a smile. Now that you mention it, I want to go back and take a look immediately. Jiang Xi was also homesick. Then let's go back now. I can definitely give you a big surprise. Shen Tian also smiled, but his smile was a little forced. There's no hurry. Let's settle your matter first. Jiang Xi shook his head. Big brother, I think we can call sister-in-law out. She's the clearest about the internal situation of the Shuang clan, so we can formulate a targeted strategy. Jiang Dudu suggested. It's not that simple, Shen Tian said helplessly. The Shuang clan is very strict now. They even took away Shuang's communication bead. I can't contact her. The Shuang clan's actions are too overbearing. I thought that this kind of drama only exists in novels. I didn't expect to see it in the universe. It's so vulgar. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Even his communication bead had been taken away. That was equivalent to putting him under house arrest. It's more than overbearing. 3 years ago, Master took me to the Shuang clan to propose marriage. If Master and I weren't from the Blue Cloud sect, I'm afraid that the Shuang clan would have killed me at that time. Shen Tian's tone was a little complicated. Since they're so unreasonable, don't blame me for using my power to suppress them. Jiang Xi was also angry. The Shuang clan only had 1/3 Tribulation Transcender. When he was officially appointed, the 3rd Tribulation Transcender would have to be obedient. The three of them talked for a long time in the Bright Central Building before getting up and leaving. When they arrived at the entrance of the Bright Central Building, 2 Essence Soul Stage cultivators walked in front of them. Both were middle-aged men wearing gray robes and blue robes. Shen Tian stopped and wanted to greet the middle-aged man in the blue robe. Unexpectedly, the other party just looked at him coldly, snorted, and went straight into the Bright Central Building. As for Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu, the blue-robed man didn't even look at them. Who is this? Jiang Xi asked. Shuang Long's father, Shuang Xiao. Shen Tian's face was a little embarrassed and ugly. Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu looked at each other and remained silent. Being coldly looked at by his future father-in-law, even if Shen Tian was open-minded, he still felt uncomfortable. On the 6th floor of the Bright Central Building, Shuang Xiao came to the Bright Central Building today to welcome his good friend, and Xiao, whom he hadn't seen for many years, he was in a good mood, but after seeing Shen Tian at the entrance, his mood suddenly turned bad. What? Did those 3 nascent soul stage cultivators provoke you? The gray-robed man and Xiao said with a smile. That black-robed young man just now was the Shen Tian I told you about before, the one who kept pestering my daughter. Shuang Xiao said with a calm face. In that case, just find an opportunity to kill them. I just happen to have a way to take their nascent souls. They can be sold for a lot of money. And Xiao said without a care. Humph, you think I don't want to kill him? Shuang Zhao's face was cold. That kid is the personal disciple of Blue Cloud Sect's Wei Sheng. You can't kill him. So it's that crazy blade. And Zhao's expression changed slightly. Well, Shuang Zhao's tone was disdainful. That Shen Tian came from an unknown life planet. He has no talent and no family background. He's just a poor kid who popped out of a remote and desolate place. If it weren't for his relationship with Wei Sheng, he would have died 800 times already. If he dares to pester my daughter again, I'll find someone to kill him even if I have to risk being punished by the family. And Xiao nodded slightly. He understood Shuang Zhao's anger. The Shuang clan had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and had many factions within the clan. Although Shuang Xiao was in the nascent soul stage, his status wasn't as high as imagined. It was only until Shuang Zhao's daughter became a core disciple of the Dao Union's Moon sect that Shuang Xiao started to have a certain status and voice in the clan. Therefore, Shuang Xiao attached great importance to his daughter's future development, including emotional issues. Emotions could easily affect a cultivator's state of mind and thus affect their cultivation. This was the reason why Shuangshao hated Xiantian so much. Of course, looking down on him was also one of the reasons. Ancient immortal Dao clans all had their own pride. Speaking of which, the short-haired youth beside Xiantian looked familiar. I don't know where I've seen him before, and Xiao said. He's probably also a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He's just a nascent soul stage cultivator. Who cares about him? Shuangshao said disdainfully. Then he shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's disappointing. The two of them threw this matter aside. It wasn't strange that they didn't recognize Jiang Xi. After 200 years, Jiang Xi's temperament and appearance had changed greatly. People who weren't really familiar with him would find it difficult to recognize him at a glance. In addition, Jiang Xi's current spiritual sense was comparable to a mid-stage Dao integration stage cultivator. Cultivators below the immortal Dao stage couldn't see through his true cultivation. Moreover, the two of them were only at the nascent soul stage. They couldn't even see through Jiang Xi's true cultivation, let alone recognize Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu returned to the Daodu Manor in Linhai City. Xiantian returned to the Blue Cloud sect alone. Big Brother's feelings are real this time. Jiang Daodu frowned. That's why I came back to help him. Jiang Xi sighed. What? Do I have no place in your heart? Jiang Daodu glared. How could that be? You're always the first in my heart. Jiang Xi patted his chest. Hey, you don't have any sincerity. Look, this is the low-grade immortal dagger I bought for you. There's also the strange thousand-star grass. The gift strategy that would never be outdated successfully diverted Jiang Daodu's attention. Of course, these two things were indeed specially prepared by Jiang Xi for Jiang Daodu. After many mysterious hibernation, Jiang Daodu's cultivation had already reached the perfected nascent soul stage. At the same time, she had also comprehended the Dao of stealth in the Space Dao method. The low-grade immortal dagger could greatly enhance Jiang Daodu's actual combat power. The thousand-star grass was obtained by Jiang Xi during a cultivation mission. Its mature form could reach the Dao integration stage. For Jiang Daodu, who was inclined to close combat and assassination, the thousand-star grass, which had both offensive and defensive abilities, could give Jiang Daodu a stronger life-saving ability. The only drawback of the thousand-star grass was that it required a lot of resources to cultivate. Fortunately, Jiang Daodu now controlled the Milky Way galaxy and the Mountain Sea Star trade. She could obtain a lot of income every year. Cultivating a thousand-star grass was not a problem. Only Jiang Daodu and the Xiantian knew about Jiang Xi's return to the Blue Planet. This way, it would be much more peaceful and there would be no messy social interactions. With his current status, once the news of his return spread, the daily invitations to visit him would definitely extend to the outer space of the Blue Planet. 3 days later, Jiang Xi received a message from the Purple Heaven sect. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and read the content of the message. Jiang Xi, congratulations on becoming the supervisory elder of the Purple Heaven sect's Blue Planet branch. You have the supervisory authority. The 3 major departments of the Blue Planet branch, the military department, the warrior department, and the business department, are all under your control. Your term will end when you reach the Dao integration stage. In addition, during your training outside, the sect will issue irregular special missions. The missions will also reward points. I hope you can exercise your supervisory authority well. There were many other things to take note of in the supervisory work. Jiang Xi only briefly skimmed through them. The supervisory elder was paid. After all, the training outside was not for nothing. After he stepped down, he would be rewarded with 100,000 points in one go. It was better than nothing. The rewards for special missions could be very high or very low. Therefore, Jiang Xi already had a plan in mind for how to do his job. Supervising was actually a job that offended people. This was one of the purposes of the Purple Heaven sect's training for the core disciples. It tested the core disciples' temperament and ability to deal with people. This was because many of the core disciples would become the higher-ups of the sect after they grew up. They must have a certain level of management ability. If I do a bad job during my term as the supervisory elder, I may not be able to become a higher-up in the future. I can only focus on the path of cultivation. Of course, Jiang Xi did not care about these things. Some people would enjoy the feeling of having power, but he only wanted to step onto the peak of cultivation. This time he had broken through to the essence soul stage. He was not aiming for the position of the supervisory elder. His main purpose was to use this identity to help his older brother, Xiantian, solve his relationship problems. Now, it's time for me to officially make my debut. I wonder what the expressions of the 3 elders of the Blue Planet branch will be when they see me? Surprise, anxiety, fear, motherfucker? Jiang Xi smiled. This chapter is still 3,000 words. Chapter 454. East Pole Island, Planet Kanglan. Although it was called an island, it was actually more than 10 million square kilometers in area. It was the headquarters of the 3 major departments of the Kanglan branch of the Purple Heaven sect, namely the Military Department, the Warrior Department, and the Business Department. At the same time, a small Grotto Heaven world was opened here, where the Cultivator Army of the Military Department was stationed. In the past few days, the 3 major departments had worked together to establish a new supervision department. This matter had already spread among the upper echelons of the cultivation world of the Kanglan planet. The last time the Purple Heaven sect set up a supervision department in the Kanglan planet was 100,000 years ago. Everyone knew that this time, a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect in the 4th firmament must have been sent to the Kanglan planet to train. No one thought about Jiang Xi because Jiang Xi had only been in the Purple Heaven sect for a short time. Many upper echelons of the cultivation world were looking forward to it. A supervision elder without any foundation in the Kanglan planet was obviously more worthy and easier to make friends with than the original 3 elders. In addition, many people were still waiting to watch the show. Everyone knew whether the 3 elders of the Purple Heaven sect in the Kanglan planet were clean or not. Every investigation was accurate. On this day, when Jiang Xi received the official appointment from the sect, the 3 elders also received the notice at the same time. Before this, they only knew that a core disciple of the 4th firmament in the nascent soul realm had come here to train, but they didn't know who it was. Now they knew. After the shock, the 3 of them gathered together to discuss how to deal with this matter. The 3 of them looked very different. The military department's elder, Immortal Chen Hu, looked like a middle-aged burly man. He was majestic without being angry and had an iron-blooded aura. The martial department's elder, Immortal Lang He, looked like a white-haired elder. He had a kind face and was always smiling. The Commerce Department's elder, Immortal Ba Miao, looked like a beautiful middle-aged woman. She was extremely coquettish and could make people's hearts flutter. He has only been cultivating in the sect for 100 years and he has already broken through to the nascent soul realm. What is Jiang Xi thinking? Immortal Chen Hu said in a deep voice. He was in charge of the cultivator army and had a very strong aura. No matter what he thinks, now we have to think about how to deal with his supervision. Immortal Lang He sighed softly and was worried. I'm just afraid that he's a person with a strong desire for power. Unfortunately, he hasn't cultivated for long, so it's hard to find out his habits and hobbies. Immortal 8 Wonders frowned and exuded a mature charm. Habits and hobbies were equivalent to weaknesses. Collecting these was naturally to catch Jiang Xi's weakness. Immortal Chen Hu said coldly, "Let me give you a word of advice. Put away your little tricks. A core disciple of the 4th heaven is not someone we can provoke. Moreover, Jiang Xi's master is the famous Wine Sword Immortal. If anything happens to him, it won't even be enough to bury all of us from the 3 major branches. Don't act like you're all high and mighty." Immortal 8 Wonders sneered. "Alright, let's not quarrel among ourselves. While Jiang Xi hasn't returned to the Kanglan Star region, let's take advantage of the fact that Jiang Xi hasn't returned to the Blue Star region. Hurry up and solve the problems that need to be solved. Supplement those that need to be supplemented and kill those that need to be killed." Immortal Lang He acted as the peacemaker. Only then did Immortal Chen Hu and Immortal 8 Wonders stop arguing. In fact, since 3 days ago when the supervision department was established, they had already started to clean up the problems in their respective departments. However, the work and business scope of the 3 major departments covered tens of billions of planets with life in the pale blue star zone. There were also all kinds of problems that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It was impossible to destroy all the evidence in just 3 days. At this time, before they left, someone came in to report that Jiang Xi was here. The 3 high and mighty immortals were dumbfounded. The appointment notice had only been issued less than an hour ago, right? He's back already? The 3 of them changed their expressions greatly. They even felt a little nervous and frightened. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts. Because this situation meant that Jiang Xi was very likely to be a person with a strong desire for power. However, they didn't dare to neglect and hurried out to greet him. The 3 elders were clear about one principle: no matter what, they couldn't offend Jiang Xi. A supreme-grade flying boat flew to East Pole Island riverward didn't restrain his aura. and his spiritual sense easily probed the island's situation. At the core of the island stood a luxurious palace. It was the pale blue branch of the Purple Heaven sect. A team of nascent soul cultivators wearing standard battle armor came up and asked about Jiang Xi's identity. Then they respectfully and fearfully welcomed Jiang Xi. Almost at the same time, the three elders exuded immortal auras and came out of a palace. Immortal Chen Hu laughed heartily and said, "Haha, I didn't expect Elder Jiang Xi to come so quickly. Welcome, welcome. Elder Riverward, you truly are a man of striking appearance." Immortal Eight Wonders smiled charmingly, his eyes gleaming. Immortal Lang He also smiled warmly and said, "Seeing is believing. During the Nine Regions Genius battle, I knew that Elder Jiang Xi was definitely an extraordinary person." The enthusiasm of the 3/4 Tribulation Transcenders looked so real that Jiang Xi almost believed it. Of course he wouldn't be fooled by appearances. He just smiled and said, "I'll be in your care in the future." Of course, the three immortals repeatedly said. Everyone introduced themselves and Jiang Xi got to know the 3/4 Tribulation Transcenders. Soon after, Jiang Xi followed them and arrived in front of a new and magnificent palace. It was obvious that it had just been built. Immortal Eight Wonders smiled and said, "Elder Jiang Xi, this palace was specially built for you. After all, it was paid for by the Ministry of Commerce. Isn't it a bit too big?" Jiang Xi slightly frowned. The palace covered an area of 100,000 square kilometers. It was too big. Under normal circumstances, only 9th Tribulation Transcenders of the sect were qualified to own such a large palace. As for Tao Immortals and True Monarchs, their palace was 1,000,000 square kilometers. Immortal Eight Wonders said, "Elder Jiang Xi is overthinking things. This isn't the sect's headquarters and no one will care about these things. Moreover, for the entire Ministry of Supervision, this area is not big at all." Immortal Lang He of the Martial Arts Department said. Jiang Xi nodded, and the four people entered the main hall on the first floor. Inside the main hall, millions of figures saluted in unison. "Greetings, Elder Jiang Xi." The vast momentum caused Riverward to be shocked in his heart, but he still maintained a calm expression. Immortal Eight Wonders smiled and said, "These are the cultivators that were transferred from the three original departments. They came from various galaxies in the Blue Star region, and there are a total of 1.58 million people. In the future they will be your subordinates, Elder Reversi." Immortal Lang He said with a smile. Jiang Xi just nodded slightly. In fact, he was still very shocked. Among these 1.58 million people, the lowest cultivation level was at the early nascent soul stage. Among them, 100,000 were at the essence soul stage and 10,000 were at the Tao integration stage. There were even 103 tribulation transcenders. Of course, they were all immortals below the third tribulation, and the majority were first tribulation transcenders. This was the first time that Jiang Xi had seen the external power of the Purple Heaven sect. If the Ministry of Supervision of a star region had so many tribulation transcenders, what about the entire sect? Immortal Chen Hu suddenly shouted, "Lu Chuan, come out." A burly man with an old-fashioned face flew out from the 103 tribulation transcenders and arrived in front of Jiang Xi and the three elders. Jiang Xi noticed that this person was a third tribulation transcender, and he was also the one with the highest cultivation level apart from the three elders. "Elder Jiang Xi, Lu Chuan used to be my subordinate. He's a practical person and is very capable. It's just that his temper is a bit stubborn. More than 8,000 years ago, he offended a 6th tribulation transcender of the sect and has been in hiding ever since. Therefore, I hope that Elder Jiang Xi can help me take care of him," Immortal Chen Hu said with a sincere expression. Jiang Xi looked at him with a sideways glance. What was the meaning of this? Throwing a burden at him? "It doesn't matter. I'll just let him work under me." Riverward smiled faintly. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank Elder Jiang Xi." Immortal Chen Hu kicked Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, Elder Jiang Xi." Jiang Xi only nodded slightly. Although a 6th tribulation transcender was powerful, with his current status and background he could still protect a 3rd tribulation transcender. This was because his master was Wine Sword Immortal, and many higher-ups of the sect had bet on him. In comparison, Immortal Chen Hu and the other two elders, even if they were 4th tribulation transcenders, had less influence in the sect than him. It was not surprising that Immortal Chen Hu had such a request. It was a simple matter, so Jiang Xi did not refuse. There was no need to make things unpleasant with Immortal Chen Hu. Even if he really found out that he was a burden in the future, he could just throw him away. "Elder Jiang Xi, this is your first time in office. Just now, the three of us discussed and decided to hold a welcome banquet for you. I don't know if you have any special requests. Immortal Qin, whose face was full of smiles. Jiang Xi's straightforwardness also made his enthusiasm warmer. Jiang Xi shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. It's too troublesome." Immortal Lang, he smiled and said, "You have to do it. In the future, you will be the spokesperson of our Purple Heaven sect in the Blue Star region. You have to be a little high profile to show the power of the sect." Immortal Eight Wonders chuckled and said, "And it's not troublesome at all. Just leave the matter of the welcome banquet to my business department. I guarantee that it will be a grand affair. At that time, Elder Jiang Xi can just send someone." At this point, Jiang Xi didn't decline any further. "Sure, but don't make it too big." Immortal Eight Wonders nodded repeatedly and said, "Small but refined, I understand." Jiang Xi did not know what Immortal Eight Wonders meant by small but refined, so he did not ask. It was fine as long as he did not cause trouble for him. Accompanied by the three elders, Jiang Xi toured East Pole Island again. Then he found an excuse to leave, looking a little cold and aloof. Of course, this was something that Jiang Xi had planned for a long time. He knew that he was no match for the three elders when it came to playing tricks. Only by showing such a cold and aloof attitude could he bring psychological pressure to the three elders. Sure enough, after he left, the three elders remained silent in the wind. They were still a little nervous and worried. "He looks difficult to deal with. I don't know what he's thinking and what he'll do next." From the beginning to the end, he did not express any of his opinions. "I can't see through him. I can't see through him. He doesn't feel like a young man who has only cultivated for a few hundred years. Instead, he feels like an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years." This was what they were most afraid of. This was because they had ways to deal with people, whether they were weak or strong. However, they could not figure out Jiang Xi's calm and collected style and could not find any weakness. Chapter 455. The three elders sighed again. This young man wasn't easy to deal with. They didn't dare to offend Jiang Xi, let alone plot against Jiang Xi. Even if Jiang Xi found out about the problem, the most serious punishment would be dismissal. Then they would be sent to the foreign battlefield to fight for their lives and atone for their crimes. This way they would still have a chance to live. However, once they made a move against Jiang Xi, only death would await them. Immortal Qin, who suddenly smiled and said, "Let's take it one step at a time. At least he's not an unreasonable person." This could be seen from the fact that he had asked Jiang Xi for help in the welcoming banquet. Immortal Lang, he nodded in agreement. Young people are all prideful, so this welcome banquet must be held well. Don't worry, all the tribulation transcenders of the immortal sects and clans must be present. If anyone dares to not come, don't blame us for being ruthless. Immortal Eight Wonders' eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. The influence of the military and the business departments was huge. In the 9 domains of the Tao Alliance, joining the army of cultivators was the best way to earn merit points, and merit points were an important cultivation resource. Many powerful cultivators of the various sects and clans would choose to join the army of cultivators if they wanted to improve further. This path was firmly controlled by the military of the various star regions. The business department represented huge commercial interests, especially in the Pale Blue Star region, where interstellar trade was strong. Every faction had their own business activities, and they were inextricably linked to the Department of Commerce. They couldn't avoid the Department of Commerce. The military department was even simpler. What did the younger generation of these forces have to do to enter the Purple Heaven sect? The most common way was naturally through the military department. If they offended the military department, they would have no chance with the Purple Heaven sect. Of course, if they entered the Purple Heaven sect this way, they would basically be inner disciples and not core disciples. Therefore, no force dared to offend the 3 major departments. There were exceptions. The Tsangyun sect had true Lord Tsangyun, who was at the Tao Immortal level, so they naturally had no fear. However, they still had to give face. Soon, a supreme-grade spirit artifact invitation letter was sent to the various forces of the Pale Blue Star region, Shuang family's ancestral land, Luo Shuang Paradise. After reading the contents of the invitation, a trace of surprise appeared on Frost Cheng Immortal's handsome face. The supervising elder sent by the Purple Heaven sect is actually that little guy from 200 years ago? He had also heard the news of the Purple Heaven sect's Azure branch preparing to set up the supervisory department a few days ago. 200 years ago, Jiang Xi and Mu Ning both made it to the top 10 in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament. Of course, he knew a little about Jiang Xi. However, he did not expect that Jiang Xi would be chosen as the supervising elder. This kid's future is limitless. This time he was personally invited by the 3 grand elders. He has to go. Immortal Frostpeak made up his mind. Then he sent a message to the current patriarch of the Shuang clan. Make your preparations. Come with me to attend a banquet, Immortal Frostpeak said. Forefather, whose banquet is this? The Shuang family patriarch was surprised. The forefather had not left Luo Frost Grotto Heaven for thousands of years. The supervising elder of the Azure Blue branch of the Violet Firmament sect. Immortal Frostpeak laughed. Then he instructed, "Oh right, pick a few more talented clansmen from the clan and bring them along." Yes. The Shuang family patriarch understood the forefather's intentions. This sort of high-level banquet was a chance for them to see the world and try their luck. If one of the Violet Firmament sect's immortal experts took a fancy to them, they would strike it rich in the future. Although the Shuang clan had a heritage of over 600,000 years, they only had a few true immortal experts. If they wanted their heritage to last longer, they would need to establish close ties with other powers, especially the 3 gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance. Soaring Rainbow Planet. Soaring Rainbow Grotto Heaven. As the second most powerful immortal power in the Azure Blue Quadrant, it naturally had more than one immortal hidden within it. Patriarch Yuan Mu was currently kneeling in front of the sacred altar. A white-haired elder dressed in embroidered robes flew out from the altar. The elder's body emanated the aura of immortal Tao. He was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Rainbow Sect, Immortal Yuan Jin. "Greetings, Grand Elder," Yuan Mu said respectfully. "Come with me to the Azure Blue Planet to attend the Supervising Elder's banquet." Immortal Yuan Jin's voice was cold and clear. "The Supervising Elder is here? Who is it?" Yuan Mu was very surprised. "Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi." Yuan Mu thought he had misheard. "The Jiang Xi you think he is?" Immortal Yuan Jin took a step forward and left the Soaring Rainbow Grotto Heaven with Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu's expression changed greatly. This was because his most beloved great-grandson had offended Jiang Xi. Although he had already sent his great-grandson to a remote planet, who knew if Jiang Xi would hold a grudge? Azure Cloud Sect. Azure Cloud Grotto Heaven. After Grand Elder Immortal Wu Feng explained the matter, Sect Patriarch Wu Kuei was also dumbfounded. Jiang Xi? That little guy from back then? Not only has he reached the nascent soul stage, but he has also become the supervising elder of the Azure Blue branch of the Purple Heaven sect. At this moment he was shocked and at a loss. Jiang Xi Shen. That's right, Grand Elder Jiang Xi's sworn brother is a disciple of our Azure Cloud sect. Moreover, he is the personal disciple of Martial Uncle Wei Sheng. Wu Kuei suddenly thought of this. There is such a relationship. Interesting. Immortal Wu Feng chuckled. Unlike other Immortal Dao factions, their Azure Cloud sect did not need to curry favor with this supervising elder. However, it was always good to have an additional relationship. At the same time, the invitation sent out by the 3 great elders caused a sensation among the various factions in the Azure Blue Star region. The scene of Jiang Xi participating in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament 200 years ago was still fresh in everyone's memory. Especially the people of Azure Blue, who regarded Jiang Xi as the glory of their planet. However, no one expected that the new supervising elder would be Jiang Xi. How long had it been? Only 200 years, yet Jiang Xi had reached such a height. Every faction attached great importance to the invitation to this banquet, especially those without any immortal Dao powerhouses. This was because this was an opportunity to establish a relationship with Jiang Xi. Such a young genius with such a high status in the Purple Heaven sect could soar to the sky once they managed to establish a relationship with him. Azure Blue Star Region, East Pole Island, in the supervising palace that covered an area of 100,000 square kilometers. Jiang Xi took Shen Tian around the palace, which greatly broadened Shen Tian's horizons. Extravagant, the Purple Heaven sect is really rich. Shen Tian exclaimed. His emotional problems were about to be solved, and his mood was a lot more relaxed. Jiang Xi added, in the sect headquarters only 9th Tribulation Transcenders can have a palace of this scale. It seems that the 3 great elders are very afraid of you. Shen Tian understood very well. They are 4th Tribulation Transcenders, and they have been elders in the Azure Blue Star region for at least 10,000 years. Coupled with the fact that they monopolize power, there are bound to be a lot of problems. Jiang Xi also understood. Shen Tian asked, then have you thought about what to do? Jiang Xi smiled and said, What happened in the past will happen in the future. Smart. Xian Tian nodded gently. Because Jiang Xi's path was different, it was impossible for him to always be a supervising elder. When he reached the Dao integration stage, he would have to step down. Today he had investigated the 3 great elders. After he left, there were still the other 3 great elders. For countless eras, even the 3 schools and 6 sects of the Dao Alliance had not been able to solve the problem, so it was even more impossible for Jiang Xi to solve it. Therefore, there was no need for him to do such a thankless thing and waste time cultivating. After the 2 of them toured the place, Jiang Xi said, "Big brother, Immortal Frost Cheng will also come to the banquet tomorrow. At that time, I will ask you and sister-in-law in person." Xian Tian took a deep breath, full of expectations. The next day, East Pole Island became particularly lively. The cultivators of the Department of Supervision had their first task, to receive guests. Keep your eyes open. Many of the people coming today are ancestor-level powerhouses of the major forces in the Azure Blue Star region. If something happens and you lose face as a supervising elder, your cultivation career will be over. A late-stage Dao integration cultivator was lecturing 100,000 nascent soul cultivators in front of him. Nascent soul cultivators were not qualified to receive guests this time. After the lecture, the 100,000 nascent soul cultivators immediately dispersed to prepare for today's banquet. Some of the immortal Dao powerhouses of the Azure Blue Star region traveled alone, while others brought their juniors. The Department of Supervision's palace had an area of 100,000 square kilometers, which was enough to support the banquet. The main hall was surrounded by clouds and mist, making it look like an immortal palace. Delicacies and immortal fruits from various vital planets in the Azure Blue Star region were placed everywhere in the main hall, ready to be served. Almost everyone was shocked by such a luxurious banquet and marveled at the Purple Heaven sect's wealth, because the immortal fruits and wine alone were very expensive. Even 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit stones was considered a small amount. Shuang Xiao and An Xiao were also lucky enough to attend this banquet because of their family and sect connections. Shuang Xiao was there because his daughter was the strongest young genius of the Shuang family, while An Xiao was there because she was a disciple of an immortal ancestor of the Feihong sect. At the banquet, the 2 of them also became friends with many people because of their identities, especially Shuang Xiao, whose daughter was the core disciple of the Guanghan sect. When she reached the nascent soul stage in the future, her status might be similar to that of Elder Jiang Xi. Therefore, Shuang Xiao was also in the limelight this time. If there's a chance to let Longer and Elder Jiang Xi get to know each other? Shuang Xiao thought in his heart that this was the best son-in-law candidate in his mind. Unfortunately, this banquet limited cultivation. Only cultivators above the nascent soul stage were eligible to attend. "Hey Shuang Xiao, isn't that the person who has been pestering your daughter? How can a nascent soul stage cultivator like him come here?" And Xiao asked in surprise. Shuang Xiao followed his gaze and saw that Sangyun sect's grand elder, Immortal Wu Feng, leading a group of cultivators into the hall. Xian Tian was in that group. Maybe he hit the jackpot. Shuang Xiao snorted coldly. His good mood turned bad again. He didn't want to see Xian Tian, so he turned around and wanted to go somewhere else. He couldn't make a move here unless he didn't want to live. But before he could leave, and Zhao's expression changed greatly. "No, Shuang Xiao, isn't that person Elder Jiang Xi?" Shuang Xiao looked again doubtfully and saw a short-haired young man in black and 3 elders flying from the depths of the hall to greet the Sangyun sect's grand elder. Chapter 456. Shuang Cheng and An Xiao were completely shocked. A few days ago they had seen this black-clothed, short-haired youth, and felt that he was somewhat familiar. But because their attention had been on Xian Tian, they hadn't paid much attention to the identity of the person beside Xian Tian. Now that they thought about it, it was no wonder that he was familiar. The black-clothed, short-haired youth was Jiang Xi. Oh, didn't that mean that Jiang Xi and Xian Tian knew each other? The 2 looked at each other, their faces full of shock. At the same time, under the gaze of everyone at the banquet, Jiang Xi and the 3 elders arrived in front of the grand elder of the Sangyun sect, Immortal Wu Feng. Immortal Wu Feng was also a 4th tribulation transcender, and was the only immortal worthy of being welcomed by the 4 of them. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Xi walked toward Xian Tian and called him Big Brother. This scene shocked everyone apart from those from the Sangyun sect, and their gazes gathered on Xian Tian. Xian Tian wasn't afraid at all, and nodded with a calm expression. Then Jiang Xi directly left with him. The 3 elders were also very surprised. "Immortal Lang," he asked, Old ghost Wu Feng, this little guy from your sect? You still don't know? Immortal Wu Feng pretended to be mysterious. The three elders shook their heads. Elder Jiang Xi has a sworn big brother and a sworn second sister. His big brother is a disciple of my Zhangyun sect, and his second sister is a disciple of the Heavenly Court's Tai Moon Hall, Immortal Wu Feng said with a smile. The three elders immediately understood. They were both geniuses. On the other side, Jiang Xi and Shen Tian found Immortal Shuangqing together. Immortal Shuangqing was very surprised and happy about this, feeling that he had gained a lot of face. After all, among so many immortal experts at the banquet, his strength wasn't even in the top 10. However, he was the first person Jiang Xi had taken the initiative to meet. Even Immortal Wu Feng, Jiang Xi had only exchanged a few polite words with him. Now Jiang Xi was chatting with him enthusiastically. I've admired Senior Shuangqing for a long time. When I was listening to Master's teachings in the ancient Tao origin world, Master had mentioned Senior's name. Jiang Xi calmly mentioned his master without blushing or panting. Senior Wine Sword Immortal, you know of me as well? Immortal Frostcom clearly grew excited. Jiang Xi smiled calmly and said, of course I know. Master once said that among all the immortal path powerhouses in the Blue Star region, only Senior has the chance to go further on the path of tribulation transcendence. Haha, Senior Winesword Immortal, you praise me too much. Immortal Frostpeak laughed heartily. The Wine Sword Immortal hadn't appeared in the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance for 50,000 years. He was a third tribulation transcender, and in front of the Wine Sword Immortal, he was a junior among juniors. To be able to be remembered by the Wine Sword Immortal, it means that he indeed has a bright future. As for whether Jiang Xi's words were true or not, he believed them to be true. A dignified 4th heavenly layer core disciple had a higher status than him, a third tribulation transcender. There was no need to lie to him. Shen Tian glanced at his third brother. He could tell at a glance that Jiang Xi was lying. With a powerful background as the prerequisite, even the most clumsy deception would work. Immortal Frostcom had clearly been deceived by Jiang Xi. In fact, Jiang Xi's deception wasn't clumsy at all. Through the Purple Heaven Sect's database, he had a very detailed understanding of Immortal Frostcom. Everything he said and did was targeted. It made Immortal Frostqing feel very comfortable listening to him. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xi saw that the time was right and changed the topic to Shen Tian. Jiang Xi smiled and said, Senior Frostcom, I forgot to introduce you. This is my elder brother, Shen Tian. Shen Tian? Immortal Frostcom glanced at Shen Tian. He had heard this name before. When Jiang Xi went to welcome the group of people from the Zhangyun sect, he didn't call out Shen Tian's name. Now that he heard Jiang Xi's introduction, he suddenly understood something. Immortals weren't fools. You're the one who was very close to Shuanglong? Immortal Frostcom asked in a tactful tone. Greetings, Senior Frostcom. Shen Tian respectfully bowed, which was equivalent to admitting it. Elder Jiang Xi, your motives aren't pure. Immortal Frostcom shook his head and chuckled. Senior, please forgive me. I think it's better to let nature take its course when it comes to matters of mutual affection, don't you think so? Jiang Xi laughed. Since we're talking about this, I'll tell you the truth. Immortal Frostcom was somewhat helpless, but he didn't mind. He continued, Shuanglong is the clansman with the strongest talent in the 600,000 years of our Shuanglong family's history. I have great hopes for her. However, I'm not a pedantic person. I won't interfere with Shuanglong's personal matters. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. It's not good to forcefully obstruct them. But according to the information I received, it seems that you were the one who broke up my big brother in Shuanglong? Jiang Xi asked. That's right. I personally gave the order. Immortal Frostcom smiled, then said, but the one who truly instructed me to do this was Shuanglong's master, Fairy Wang Qing. Fairy Wang Qing of the Moon Sect? Jiang Xi's expression was grave. It seems that Elder Jiang Xi has heard of her. Then you should know the situation of the Wang Qing lineage. Immortal Frostcom nodded. Third brother? Shen Tian looked at Jiang Xi with a questioning gaze. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and said, Big brother, sorry for the trouble. Shen Tian's expression changed. She's very strong? Jiang Xi said gravely, she's more than strong. The strength of the Moon Sect's 9 tribulation transcender is comparable to my master's. They once seriously injured a Tao immortal true monarch in a small team. This time he had really heard of this from his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. The latter had told him before that there were some powerful immortal experts in the Tao Alliance that he needed to pay attention to, and Fairy Wang Qing was one of them. She was a 9 tribulation transcender who specialized in the path of charm, the path of inner demons and the path of illusions. She was an expert in playing with souls. Moreover, she had created 3 fused Taoist techniques, making it difficult for experts of the same realm to guard against her. Strength was one thing. Another thing was that Fairy Wang Qing had a temperamental temperament. Countless immortal experts had died at her hands. What was even more unimaginable was that this female immortal who specialized in charm, inner demons, and illusions hated feelings in men. In that case, it was not hard to understand why Fairy Wang Qing would interfere with the relationship between Shen Tian and Shuang Long. After Jiang Xi gave him a simple explanation of Fairy Wang Qing, Shen Tian lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Immortal Shuang Qing sighed and said, "The moon sect's Wang Qing lineage hates it when their disciples are bound by feelings. Therefore, I can't do anything about this matter." Jiang Xi sincerely expressed his thanks. "Senior, I still have to thank you for telling me this." Immortal Shuang Qing shook his head. At this time Shen Tian suddenly raised his head and said, "Senior Shuang Qing, I want to meet Fairy Wang Qing. I wonder if you can introduce me to her?" This. Immortal Shuang Qing was somewhat hesitant. It was clear that he was also afraid of Fairy Wang Qing. Jiang Xi wanted to persuade him, but he saw Shen Tian's resolute expression. He said to Immortal Shuang Qing, "This junior will never forget senior's kindness." The meaning of these words was, "Do me a favor and I'll owe you a favor." Shen Tian nodded gratefully at Jiang Xi. Immortal Shuang Qing nodded and said, "That's fine. I'll help you pass a message. However, whether Fairy Wang Qing wants to meet you or not will depend on your luck." "Many thanks, senior." Shen Tian expressed his thanks. Chapter 457. The banquet lasted for 3 days before it ended. If it had been before entering the Purple Heaven sect, Jiang Xi would have been very cautious and nervous when meeting so many immortal Dao powerhouses. But now, in front of these immortal Dao powerhouses he seemed to be at ease. The powerhouses of each faction returned with satisfaction. And Jiang Xi also took advantage of this banquet to officially step into the upper echelons of the Blue Star region. In contrast, after talking with immortal Shuang Qing, Shen Tian had remained silent. Because 3 days had passed and Fairy Wang Qing had not sent back a message, so he did not know if she wanted to see him. After the banquet ended, the 2 brothers sat at the top of the hall. Jiang Xi sighed and said, "Big brother, you always taught me to be tolerant of all things in the world. Why are you like this now?" Shen Tian asked with a smile, "Do you think I will fail?" Jiang Xi nodded. After knowing the real reason why the Shuang family stopped Shen Tian and Shuang, the result was already obvious. Even if Shen Tian wanted to see Fairy Wang Qing and fought for her face to face, the chances were very slim. Because an unrelated nascent soul cultivator was like an ant in front of a 9th tribulation transcender. Perhaps Fairy Wang Qing would not see him at all. Only when you try will you have no regrets. Shen Tian's eyes were deep as he said softly, "If you don't try, how will you know whether you succeed or fail? And even if you fail, so what? As long as I continue to improve, sooner or later, I will also set foot on the peak of the immortal Tao. At that time, no one will be able to stop me in Shuang." Jiang Xi felt a strong sense of confidence from Shen Tian. He had never doubted his big brother Shen Tian's talent. Among the 3 sworn siblings, Shen Tian's state of mind had always been the highest. Cultivating the state of mind was also a kind of talent. The bigger the heart, the bigger the world. If he did not even dare to think about it, how could he improve? At this moment, Jiang Xi received a new message in his communication bead. "Good news. Immortal Frostcom just said that Fairy Wang Qing is willing to meet you. In a while, someone will bring us to meet her." Jiang Xi laughed. Shen Tian's eyes lit up. East Pole Island's teleportation hall. Jiang Xi and Shen Tian waited beside the interstellar teleportation array. Half a day later, a beautiful woman in white arrived. She was in the primordial soul stage. The white-clothed woman's gaze first landed on Riverward. She said with a smile, "Greetings, senior brother Riverward." "Hello, junior sister Yuanzi." Jiang Xi nodded gently. The disciples of the 3 gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance were also ranked according to seniority. He was a core disciple of the 4th firmament of the Purple Heaven sect, and his status was also the highest. Then Yuanzi glanced at Shen Tian and said coldly, "You're Shen Tian?" Shen Tian's expression froze. He was about to speak when Yuanzi ignored him. Instead, she smiled at Jiang Xi and said, Senior brother Jiang Xi, my master is waiting for the two of you. Shall we go now? Jiang Xi was displeased, but he didn't show it. He was working for his big brother Shen Tian. If he really offended Fairy Wang Qing, he wouldn't stand a chance. He nodded and said, "Lead the way." The three of them stepped into the interstellar teleportation array. Yuanzi made hand seals and reset the teleportation array's coordinates. In a dazzling teleportation light, the three of them disappeared. To meet Fairy Wang Qing, they naturally had to go to the moon sect. Therefore, this was an interstellar teleportation. The distance was even further than when Jiang Xi went to the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters. After a full 3 hours of spatial distortion, the teleportation finally came to an end. After the space stabilized, the three of them appeared on a teleportation platform in the starry sky. Jiang Xi felt fine. After all, he was in the primordial soul stage. Shen Tian's face was a little pale. He wanted to vomit. Seeing this, Yuanzi's eyes were filled with disdain. She was still full of enthusiasm for Jiang Xi. She smiled and said, "This is the headquarters of the Moon sect. Senior brother Jiang Xi, what do you think of it compared to the Purple Heaven sect?" "Very good." Jiang Xi only said 2 words. At the same time, he and Shen Tian looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Because the headquarters of the Moon sect in front of them was an incomparably huge planet. They couldn't see the end of it at all just by visual inspection. Its diameter was hundreds of millions of kilometers. Of course, this was not the most shocking thing for them. The shock in their eyes came from the palace floating above this huge planet. It was an incomparably huge palace. It was golden and dazzling, exuding a rich spiritual aura. A palace in the sky. If they looked at it in a smaller scale, it was exactly the same as the moon palace on the second moon on Earth. As for the dilapidated moon palace on the first moon, it was a little different because it was too dilapidated. The planet below is called the Moon Star. It's the cultivation residence of countless disciples of the Moon sect. The palace on the Moon Star is called the Moon Palace. It's the headquarters of the Moon sect. Only immortals and core disciples can enter. These 2 treasures were created by the top cultivators of the Moon sect many years ago. Yuanzi introduced with a proud face. She didn't suspect Jiang Xi and Shen Tian's shock because such a reaction was too normal. Jiang Xi and Shen Tian remained silent. Moon star? Moon? Artificial planet? If the huge planet below was also shrunk, would it be similar to the 2 moons outside Earth? Both of them were full of doubts. But they couldn't ask such a question. Jiang Xi firmly remembered this matter in his heart. He planned to go back and search for information on the Eye of Heaven network. He suddenly realized that he had been in the Purple Heaven sect for so many years and had neglected one thing. Search for information. The Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, the Sword sect, the Purple Heaven sect, the Moon sect, the Hunyuan sect, the Wuji sect, the Heavenly Sun sect and the True Mystic sect. These names had a lot of similarities with the Tao sects in the myths and legends on Earth. He should have checked the history of the 9 immortal sects. Why didn't he think of that before? Riverward was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, with his cautious attitude, he should have thought of this long ago. Brother Jiang Xi, the palace in front is the palace of Wangqing. It's the palace of my master, the Wangqing fairy. Let's go, Yuanzi said with a smile. All right. Jiang Xi nodded. Together with Shen Tian, he followed Yuanzi across the starry sky. The huge moon palace was bigger than many stars. There were many palaces floating around it like stars. The palace of Wangqing was one of them. After flying in the sky for a while, Jiang Xi frowned. "Him? What was I going to do?" He seemed to have forgotten something. At this time they arrived at the palace of Wangqing. Jiang Xi threw the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind and looked at the palace of Wangqing in front of him. The palace of Wangqing was a standard palace of a 9th tribulation transcender. It had 9 floors and the area of the first floor was 100,000 square kilometers. The two followed Yuanzi into the main hall on the first floor. What came into view was a hazy figure sitting high in the main hall. Enchanting, charming, sacred, pure, the hazy figure seemed to have 1,000 kinds of temperaments. Just looking at it made it difficult for people to look away. The Wangqing fairy. Chapter 458. The hazy figure sitting at the top of the hall caused Jiang Xi and Shen Tian's minds to go into a trance for a moment before they came back to their senses. The two of them looked at each other with lingering fear. If it weren't for the fact that their mental state cultivation was high enough, they would have lost their minds with that one glance. Then they noticed that on both sides of the hall, there were female immortals with enchanting and seductive figures. "Master, I've brought them here," Yuanzi said respectfully. "Greetings, Wang Qing Fairy." Jiang Xi and Xian Tian bowed respectfully together. Wang Qing Fairy's hazy figure could only be seen with a pair of soul-stirring eyes. She stared at the two young men as if she could see through their thoughts. After a while, Wang Qing Fairy's voice sounded. It was like the sound of nature drifting over from the horizon. "What a pure sword Dao. As expected of the disciple of the wine sword immortal Zhongli. I heard that you reached the 10th level of the heavenly stream 100 years ago. How are you doing now?" "I haven't done it for a long time. I should be much stronger now," Jiang Xi said with a smile that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Zhongli has taken in a good disciple," Wang Qing Fairy praised with a smile. Jiang Xi was about to speak. In the next moment, Wang Qing Fairy's aura suddenly turned cold. The entire Wang Qing Palace seemed to have turned from spring to winter. It was a coldness on the soul level. Jiang Xi's expression changed. As expected, she was temperamental. And the center of the coldness was Xian Tian. Xian Tian, who was only at the nascent soul stage, was pale and his body trembled violently. However, his eyes were red. He still clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, trying to maintain a standing posture. "Please spare my life, Uncle Master Wang Qing," Jiang Xi hurriedly shouted. Wang Qing Fairy snorted coldly. The coldness that penetrated deep into the soul instantly disappeared. "Longer mentioned you to me before. I didn't expect you to dare to come and see me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you now?" Her gaze fell on Xian Tian. "Of course I am," Xian Tian said softly, then changed the topic. "But I'm more afraid of dying in regret. Shuanglong and I are in love. If I shrink back in the face of difficulties and don't strive for it, how can I be worthy of our relationship? True feelings, true character, and some backbone. What a pitiful person." Fairy Wang Qing sneered and shook her head. After saying this, she suddenly fell into silence again, which brought about a great deal of psychological pressure. The entire hall was silent. The enchanting female immortals on both sides were like wooden puppets from beginning to end, not saying a word. After a while, Fairy Wang Qing said, "Xian Tian, I'll give you a test. This test might bring you death. But if you can catch it, I'll agree to let you be with longer. Of course, you still have the chance to give up." "Could it bring death?" Jiang Xi looked at Xian Tian worriedly. "What test?" Xian Tian's expression didn't change. He was very calm. Fairy Wang Qing smiled. "There are two paths. First, after your cultivation reaches the peak of the Dao integration stage, you can enter the foreign battlefield and participate in the race war. If you can obtain the merit points of a third tribulation transcender, you will pass the test. Second, my palace of Wang Qing has 18 illusory spaces. As long as you can pass through them, you can also pass the test. If you choose the first path, I can guarantee that I won't kill you before you reach the peak of the Dao integration stage. But the second path, if you can't pass through the 18 illusory spaces, I will kill you on the spot. Which path do you choose?" Fairy Wang Qing looked down at Xian Tian with a soul-stirring gaze. If he succeeded, he would have feelings. If he failed, he would die. Jiang Xi's face was full of worry. He wanted to persuade Xian Tian to give up, but Xian Tian shook his head at him. "May I ask if Fairy Wang Qing will abide by the agreement?" Xian Tian was very bold. "That depends on my mood." Fairy Wang Qing chuckled. Xian Tian heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, "Then I choose the second path. Pass through the 18 illusory spaces." Fairy Wang Qing's smile disappeared, and her aura became cold again. "I've already given you a chance to live. If you choose the first path, you can safely live until you reach the peak of the Dao integration stage and have a lifespan of 10,000 years. If your strength is outstanding, you can even accumulate enough merit points in the foreign battlefield. Are you sure you want to choose the second path? Are you sure you want to die?" Jiang Xi couldn't help but persuade, "Big brother, is it worth it?" Even if Fairy Wang Qing abided by the agreement, who could guarantee that she wouldn't kill Xian Tian in the illusory space? Fairy Wang Qing was proficient in the path of charm, inner demons, and illusions. With the fusion of these three paths, even a ninth tribulation transcender would find it difficult to guard against her. Could Xian Tian, who was only at the nascent soul stage, survive in the illusory space? This was almost a sure death situation. There are always one or two things in life that are worth it. Xian Tian smiled calmly at Jiang Xi. Then he looked at Fairy Wang Qing, who was sitting high up in the main hall, and said firmly, "I'm sure. You're not afraid of death? Good, very good." Fairy Wang Qing was a little angry, and her aura became violent. Jiang Xi's expression changed. He was really worried that this temperamental woman would kill Xian Tian in the next moment. Fortunately, it was only for a moment, and Fairy Wang Qing regained her calm. She said to Yuanzi, "Take them to the illusory heart palace." After saying that, she disappeared into thin air. In the main hall, those enchanting female immortals who were originally stupefied immediately became lively. A little guy at the nascent soul stage wanted to pass through Fairy Wang Qing's illusory space? This was something that had never been seen since the establishment of the palace of Wang Qing. This little guy really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yuanzi looked at Xian Tian with contempt. For the sake of junior sister Long I can tell you. 400 years ago, there was a 7th tribulation transcender like you who tried to pass through the 18 illusory spaces, but he fell in the 10th one. He died because of his inner demons and his death was very miserable. I hope you can die a better death. This time Jiang Xi didn't pay attention to her. This girl was here to laugh at him. Xian Tian remained silent. He was very calm and nothing could shake his conviction. What happened on the first floor spread through the halls of the palace of Wang Qing, and it also spread to all parts of the Guanghan sect. A petite girl hurriedly ran into a side hall on the 4th floor. The hall was very quiet, and there was a faint fragrance lingering in the air. "Senior Sister Xuanglong, it's not good," the girl shouted as she ran, breaking the silence in the hall. "What's the matter?" The one who spoke was a woman in green clothes. The fragrance was coming from her body. Her expression was indifferent, as if nothing could affect her state of mind. "Your lover came to see Master just now. He wants to pass through the 18 illusory spaces and ask Master to agree not to stop you from being together with him," the girl said quickly. "Big brother Xian Tian he." Xuanglong's expression changed greatly, and she could no longer maintain her indifference. Chapter 459. For me, Big brother Xian Tian actually. Xuanglong was extremely moved. She took a deep breath and said with a firm gaze, "I want to see Master." Her figure flashed and she rushed out of the side hall. Boom. However, there was a formation barrier at the door that stopped her. Boom boom boom. She kept attacking the formation barrier, but to no avail. In the end, she could only sit in front of the barrier helplessly and anxiously. "Big brother Xian Tian, don't do anything stupid, don't do it." Jiang Xi and Xian Tian followed behind Yuanzi and walked toward the illusory heart palace. The two felt as if they had entered a country of women. In the corridor of the Palace of Forgotten Love, there were only beautiful female cultivators, and not a single man. Along the way, these good-looking female cultivators kept pointing at the two of them and gossiping about them. "Which one of them is Xian Tian?" "The one with long hair is Xian Tian, and the one with short hair is senior brother Jiang Xi of the Purple Heaven sect. Senior brother Jiang Xi is known as the strongest genius of the Tao Alliance in tens of thousands of years. Compared to senior brother Jiang Xi, I still think that Xian Tian is the most charming. If only someone could be so infatuated with me. Senior sister Xuanglong is really lucky. It's a pity that he's going to die. A nascent soul cultivator can't break through Master's illusory heart space." The female cultivators were very brave, and they followed closely behind Jiang Xi and Xian Tian. Soon, thousands of people gathered. When Jiang Xi heard their discussion, he became even more worried. He said through his spiritual sense, "Big brother, you still have a chance to give up. I know that your mental state cultivation is very high, but Fairy Wang Qing is best at playing with people's minds. The illusory realm set up by a 9th tribulation transcender isn't something that can be broken through with one's mental state cultivation. Just the pressure of her spiritual sense alone is enough to make your spiritual sense collapse. I understand that, but there are some things that must be done from the bottom of my heart." Xian Tian smiled faintly, but showed a strong determination. Jiang Xi could only sigh. People who saw through everything were the hardest to persuade. After a short while, they arrived at the illusory heart palace on the 8th floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions. The palace was filled with a thick pink fog, making it impossible to see what was inside. Fairy Wang Qing was standing in front of the hall. Her hazy figure could only be seen with a pair of eyes. She stared at Xian Tian, her voice faintly discernible. "Once you step into this hall, there is no turning back. You still have the chance to give up now. Big brother?" Jiang Xi looked at Xian Tian. The Xian Tian smiled at him, then bowed respectfully to the Forgotten Love Fairy. He stepped into the illusory heart palace resolutely and disappeared into the thick pink fog. Jiang Xi couldn't do anything about all this. He could only wait quietly. My strength is still too weak. If I were a Taoist immortal or even stronger, even if Fairy Wang Qing's temperament was eccentric and temperamental, she would still have to yield. Jiang Xi was silent. But now he and Shen Tian had no choice but to lower their heads. In the illusory heart palace, the thick pink fog slowly flowed. It was unknown what was happening inside. At this time, Fairy Wang Qing waved her hand, and a three-dimensional phantom appeared in front of the palace, showing the scene inside. In the wide palace there was a huge black stone staircase. There were a total of 18 steps, and each step had an illusory heart space. The Shen Tian stood on the first step with his eyes closed, and fell into the illusory realm. After a full hour, he opened his eyes and stepped on the second step. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xi's nervous mood relaxed a little. He was afraid that Fairy Wang Qing would go back on her words and directly take the Shen Tian's life in the illusory heart space. With the means of a ninth tribulation transcender, it only took a thought to kill a nascent soul cultivator. Next, it took the Shen Tian 2 hours to pass through the second illusory heart space. It took him 3 hours to pass the third illusory heart space. Although the speed of passing through the illusory heart space was getting slower and slower, he kept moving forward. When the Shen Tian passed through the sixth illusory heart space, Fairy Wang Qing chuckled and said, "Your willpower is not bad. No wonder Shuanglong took a fancy to you." Jiang Xi sighed and said, "My big brother's temper is a little stubborn. I hope Martial Ant can forgive him and spare his life." Fairy Wang Qing shook her head gently. "You don't have to say this to me. It's useless to beg me. Because the illusory heart space tests the heart. Everything in the illusory world will infinitely magnify the deepest obsession and desire in one's heart. Therefore, after entering the illusory heart space, life and death depend on oneself. If he can see through it, he can pass. If he can't, he can only die." Jiang Xi looked inside the illusory heart palace. Shen Tian was already immersed in the seventh illusory heart space. It tests the obsession and desire in one's heart. Big Brother is currently obsessed with his feelings. Even if he doesn't care about life and death, this is also a kind of desire. Jiang Xi was very worried. Could Shen Tian pass through it? He knew that Shen Tian's mental cultivation was very high, comparable to the sages in the history of the Great Xia dynasty. However, that was only compared to Earth. In the vast universe there were countless races and countless lives. Over the countless years, there were countless powerful existences with high mental cultivation. In comparison, he, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai had only cultivated for less than 300 years. What could they use to compare with those powerhouses who had cultivated for at least 10,000 years? After another day, Jiang Xi received a message from Li Baibai in his communication pearl. "Third brother, how's the situation over there with you and Big Brother?" Li Baibai knew that the two of them had come to the Guanghan sect. Jiang Xi held the communication pearl in his hand, and with a thought, he sent a message to Li Baibai about the situation here. Illusory heart space? It tests the obsession and desire in one's heart? Ah, then it's fine. Li Baibai sent another message. How can it be fine? Fairy Wang Qing is best at playing with the mind. Ordinary ninth tribulation transcenders might not be able to block her illusory attacks, let alone Big Brother. Jiang Xi didn't know where Li Baibai's confidence came from. Third brother, you are confused because you are worried. Which stage is Big Brother at? The 9th stage. The speed of breaking through the illusory world is getting slower and slower. Don't worry, I have never seen Big Brother do something he is not confident in. I hope so. Jiang Xi communicated with Li Baibai while paying attention to the scene in the 3D illusory world. As time passed, Shen Tian's speed continued to decrease, but he was still moving forward. Outside the illusory heart palace, in addition to Jiang Xi and Fairy Wang Qing, those beautiful female cultivators were also nervously paying attention to Shen Tian's situation. The 11th stage. The 12th stage. The 14th stage. His will is so strong and his belief is so firm. Except for Fairy Wang Qing, almost everyone else was infected by Shen Tian's firm belief. Of course, they certainly didn't dare to talk about this in front of Fairy Wang Qing, and they were all transmitting their spiritual sense. The emotions in Fairy Wang Qing's clear eyes also changed. Compared to the others, she was angry. A nascent soul cultivator trapped by love can actually break through the 14th stage of the illusory heart palace. The last 4 stages are illusory worlds that even tribulation transcenders can't see through. I don't believe you can break through them. Chapter 460. In the side hall on the fourth floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, a formation barrier had restricted Xuanglong's entry and exit. Brother Shen, you must succeed. Nothing must happen to you. She sat cross-legged in front of the formation barrier. She was extremely anxious, but it was useless. Moreover, her communication pearl had been taken away, so she could not receive any news from the outside world. At this moment, the petite girl rushed in from outside the hall and shouted in surprise, "Senior Sister Xuanglong, your lover is too powerful. He actually passed the 14th level of the illusory heart space." Xuanglong's eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. He can succeed, he can definitely succeed. On the 6th floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, in front of the illusory heart palace, Jiang Xi stared at the three-dimensional illusion. At this moment, Shen Tian stepped onto the 15th level of the illusory heart space. He could clearly feel that Shen Tian was having a hard time. Because Shen Tian's body was trembling, it meant that the illusion behind was beginning to affect him. "Big brother, you can do it," Jiang Xi said in his heart. The speed behind was getting slower and slower. The 15th level Shen Tian took 3 days. The 16th level Shen Tian took 7 days. The 17th level Shen Tian took half a month. At the final 18th level Shen Tian almost climbed up, but he still climbed up. Impossible, impossible. Wang Qing Fairy's aura gradually became chaotic, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. How can a nascent soul stage kid be so obsessed with love? How can he break through the 17th level of the illusion? Not forgetting love? How can he escape the control of love? More and more disciples of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions heard the news and gathered outside the illusory heart palace. Everyone was watching. Even many immortal Tao experts of the Moon Palace were paying attention to the situation here. Because being able to break through the 17th level of the illusory heart space of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, it meant that Shen Tian's will had already entered the level of an immortal Tao expert. With such a will, even if his cultivation talent was a little lacking, he was still a good seedling. Moreover, this was only a nascent soul stage. Inside the illusory heart palace, there were a total of 18 giant stone steps. Each step had an illusory heart space in the 18th level of the illusory heart. Shen Tian was gasping for breath. He knelt on one knee, beads of sweat dripping down. Obviously he was under great pressure. A month later Shen Tian opened his eyes. Inside the illusory heart palace, the pink mist that was originally flowing slowly suddenly churned violently and then dissipated. This time, everyone could clearly see the situation in the hall without using the 3D illusion. Outside the illusory heart palace, the tens of thousands of female cultivators gathered here, as well as many immortals who used their spiritual senses to observe this place, were all shocked. He really did it. Last time even a 7th tribulation transcender fell in the illusory heart space, but he, a nascent soul realm cultivator, managed to break through the illusory heart space. This is too incredible. His will is too strong, comparable to that of an immortal. Whoosh! Shen Tian walked down the giant stone steps with a pale face and walked out of the illusory heart palace. His breath was weak, his spiritual sense was unstable, and his footsteps were even somewhat unsteady. Seeing this, Jiang Xi hurriedly went up to support him. "Senior, I succeeded." Shen Tian insisted to come in front of Fairy Wang Qing, maintaining a respectful attitude. "You have made me look at you in a new light. A person trapped by love can actually break through the last 4 levels of the illusory heart palace." Fairy Wang Qing had already regained her calm. The heart demon is not terrible, what is terrible is that one's own heart does not accept it. When there is a conflict in one's heart, it is easy to be subdued by the heart demon and fall deep into it. I chose to accept it, so I subdued it. Shen Tian smiled. "You have great enlightenment, no wonder you can make Long Er unable to forget you." Fairy Wang Qing's clear eyes flashed with a trace of light. "You have completed the test, I will abide by the previous agreement." She nodded gently again. "Thank you, Senior." Shen Tian hurriedly thanked her. "Yuanzi, take them to see Long Er." After Fairy Wang Qing finished speaking, she disappeared. After she left, the female cultivators, who only dared to communicate with each other through sound transmission, suddenly became lively. Their gazes all fell on Shen Tian with envy, admiration, and various other emotions. Yuanzi walked in front of Shen Tian. She no longer had her previous arrogance and disdain. With a serious expression, she said to Shen Tian, "Your performance was beyond all of our expectations. I didn't expect your will to be stronger than many tribulation transcenders. I admire you. Junior Sister Long Er following you is not a disgrace." Shen Tian said modestly, Actually, I almost didn't make it in the end. The last 4 levels of the Illusory Heart Palace were really terrible. It was more than just terrible. Back then, a 9th Tribulation Transcender who encountered the Love Tribulation fell into the 18th level of the Illusory Heart Palace and was unable to extricate himself. In the end, it took nearly 1,000 years to break through the Illusory Heart Palace. Yuanzi became arrogant again. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian looked at each other and laughed. Afterward, the two followed behind Yuanzi and walked to the 4th floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions. Jiang Xi said via spiritual sense, "Big brother, congratulations. Now that you've passed the test, there will be no one to hinder you and sister-in-law." Xian Tian also said with a smile, "Well, I didn't waste my efforts." "Just your efforts? I feel that, big brother, this time you have a 90% chance of survival. Next time don't do such a risky thing." Jiang Xi said helplessly. Xian Tian laughed, "Haha, to tell you the truth, the 18th level of the Illusory Heart Palace didn't have any effect on me." "What? How is that possible? I saw that you climbed up in the end, especially the last 4 levels of the Illusory Heart Palace." Jiang Xi was shocked. "I pretended to do that." "Pretended?" "Of course, my current cultivation in the heart realm is close to perfection at the 2nd level. Even though I'm still unable to attain the state of having an infinitely large heart that encompasses everything in the world, I'm still able to attain the state of perfection in my heart realm. Although I don't have an infinite mind, it's still easy for me to contain these illusory hearts palace." "So, you deliberately put on an act for Fairy Wang Qing? You're afraid that you'll make her lose face if you pass the test too quickly?" "Yes, she's a high and mighty 9th Tribulation Transcender, and her strength can shake the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance. If I easily broke her unique skill, what would she think? A cornered dog will do something desperate." Jiang Xi understood Xian Tian's intention. If Xian Tian easily broke through the illusory realms, Fairy Wang Qing would very likely secretly manipulate him to increase the difficulty of the later realms. She might even fly into a rage out of humiliation and secretly make Xian Tian die silently in the illusory realms. This was very easy for a 9th Tribulation Transcender. And Xian Tian's disguise reduced the possibility of Fairy Wang Qing getting angry. "Careful at every step as expected of Big Brother." Jiang Xi praised Xian Tian. At the same time, in the side hall of the 4th floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, Fairy Wang Qing's hazy figure appeared out of thin air. Shuang Long had already learned from the petite girl that Xian Tian had passed her master's test. Seeing Fairy Wang Qing appear, she quickly put away the surprised expression on her face. "Greetings, master." Fairy Wang Qing nodded lightly and said to the girl, "You can leave first." The girl quickly left the side hall. Chapter 461. A faint fragrance lingered in the quiet side hall. Wang Qing Fairy's clear eyes fell on Shuang Long. She had taken in countless disciples, but there were only a few disciples that she truly valued, and Shuang Long was one of them. In other words, she had placed a lot of hope on Shuang Luo. Xian Tian passed the 18th level of the illusory heart space, which is indeed beyond my imagination. "You have good taste," she said. "Master, you must be joking. I still have to thank you for showing mercy." Shuang Long could not hide the joy in her heart. Wang Qing Fairy nodded gently. "I promise Xian Tian that as long as he can pass my test, I will keep my promise. I will keep my promise and not stand in the way of your relationship with him." "Thank you, master." Shuang Long no longer hid the joy in her heart, and her face was full of excitement. However, Wang Qing Fairy changed the topic. "I will give you a choice now." Shuang Long was stunned. "My Wang Qing sect has been passed down since the ancient heavenly court era countless years ago. It is one of the supreme inheritances of the sect, divided into emotionless and sentimental." Yuanzi brought Jiang Xi and Xian Tian to the door of the side hall. "We're here. This is where junior sister Shuang Long usually cultivates," Yuanzi said with a smile. Xian Tian was a little impatient. His figure flashed and he stepped into the side hall. Jiang Xi and Yuanzi both laughed and then followed in. Inside the hall, Xian Tian and Shuang Long were already hugging each other. They had gone through many hardships to come together, and their faces were full of excitement. "Big brother Xian Tian, you're too silly. If it were you, you would do the same, wouldn't you?" "Yes." Jiang Xi looked at this scene and felt happy for his brother. He thought that if this matter fell on him and Jiang Daodu, the two of them would definitely make the same choice for each other. But at this moment the situation suddenly changed. Shuang Long pushed Xian Tian away, wiped the tears on her face and took a few steps back. She said, "Big brother Shantian, let's stop here." Longer? Shantian looked at her in confusion. "Brother Shantian, I'm sorry. Just treat me as a passerby in your life." Shuanglong kept shaking her head. Shantian's expression changed drastically. In the distance, Jiangxi's expression also changed. What was this? Big brother Shantian took the risk of being killed by fairy Wang Qing and finally passed the test, giving the two of them a chance to be together. Now Shuanglong had actually said such a thing. Break up? Could it be any more melodramatic? Outside the side hall, there were also many female cultivators who came to watch the show. They were also dumbfounded. They had never expected such a thing to happen. Isn't this too sudden? It can't be. I remember that junior sister Shuanglong was imprisoned by Master with a formation barrier because she resisted the obstruction of Master and her family. This means that she also loves that Shantian. Why did she break up with him? Could it be that he said something wrong out of excitement? Shantian was unusually calm. He looked into Shuanglong's eyes. He wanted to see through Shuanglong's heart and see if someone had used a secret soul technique on her. With his state of mind, he could easily detect all of this. However, the results of his investigation told him that this was Shuanglong's own thoughts. Her soul was not controlled. What? Shantian asked. There are always one or two things in life that are worth it. This is what you told me before. Shuanglong's beautiful eyebrows lowered. Her tone was very firm, just like Shantian's tone when he said this before. So, you think that there are some things that are more worth it for you to do, even to the point of sacrificing our relationship? Shantian asked in a deep voice. Shuanglong pursed her lips and nodded gently. Hee. Shantian suddenly chuckled. Even if your Shuang family and your master tried to break us up, you and I didn't give up. Even my brother gave up the opportunity to cultivate in the fourth layer of heaven of the Purple Heaven sect to help me meet your master. I also took the risk of being killed by your master to pass the test. In the end, you and I had a chance to be together. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Why didn't you say so before? Shuanglong had nothing to say. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. Jiangxi's heart was also filled with anger. What was wrong with this woman? Just like Shantian said, what was she doing before? No one understood. Even the disciples of the palace of Wang Qing did not understand Shuanglong's choice. Shantian was such an excellent person, but he was willing to give up his life for this relationship. Could Shuanglong find someone better than Shantian? But the path was chosen by oneself. They could not interfere. Looking at the angry Shantian laughing, the female disciples felt that Shantian was going crazy and was about to explode. After a while, Shantian suddenly said softly, "Is it really worth it?" "It is." Shuanglong's eyes were firm, clear and bright. "I didn't expect that in the end, it was all for nothing." Shantian laughed self-deprecatingly. Shuanglong was silent. She could confirm that the relationship between the two was real. In her hundreds of years of life, she had met countless people. Only Shantian knew her the best. Even her parents and master did not know her as well as Shantian. "Shuanglong, I don't know what choice you made. I only hope that you remember one sentence. If your heart is infinite, the world is infinite. Also, sorry for disturbing you." Shantian's eyes were deep, as if there was a world hidden in them. That gaze made Shuanglong's heart tremble. She wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. She could only watch helplessly as Shantian walked past her and left. She tried hard to open her eyes, trying to see Shantian's back. But she found that her vision was getting blurrier and her eyes were filled with tears. "I'm sorry," she murmured. Jiangxi could not say anything. He could only sigh and turn to catch up with Shantian. When it came to relationships, it was a mess. It was not easy for outsiders to interfere. He could only help Shantian create the conditions, but he could not help Shantian change her mind. The two of them flew straight out of the Palace of Forgotten Love and came to the Moon Sect's Starry Sky teleportation platform. They looked at the huge moon and the Moon Palace. The shock in their hearts was no longer as strong as when they first arrived. "Big brother, I'm sure that Goddess Forgotten Love did something in the middle to affect Shuanglong," Jiangxi said. "Of course I know. Do you think I don't understand?" Shantian said softly. "Then why didn't you fight for it? We've already come this far?" Jiangxi did not understand. Because this was Shuanglong's choice. She followed her heart. She followed the choice of her heart. Shantian smiled. "I don't understand. She was so persistent and persistent before. Why did she give up at the last moment?" Jiangxi shook his head. "That's because she has too many obsessions in her heart. Maybe it's the heart of Tao or a powerful family or something else. She gave up love, which means that love is ranked behind these obsessions. Xian Tian knew Shuanglong very well. The two of them took one last look at the Moon Palace, and then disappeared in a flash of teleportation light. Chapter 462. On the 9th floor of the Palace of Wangqing. I'm not stopping you. I'm just giving each of you a choice. You chose love and Longer chose the great Tao. Fairy Wangqing sat at the top of the hall, her clear eyes piercing through space as she watched everything happen. The perfected cultivator of the sect had just sent her a voice transmission, telling her to invite Xian Tian to join the Moon sect. But for some reason she felt a deep disgust for Xian Tian, so she chose to let Jiang Xi and Xian Tian leave. At the same time, the news of a nascent soul cultivator passing the 18th level of the illusory heart also spread throughout the 9 realms. After all, Fairy Wangqing was one of the most powerful cultivators below the perfected cultivators. All the factions were paying close attention to any news about her. Xian Tian also entered the sights of all the major immortal Dao factions because of this. All the factions took action upon hearing the news. If one's heart is limitless, the world is limitless. He's a person with great wisdom. He should join our Dao sect. He's fated with Buddhism. Send an Arhat over to guide him into our Buddhist sect. His willpower and temperament are excellent. He's a good seedling. Even if his cultivation talent is a bit lacking, he'll have a chance to go further on the immortal path in the future. It's a pity that he cultivates the saber Dao, not the sword Dao. Planet Songlan Waterfront City, Daoda Manor. Under Jiang Daoda's management, this manor located at the peak of the mountain had already been expanded several times and the best location in Linhai City had already been circled. The view here was very good. One could see the rippling waves of the Far East Ocean. On the surface of the ocean, there were countless floating islands. Flying boats and merchant ships came and went, taking off and landing. It was a bustling scene. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian sat on the ground in the manor's observation deck. The two of them drank and had some fun relaxing for a while. Li Baibai's transmission phantom watched from the side. It's a blessing in disguise this time. After this training, Big Brother's mental state cultivation has reached the peak of the 2nd level in advance. His heart is limitless. Li Baibai smiled. Second sister is more open-minded than us. Jiang Xi was still angry. That's because you can't see past it. I've already put this matter aside. You're the only one who still feels sorry for me. I'm very touched. Xian Tian joked, feeling that he had returned to his previous unreliable state. Alright, it's my fault. Jiang Xi shook his head helplessly, but he felt a lot more relieved. At this moment, his communication bead received a message. With a sweep of his spiritual perception, he discovered that it was a message from the Minister of War, Immortal Chen Hu. After checking the specific content of the message, Jiang Xi was stunned. Taoism, Buddhism, Sword Sect, Purple Heaven Sect, Guanghan Sect. What happened? Why are you talking about this? Xian Tian and Li Baibai asked in unison. Big Brother, it seems like you're going to be rich. Jiang Xi laughed. What do you mean by rich? The two of them were even more puzzled. Jiang Xi explained, just now, Immortal Chen Hu, the Minister of the Army, sent me a message saying that a 3rd tribulation transcender from each of the 3 gates and 6 sects has arrived. They are currently waiting in the main hall of the Supervision Department on East Pole Island. They came for me? Xian Tian's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew that his performance in the Palace of Forgotten Emotions had attracted the attention of the 9 great immortal sections. Jiang Xi smiled and said, that's right. They didn't have your contact information, so they had to contact me first. The Guanghan sect also came? Li Baibai was puzzled. Since they wanted to accept Big Brother as a disciple, why didn't they invite Big Brother to join them when Big Brother passed Fairy Wangqing's test? Jiang Xi speculated, maybe they thought that Fairy Wangqing would invite them, but Fairy Wangqing wasn't in a good mood and let the two of us leave? Let's not worry about this for now. This is a good opportunity for Big Brother. This was especially true for the Taoism, Buddhism, and Swords Gate. These 3 sects rarely accepted disciples. They pay attention to fate, and only those who are fated with them will be accepted into the sect. Big Brother, think about it carefully and choose one to enter, Jiang Xi said. Xian Tian calmly asked, which one do you think is better? The Taoism. Jiang Xi decisively betrayed his own sect. Although the Purple Heaven sect was the true orthodox sect of the Imperial Tao Union's 9 domains, in his opinion, The truly powerful ones were the three great immortal sects. I thought you would say the Purple Heaven sect. Xian Tian smiled. I'm enough for the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Ci didn't answer the question, but both of them understood what he meant. They were guarding Earth's secret. As their strength increased, they felt more pressure from this secret. This was because the Taoism Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects were too similar to the legends of the Great Xia Kingdom. This made it difficult for them not to be wary and suspicious. This idea is so familiar. I think I've thought of something similar before? Jiang Ci was puzzled. What idea? The two asked. Ever since you left Earth and stepped into the universe, have you ever doubted the history of the 3 gates and 6 sects? Jiang Ci asked. I think so, but I also don't think so. Xian Tian and Li Baibai both frowned. There was no way they hadn't noticed such obvious similarities. Then why did they overlook such an important matter? The three of them looked at each other, their faces full of shock. Someone had touched their memories? Use jade slips to write it down. Jiang Ci suggested. The two of them nodded in agreement. Then the three of them each took out a blank jade slip and wrote down their thoughts. It seems like you have to go to the Taoism Alliance, big brother. Perhaps you can come into contact with more things. Jiang Ci took a deep breath. His expression was solemn as he held the jade slip in his hand. Can't we go to the Buddhist sect or the sword sect? Li Baibai was puzzled. Jiang Ci shook his head. No, we cultivate the peacock visualization method. We definitely can't go to the Buddhist sect. Once we go, we might expose Earth's existence. Not to mention the sword sect. Big brother cultivates the saber Tao. He won't be able to acclimatize. In comparison, the Taoism Alliance emphasizes the cultivation of the mind. It's more suitable for big brother. And most importantly, the Taoism Alliance has the only heavenly venerable level powerhouse of our human race. Jiang Ci's eyes shone. Heavenly venerable? Xian Tian and Li Baibai were shocked. They thought of the heavenly venerable of primordial beginning, the heavenly venerable of numinous Bao, and the heavenly venerable of Tao and virtue. I'm not sure if the Taoism Alliance's heavenly venerable is related to the legends of our Great Xia Kingdom. The heavenly venerable I'm talking about now refers to the strongest person at the peak of the immortal Tao. The immortal Tao has 4 major realms: Tribulation Transcender, Tao Immortal, Tao Ancestor, and Heavenly Venerable. Currently, our human race only has one heavenly venerable level powerhouse. Jiang Ci said. After hearing this, Xian Tian finally made a decision. Go to the Taoism Alliance. Although they weren't core disciples, there were limitless possibilities after entering the Taoism Alliance. After discussing this matter, the three of them realized that they each had a blank jade slip in their hands. Their eyes were a little blank. What do I need a jade slip for? Maybe I need to write something down? Then what should I write down? The three of them frowned and thought for a long time, but they couldn't remember what to write down. Strange. Chapter 463. Afterward, Jiang Ci and Xian Tian went to East Pole Island. In the main hall of the Ministry of Supervision, they met the 9 tribulation transcenders from the 3 gates and 6 sects. They all expressed their intention to invite Xian Tian, but their intentions weren't as strong as expected. In their eyes, Xian Tian hadn't reached the level of a peerless genius of the human race. Xian Tian was very polite. Although he had already made his decision, he still had a private conversation with the 9 immortals. There was a small episode here. When Xian Tian chose the Taoist sect, the Tribulation Transcender powerhouse of the Purple Heaven sect grabbed Jiang Ci and complained. Why didn't you introduce Xian Tian to the Purple Heaven sect earlier? Why was he captured by the Taoist sect when they had such a close relationship? Jiang Ci just laughed. When the Tribulation Transcender runner saw this, he couldn't do anything to Jiang Ci and helplessly shook his head. After Xian Tian joined the Taoist sect, he made a special trip to the Zhangyun sect before leaving. Everyone in the Zhangyun sect, especially Xian Tian's master Wei Xing, was very happy after learning about this. They didn't get angry just because their disciple had been poached by the Taoist sect. This was because a top immortal Tao sect like the Zhangyun sect usually had the task of recommending their elite disciples to the 3 gates and 6 sects. Moreover, Xian Tian joining the Taoist sect didn't mean that he had broken off contact with the Zhangyun sect. The two sides still had a relationship. In this way it was time to leave. Xian Tian had to follow the immortals of the Taoist sect to the headquarters of the Taoist sect in the Tao domain to cultivate. East Pole Island's teleportation hall. Big brother, do your best and strive to reach the peak. Let those people know how blind they were. Jiang Xi was still indignant. He was of course referring to Fairy Wang Qing and Shuanglong. Shallow, I'm not cultivating for them. Xian Tian smiled and shook his head, saying, third brother, this time, we're finally back on the same starting line. Don't let me overtake you. Surpass me? Haha, if you want to chase, then go ahead. I'll be waiting in front. Jiang Xi didn't care at all. Both of them laughed heartily. Then Xian Tian and the Dao Immortals disappeared into the teleportation array. Jiang Xi looked at the empty interstellar teleportation formation and let out a long sigh. This was not a perfect result, but he had gained a lot. It's time for me to go home. Home naturally referred to Earth. The Maze Galaxy was a life-bearing galaxy at the edge of the pale blue star region. Luli Planet was a grade 1 life planet in this galaxy, and the strongest cultivator there was only at the Golden Core stage. On this day, the Golden Core cultivator who had stayed behind on planet Pyrolite was respectfully kneeling in a secret room in his own mansion. At this moment, the cultivation aura he exuded was that of a late-stage essence soul cultivator. There was an illusory image of a messenger in front of him. Sir, the spies have found Jiang Xi's whereabouts. He first went to the Guanghan sect and returned to planet Songlan the day before yesterday. Today he left planet Songlan using the interstellar teleportation formation. The illusory image's voice was hoarse. And then we couldn't track him. Although we cracked the teleportation mark, when the spies tried to teleport, they found that the mark had failed. So you've lost track of Jiang Xi's whereabouts? Yes, trash. Spare me, sir. Humph, Jiang Xi is our number 10 target on the assassination list. He left the Purple Heaven sect headquarters and gave us a chance to assassinate him. However, we have to pay a heavy price every time we try to assassinate him in the 9-star regions of the human race. Therefore, we have to gather enough information before we carry out the assassination. Only when we have absolute confidence can we carry out the assassination, do you understand? Understood. On the 1st of January year 118 of the New Moon era, Jiang Xi left Earth for the ancient Dao origin world and never returned. Of course, this referred to Jiang Xi's main body. His clone remained on Earth's first moon and would occasionally disguise himself and go to planet Songlan to buy some spirit fruits. On the 21st of December year 332 of the New Moon era, Jiang Xi finally returned home. After more than 200 years of development, the forces on Earth had completely integrated into the Great Xia Alliance. The Peacock Nation, the Dark Shadow Nation, the Sacred Union, and Planet Alpha had already become the various prefectures of the Great Xia Alliance. As for the hidden families, after the 5th Spirit Chi revival, a few late nascent soul stage old fellows had awakened and caused a ruckus. Then Jiang Daodu, who had rushed back in time, slaughtered them all. Therefore the hidden families were also convinced. Brother, how is it? The changes are huge, right? Jiang Daodu said with a smile. Very big. If it weren't for the fact that it's too enclosed, the environment would almost be comparable to planet Songlan. Jiang Xi nodded. The two of them were now standing in the sky above the Pacific Ocean. With their strength they could easily observe the situation on Earth. The wilderness that was originally occupied by monsters had almost been reclaimed by Earth's people and replaced by prefectures. Not only the land but the sea was also under the control of Earth's people. The monsters were all chased into the 10 grotto heavens and became the training grounds for Earth's people. In addition, the cultivation world on Earth had also undergone great changes. After the 5th Spirit Chi revival, the Spirit Chi on Earth had increased again, and many nascent soul stage cultivators were born. These forces were now firmly in the hands of the Great Xia Alliance. Although Earth's overall strength is already very strong, it's still far from enough. Jiang Xi knew that once Earth was exposed to the 9 territories of the Dao Alliance, it would probably be in big trouble. Those troubles were not something he could resist at all. After that, Jiang Xi gathered with his old friends again. More than 200 years had passed and some of them had already passed away. For example, Uncle Yang and Old Yang were the first to show kindness to Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu. However, the descendants of his family had also become a sizable family in Pak Sun province with the support of Jiang Daodu. Many others, because they were originally martial artists, had also embarked on the path of cultivation with the help of the later Spirit Chi revivals. For example, Zhang Wei, Jiang Xing, Lu Shan, He Changxing, these relatives and friends who had helped him a lot on his path of growth had also reached the Golden Core stage. Of course, their cultivation could not have been done without the help of Jiang Daodu. With Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng's talent, they originally did not have the opportunity to reach the Golden Core stage. However, Jiang Daodu controlled the entire Milky Way galaxy and the Mountain Sea Star trade, and had such a huge amount of resources it would be easy for the two of them to push their cultivation to the nascent soul stage. However, this kind of thing had to be done gradually. If their cultivation increased too quickly, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Jiang Xi, you ruthless person. You actually went into seclusion for 200 years. If it wasn't for Dodo's frequent appearance, I would have thought that you were dead. Zhang Wei fiercely punched Jiang Xi when he saw Jiang Xi again. He was still joking with Jiang Xi just like in high school. There was no sense of distance between them. Jiang Xi chuckled and shook his head. In order to not arouse suspicion, he, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai had all announced to the outside world that they were in seclusion. They did not reveal that the three of them had stepped into the starry sky. Chapter 464. I thought I could catch up with you after I reached the gold core stage. I didn't expect you to be in the nascent soul stage now. There's no justice. God must be blind. Zhang Wei said indignantly. Haha, I'm a genius. You'll have to wait another 20,000 years to catch up with me. Jiang Xi laughed. 20,000 years? Can I live that long? Besides, what's the point of living for so long? Only you and I are still alive in our high school class. After 20,000 years, the world will really change. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Zhang Wei suddenly sighed with emotion. What the hell? Find a new goal in life and then you'll have the motivation to live on, Jiang Xi scolded jokingly. Goal in life? Ah, then I'll be a stud horse. Anyway, I've already married more than 100 wives. I don't care if I marry another 1,000. Zhang Wei was full of motivation. Jiang Xi gave him the middle finger decisively. Let's not talk about me. Have you found a new goal in life? Zhang Wei asked. When I become an immortal, I don't mind taking you as a dog. Jiang Xi joked. Get lost. Jiang Xi really got lost. He would stay on Earth for a long time in the future. There would be plenty of opportunities to meet up with these old friends. Next, he used his powerful spiritual sense to explore all the grotto heavens and secret places on Earth again. First, outside the Dixia Kingdom, the Buddhist ruins of the former Peacock Nation, the holy city of the former Holy Alliance, the ancient Mayan city near the former Dark Shadow Nation. There were also pyramids, ruins of the sea race, and so on. Then there were the local ones such as the Fengdu Secret Realm and the E-Mountain Secret Realm. Jiang Xi did gain a lot in these places. There were many lost inheritances. Unfortunately, most of them were incomplete. What puzzled Jiang Xi was that he didn't find anything valuable in these grotto heavens and secret places. It was as if they had been cleaned up. However, these places had long been controlled by Jiang Daodu. Since he left Earth last time, no one had explored these places. There's still the Jade Lake Secret Realm left. If someone else gets there before us, he was probably going to start cursing. Back then, he had obtained the Gale inheritance in the second cave of the Jade Lake Mystic Realm. Finally, he saw the spirit of the illusion, Nikhang. And I Shang told him that when his cultivation reached the primordial soul stage, there would be a huge benefit for him. Jiang Xi had been thinking about it for a long time. If this was snatched away by someone else, it would really be fucked up. As for who cleaned up these secret realms, he already had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a final judgment. Soon Jiang Xi arrived at the Jade Lake Secret Realm in the Kunlun Mountains. The Great Xia Alliance had over 100 Aurus Core Stage cultivators and 3 Nascent Soul Stage cultivators stationed here to ensure that no one would trespass. There was an additional condition, and that was that those whose cultivation surpassed theirs did not count. Jiang Xi, who was at the Nascent Soul Stage, had a spirit sense comparable to that of a Dao Integration Stage cultivator, so he was able to easily evade their spirit sense detection. Then he silently passed through the stone door at the lake at the peak of the Tongtian Mountain and arrived at the second cave of the Jade Lake. The Emerald Lake water was slightly rippling, and there was a hazy fog all around. There was nothing above the water, and the Tongtian Tower was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Xi was not surprised by this. That was because the Tongtian Tower had disappeared 200 years ago. The Jade Lake is enveloped by an invisible array. Previously, even with my nascent soul stage cultivation, I couldn't pass through that array. I don't know if I can pass through it now. Jiang Xi thought to himself. His figure flashed continuously, and he arrived at the edge of the Emerald Jade Lake. Buzz. Indeed, even with his current strength he was still blocked by that array. What made Jiang Xi feel even more helpless and surprised was that his spirit sense was comparable to that of a Dao Integration Stage cultivator, but he still couldn't detect the situation outside the array. This reminded him that when he was in the Kongming Temple in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea, his spirit sense was also restricted. It seemed that the things hidden in the Jade Lake mystic realm were far more advanced than he had imagined. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a clear and melodious female voice sounded in his ears. It was a light laugh. Jiang Xi smiled and turned around. On the surface of the dark green lake, a tall and majestic pavilion had appeared out of nowhere. It was the Heavenly Tower. The owner of the voice was, of course, Spirit of the Illusion and Aishang. Whoosh! A strange force suddenly appeared around Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi instinctively wanted to drive it away. "Don't resist." And Aishang's voice sounded again. The space changed. Jiang Xi disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in that bright white space. The space seemed to be infinitely big and he couldn't see the end of it. What shocked Jiang Xi was that his spirit sense couldn't see the end of it this time either. It seemed that it was really big. At this moment, rays of five-colored light appeared in the sky not far away. They finally converged into an ethereal figure of a woman. The woman was like a fairy from a painting. She wore a rainbow-colored feather robe and descended with the wind. Then, with light steps, she arrived in front of Riverward. "We meet again." And Aishang chuckled. "Greetings, Sister and Aishang." Jiang Xi's attitude was very friendly. Although he still couldn't see through Aishang, Jiang Xi didn't bow respectfully to immortal Dao cultivators like he did in the Dao Alliance. And Aishang had provided him with a lot of help in the early stages of his cultivation. In his heart, she was really a big sister. "Your speed of improvement is faster than I thought. It's only been 200 years and you're already at the essence soul stage. Your spirit sense is even comparable to Dao integration cultivators. Not bad, not bad." And Aishang nodded. "Oh right, where's that Shen Tian who cultivated the sword Dao? How is he now?" Jiang Xi only looked at her. His meaning was obvious. "Sister, where's the benefit you mentioned?" "Haha, okay. I won't tease you anymore." And Aishang covered her mouth and laughed. Then she said seriously, "After you received the Gale inheritance, I said that I would give you a huge benefit. This benefit is me." Jiang Xi, if you can be more serious, I promise I won't beat you to death in the future. Sister and Aishang were not joking. Jiang Xi said, "I'm serious. The benefit I mentioned is the Heavenly Tower, and I'm the artifact spirit of the Heavenly Tower," and Aishang said with a smile. Jiang Xi instantly understood. "The Heavenly Tower is an immortal artifact?" Jiang Xi asked. "Only immortal artifacts had a chance of producing an artifact spirit. You're underestimating me." And Aishang shook her head. "I'm an original source treasure." Original source treasure? Jiang Xi had never heard of it. He knew that the highest grade of Dharma treasure was supreme grade immortal artifact. Above immortal artifacts are original source treasures. Usually, only Dao immortals and perfected lords have access to such secrets, and Aishang explained. "What's the difference between it and immortal artifacts?" Jiang Xi asked. "Immortal artifacts? Don't use immortal artifacts to insult me." And Aishang said with disdain. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. To put it simply, if you can completely refine the Heavenly Tower with your essence soul cultivation, you'll be able to unleash the full power of the Heavenly Tower. Even if you can only use 1/10,000th of the Heavenly Tower's power, you can still easily kill a ninth tribulation transcender. And Aishang was very proud. Chapter 465. Jiang Xi was excited. So powerful. Just 1/10,000th of its power could kill a ninth tribulation transcender. What about the full power? Killing a Dao monarch with one strike? After the excitement, Jiang Xi calmed down again. "Sister and Aishang, it's not that easy to refine such a powerful treasure, right? It's not that difficult." And Aishang shook her head. "How difficult?" "About 1 trillion supreme grade immortal stones." "About 1 trillion? Immortal stones? Supreme grade? Maybe more. I'm not too sure about the details because no one has completely refined it before." And Aishang had an innocent look in her eyes. Jiang Xi took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down. His heart ached. He naturally knew about immortal stones. Immortal stones were a common cultivation resource used by immortal Dao experts. At the same time, they also served as a currency. However, there were very few of them in the universe. It was said that they were only produced in the extraterrestrial battlefield and some strange places. He quickly did some calculations in his mind. 1 low-grade immortal stone equals 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. 1 middle-grade immortal stone equals 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones. 1 high-grade immortal stone equals 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. 1 supreme-grade immortal stone equals 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. What about 1 trillion supreme-grade immortal stones? He didn't dare to continue calculating. Would it be enough if he sold the Purple Heaven sect? Sister, you might not understand the situation outside. Jiang Xi briefly explained the situation of the Tao Alliance in the universe. And Ai Shang fell into a rare silence and was even a little dazed. After a while, she seemed to be talking to herself. Is it all gone? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Is it all gone? Seeing Ai Shang's dazed look, he tactfully didn't ask. He would find a chance to ask in the future. After a long time, Ai Shang finally calmed down. Jiang Xi continued, So, Sister Ai Shang, you might not be able to gather 1 trillion supreme-grade immortal stones even if you search the entire universe, and you just said that 1 trillion might be the lowest standard. There's another way. Ai Shang's eyes were filled with killing intent as she said in a low voice, Kill people. Kill people. Jiang Xi was stunned. Yes, to kill an immortal. After an immortal dies, the immortal energy in his body will not dissipate. His immortal body can be used as an immortal stone. Immortal power is formed from immortal qi. The stronger the immortal, the purer the immortal power, and the better the effect, Ai Shang explained. Sister, do you think I have the ability to kill immortals now? Jiang Xi asked. Sooner or later. Ai Shang smiled. So you're saying that I'm not fated with Heavenly Tower for the time being? That's not it. Simply dripping a drop of blood to make it recognize you as its master is still possible. With the hardness of the Heaven Connecting Tower, it should be enough for you to deal with powerhouses below the 3rd Tribulation Transcender level. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. That was reasonable. Being able to see but not be able to eat was the most torturous thing. After he dripped his blood on it, Tongtian Tower shrank from its majestic appearance until it finally merged into Jiang Xi's body. At the same time, a mysterious message was transmitted into his mind. It was a detailed introduction to refining the Heavenly Tower. 99 seals, so fucking ruthless. Jiang Xi felt a lot of pressure. Only by completely refining the 99 seals could he truly unleash the power of the Origin Energy Treasure. However, when he thought about how he could use Tongtian Tower to kill immortals in the future, he was full of motivation. Let me give you a suggestion. Ai Shang's voice sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. Before you become a Tao Lord, it's best not to expose the existence of Tongtian Tower, unless you don't want to live anymore. Of course I know that. Treasuring a jade ring is a crime. Jiang Xi nodded. Tongtian Tower would be his trump card in the future. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. Sister Ai Shang, can you tell me the history of Jade Lake during its heyday? Jiang Xi asked again. No, you're too weak now. It's not good for you to know. It'll affect your cultivation. Ai Shang decisively refused. I'm your master now. Are you not going to listen to your master? Wait until you completely refine it. Sneer, Jiang Xi shook his head. He was just testing and did not expect Ai Shang to really tell him. Then what's outside the Jade Lake's barrier? Why can't I detect the situation outside even with my Tao integration spiritual senses? Jiang Xi settled for the next best thing. You're the master of Tongtian Tower now. You can already pass through the Jade Lake's barrier. Ai Shang hesitated but did not refuse him this time. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He quickly came to the edge of the invisible barrier again and tried to reach out. Buzz. Then he felt a slight fluctuation in space. His hand successfully passed through the barrier. Then his figure flashed and he passed through. The scene in front of him shocked Jiang Xi. There was actually a boundless continent outside. He could not see the end at all. Just the area that his spiritual senses could detect was already far larger than the surface area of the entire Earth. Sister Ai Shang, how big is this place? Jiang Xi asked. It's 100 light years in diameter? I think so. It's been too long. I've forgotten, Ai Shang replied. Jiang Xi's surprise turned into shock. His eyes widened. 100 light years in diameter? It was even bigger than 100 solar systems. Wasn't it as big as the starry sky continent under the Tao Alliance's heavenly court? It was even bigger than the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters. Such a huge area. How powerful was the Jade Lake in the past? But where are the people? Why is there no life at all? Jiang Xi's spiritual senses spread out. There was only dead silence and desolation within a radius of 50,000 kilometers. There were no remnants of buildings or traces of life. One could imagine that a long time ago, countless races and lives were born here. But these lives seemed to have disappeared without a trace overnight? Jiangxi mumbled and kept making guesses. He was beating around the bush trying to get some useful information from Anai Shang. However, Anai Shang only remained silent. It's a pity that such a big place is gone. If the people from Earth could come here and reproduce, we wouldn't have to worry about living space. Jiang Xi sighed softly. In the past 200 years, if not for the Great Xia Alliance controlling the population growth, Earth would have been overcrowded. However, only he could enter this continent now because he was the owner of the heaven-reaching tower. Next, he walked around this continent again but still didn't find anything. There wasn't even a single plant life. He could only return in disappointment and leave the Jade Lake mystic realm. Jiang Xi didn't plan to let the treasures be covered in dust. After returning, he immediately used his communication pearl to enter the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure vault to search for immortal stones. In the end, he only found the exchange option for inferior-grade immortal stones. This was the authority that came with his identity as a Fourth Heaven disciple. Supreme-grade immortal stones were a scarce resource. He didn't have the right to exchange for them. However, the immortal chi in inferior-grade immortal stones was too little. They were useless to him. He had no choice but to give up. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. Since when did he not care about inferior-grade immortal stones? Chapter 466. Jiang Xi understood that even if he had the authority to exchange supreme-grade immortal stones in the treasure pavilion, he wouldn't be able to afford it. He calculated his current net worth. 1. Purple Heaven Sect points, 617,912 points. 2. Celestial Gold Stone, 800,000 points. 3. Daybreak Flower, 2 million points. 4. Dao Pattern Blood Crystal, 14,568 pieces worth approximately 145 million points, purchase price, 10,000 points per piece. Together with the other miscellaneous items, he should have 150 million points. 1 point equals 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. 1 supreme-grade immortal stone equals 10 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. Conversion. 1 supreme-grade immortal stone equals 100 million points. In other words, if he sold all these he would get 5 supreme-grade immortal stones. In addition, he had a supreme-grade immortal artifact, the Red Heaven Sword, which was worth about 10,000 supreme-grade immortal stones. Even so, it was still 100 million times less than the 1 trillion supreme-grade immortal stones he needed. It was useless. Moreover, the things he had, such as the Daybreak Flower and the Dao Pattern Blood Crystal, were all priceless treasures. Unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't sell them. Do I really have to hunt down immortal Dao experts? Jiang Xi frowned and pondered. His actual combat strength was at most comparable to a late-stage Dao integration realm cultivator. It was still too early for him to hunt down immortal Dao experts. Little Jiang, I think you're going down a dead end. Anai Shang's voice sounded in his mind. Huh? Jiang Xi was confused. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to completely refine the heaven-reaching tower. It's an ultimate treasure of the origin. Generally, only Dao Lord level experts are qualified to refine and use it, Anai Shang explained. Dao Lord? Jiang Xi smacked his lips. There were less than 50 Dao Lord level experts in the entire human race. It was too far away. Of course, as I said before, even 1,000th of the heaven-reaching tower's power can easily kill a 9th tribulation transcender. There are 99 seals in the heaven-reaching tower. If you refine the first seal, you should be able to use this power. Anai Shang added. Jiang Xi immediately understood why Anai Shang said he was going down a dead end. His idea just now was to completely refine the heavenly tower. Actually, there was no need for this at all. He only needed to refine the first layer of the seal of Heavenspan Pavilion, and then he would have the strength to hunt down immortal Dao experts. But Sister Anai Shang, even if it's just the first seal, it's still very difficult to refine. Even if we don't hunt immortal Dao experts, we'll still need a lot of top-grade immortal stones. Jiang Xi sighed. I told you that you're going down a dead end. Anai Shang chuckled and asked, think about what I said before. After an immortal Dao expert dies, the immortal qi in his body doesn't dissipate. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up as he grasped the main point. In other words, we only need the corpses of immortal cultivators? You told me before that the human race and the other races in the universe have been having a race war in the extraterritorial battlefield. Actually, this is an opportunity, Anai Shang said with a smile. If I go now, I'll just be throwing my life away. Jiang Xi shook his head. Idiot, I didn't ask you to go to the battlefield. And I Shang snorted and continued, although the corpses of immortal Dao experts are not as strong as those godfiends from the godfiend era, they still won't be able to die at least 100 million years ago. However, at the very least, it could ensure that the corpse would not decay for 1,000,000 years after death. The immortal power within the corpse would more or less be preserved. The stronger they are or the shorter the time they died, the more immortal qi will be preserved in the corpses. Also, according to my estimation, the immortal Dao experts who died in the war will be dealt with by each race. Do you understand now? Jiang Xi nodded. If he still didn't understand, then there would be a problem with his IQ. Since it was a race war that lasted for countless years, there would definitely be a large number of immortal Dao experts who died. These were resources. He used the Eye of Heaven to search for the keywords, extraterritorial battlefield plus immortal Dao expert corpses. Soon, secret information appeared in the 3D image in front of him. This was the authority of his Purple Heaven sect level 4 core disciple. He definitely wouldn't have been able to find it in the past. After the immortal Dao experts of the human race and the vassal races die, their corpses will be buried in their hometowns or the land of reincarnation. The fallen immortal Dao experts of the enemy races will also be transported to the land of reincarnation for research, sale, or destruction. The land of reincarnation is located between the Dao domain, the sword domain, and the Purple Heaven domain. It is equivalent to a small star domain. Jiang Xi sorted out the information and summarized these 3 important pieces of information. At first glance, they were all transported to the land of reincarnation. However, the fallen immortal Dao experts of the human race and the vassal races were buried there. For example, the fallen immortal Dao experts of the demon race, ghost race, demon race, and other enemy races would be brought to the land of reincarnation. If they had value, they would be used for research. If they had no value, they would be sold or destroyed. The word sell made Jiang Xi very happy. Since they can be sold, there must be a channel. However, these are the corpses of immortal Dao experts after all. If they have no value, it doesn't mean that they are cheap. He then searched for information on the sale of Tribulation Transcender demon corpses in the Purple Heaven sect's treasury. Because the bodies of demons were generally stronger, after becoming immortals, the immortal qi in their bodies would be even greater. The results of the search were similar to Jiang Xi's expectations. 10 ninth Tribulation demon corpses. 1,000,000 points. If there is enough immortal qi left, about 109th Tribulation demon corpses can guarantee that you will be able to refine the first seal of the heaven-reaching tower, and I Shang reminded him. Jiang Xi's eyelids twitched. He felt that the level of contact he had was getting higher and higher. He had even started to use 9th Tribulation demon corpses as a unit of measurement. One had to know that his master, the Winesword Immortal, was also at this level. 109th Tribulation demon corpses still require 10 million points. I can only get that much if I sell some Dao pattern blood crystals. Let's ask Master first and see if he has any cheap channels. Jiang Xi thought for a while and contacted the Winesword Immortal. Of course, in order not to expose the situation on Earth, he chose to use voice transmission. After the transmission went through, the Winesword Immortal told him, the military elders of the Purple Heaven sect in the various star zones are in charge of training the cultivator army and fighting outside. They have a better relationship with the land of reincarnation. Jiang Xi smiled. His master had given him a clear path. It just so happened that Immortal Qin Hu owed him a favor. It was time to return it. He didn't delay. After informing Jiang Daodu, he left Earth on the same day. Blue Planet, East Pole Island. Jiang Xi came to the military palace of the Purple Heaven sect's Blue Planet branch and found Immortal Qin Hu. Elder Jiang Xi? Immortal Qin Hu was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Xi. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was because Riverward had left without saying a word some time ago and had even concealed his whereabouts. In the eyes of the 3 elders, Jiang Xi must have gone to the various star systems to investigate the situation of the 3 major departments. Because of this, they had been worried all this time. I have something to discuss with Elder Qin Hu, Jiang Xi said. Immortal Qin Hu's heart skipped a beat. Was Jiang Xi going to target him first? Chapter 467. Seeing Jiang Xi's faint smile, Immortal Qin Hu's heart sank. However, he also had his doubts. It hadn't even been a month, and Jiang Xi had already found the key evidence? The 3 elders were the officials of the Purple Heaven sect. Although they were only 4th Tribulation Transcenders, they had a high position. Ordinary small evidence couldn't bring them down unless there was major evidence. Immortal Qin, who said in a deep voice, "Elder Jiang Ci, what's the matter?" After all, he was an immortal who had lived for 10 to 20,000 years. His mental fortitude wasn't bad and he didn't show any abnormalities. When Riverward saw this, he immediately understood something. Immortal Qin, who was feeling guilty. "Haha, I came this time to ask Elder Qin who for help." Jiang Ci stated his purpose and didn't beat around the bush. Immortal Qin, whose mood immediately relaxed. He said with a smile, "Elder Jiang Ci, what's the matter? You helped me settle Lu Chuan's trouble last time, so I still owe you a favor." Jiang Ci nodded. He liked to talk to people who were straightforward. There was no need to beat around the bush. "Then I'll be direct. I have a friend who studies the path of puppetry. Recently he needs to buy a batch of monster or ghost corpses. You are an elder in charge of external operations, so you should have some channels in this regard." Monster or ghost corpses? What level? Immortal Qin, who asked. He didn't doubt Jiang Ci's words because some experts who cultivated the path of puppetry did need to study corpses to improve their realm. Jiang Ci smiled and said, "Tribulation Transcender. The higher the cultivation, the better. It's best if it's a monster." Tribulation Transcender corpses? Your friend's realm in the path of puppetry isn't low. Immortal Qin, whose eyes widened in surprise. This was because there were very few people who cultivated the path of puppetry. Jiang Ci smiled. Immortal Qin, who shook his head and didn't continue asking. He knew that Jiang Ci definitely wouldn't say. He continued, "Your friend wants to buy the corpses of these powerhouses of other races. If it's only through the channels of the sect, the price will naturally be very high. Because it was the normal price, there was no discount. Since Elder Jiang Ci asked me for help, he definitely knows about the land of reincarnation." Jiang Ci nodded slightly. Immortal Qin, who wasn't too surprised, and said in a low voice, "There are many human race immortal Dao experts stationed in the land of reincarnation because it is the habitat of our human race's heroic spirits. Apart from that, the corpses of the alien race experts or the remains of their treasures would be sent to the land of reincarnation for research or sale. However, you know that some people like to break the rules and use all sorts of shady methods. They use their own powers or bribe the land of reincarnation guards to take away large amounts of corpses without spending a single cent." Immortal Qin, who was filled with righteous indignation and denounced such corrupt behavior. Jiang Ci's heart skipped a beat. The content of Immortal Qin, whose words was similar to the information he had found. However, the meaning behind this seemed to be reminding me that I could obtain a large number of demon corpses without spending any money? These vermin only dare to obtain demon corpses below the immortal Dao realm. Corpses above the immortal Dao realm are all important resources. If anyone dares to be greedy and is found out, they will be punished by the Dao Alliance Heavenly Court and imprisoned until they die. Immortal Qin, who added, "Of course, if it's for cultivation, you can use money to buy them. We don't lack money, right?" Immortal Qin, who looked at Jiang Ci meaningfully. Jiang Ci couldn't be more familiar with this gaze. After all, he was also a big boss in the street stall world. Immortal Qin, who was hinting that he could still do it as long as he didn't break the rules. Buy with money? 10 million points was money. 1 point was money too. The land of reincarnation has a total of 6 galaxies. There are large amounts of barren space there, and the area is comparable to a small star region. If Elder Jiang Ci wants to go, I happen to be good friends with an immortal Dao expert in one of the galaxies. You can contact him and you won't get lost. Immortal Qin, who hinted again. Thank you. Jiang Ci wasn't a stubborn person. Through the galaxy teleportation formation, one could directly teleport to the land of reincarnation. Jiang Ci's destination was one of the 6 galaxies in the land of reincarnation, the Forgotten Mountain system. This was a barren galaxy, and there were large amounts of cosmic dust and star fragments at the edge of the galaxy. There were many majestic palaces floating. In the galaxy near these palaces, there was a huge galaxy teleportation platform. On this day, the galaxy teleportation platform lit up with a dazzling light. Unlike other galaxy teleportation platforms, this one was specially guarded by a team of Dao integration stage soldiers. The leader of the soldiers was a cultivator at the peak of the Dao integration stage. He immediately surrounded the platform and waited. Because the land of reincarnation was a highly confidential place, very few people knew about the transmission mark here, just like the Dao Alliance Heavenly Court and the 3 sects 6 sects. Therefore, this galaxy teleportation platform was rarely activated. After a moment, the light dissipated and a figure appeared. It was an essence soul cultivator. All the soldiers relaxed a little. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the land of reincarnation? The soldier at the peak of the Tao integration stage shouted. I am Jiang Ci from the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Ci revealed his identity. Of course, it was not as simple as just saying. He had a special way to prove his identity. After the soldier at the peak of the Tao integration stage checked his identity, he immediately became extremely respectful and bowed with his subordinates. Greetings, Elder Jiang Ci. Yes, take me to see Immortal Sun Yun. Jiang Ci nodded. Immortal Sun Yun was Elder Qin Hu's good friend. Elder Qin Hu had also told Jiang Ci about the transmission mark of the land of reincarnation, because Jiang Ci was now qualified to know. Elder Jiang Ci, please. The soldier at the peak of the Tao integration stage led Jiang Ci to one of the palaces. During the flight, Jiang Ci carefully sized up the situation here. Then, he discovered that there was a large amount of cosmic dust and star debris within a radius of 50,000 kilometers. There might be even more in other places. This showed that it was impossible to accelerate to the speed of light in the land of reincarnation. In addition, this place was filled with an oppressive aura. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they might go crazy just by being here. Jiang Ci guessed that this should be because the land of reincarnation stored a large number of alien corpses. After flying in the starry sky for a while, he arrived in front of Immortal Sun Yun's palace under the lead of the soldier at the peak of the Tao integration stage. A soldier emitting the aura of a fourth tribulation transcender bowed to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci, Lord is waiting for you in the palace. Jiang Ci nodded lightly, not minding it at all. Although Immortal Qin Hu had already greeted him in advance, Immortal Sun Yun was a sixth tribulation transcender. He was not qualified for a sixth tribulation transcender to come out and greet him personally. Sending a fourth tribulation transcender was already a high standard. Chapter 468. Immortal Sun Yun's palace was a proper palace of a sixth tribulation transcender, and it covered an area of more than 60,000 square kilometers. After Jiang Ci entered, Immortal Sun Yun, who was originally sitting on the throne of the palace, quickly got off the throne and warmly welcomed Jiang Ci. Immortal Sun Yun laughed and said, Ha Jiang Ci, I've long heard that a peerless genius has appeared in the sect. Today I finally get to see you. Greetings, Immortal Sun Yun. Jiang Ci's attitude was very respectful. At the same time he sized up the other party. He had already learned about Immortal Sun Yun from Immortal Qin Hu. This sixth tribulation transcender also came from the Purple Heaven sect. Before becoming an immortal, he was only a core disciple of the first heavenly layer. After experiencing life and death in the foreign battlefield, he finally transcended the tribulation and became an immortal. His status was even higher than that of the third and fourth heavenly layers of the same generation as him. Could be said that he was a model of a comeback. After all, the first heavenly layer was the weakest among the core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. There were very few people who could transcend the tribulation and become an immortal, let alone become a sixth tribulation transcender. Immortal Sun Yun was able to become one of the guardians of the land of reincarnation with his status as a sixth tribulation transcender. This also reflected his strength and status. Therefore, Jiang Ci didn't rely on his status to act arrogantly. I heard from Qin Hu that you plan to buy the corpses of monsters at the tribulation transcender realm. Immortal Sun Yun faintly smiled. He was clearly very satisfied with Jiang Ci's attitude. Yes, I happen to have a friend who cultivates the path of puppetry. He wants to use the corpses of monsters to conduct research. Jiang Ci's words didn't change. Immortal Sun Yun nodded and said, Tell me how much you need. You're the disciple of Senior Wine Sword Immortal, and you've also talked to Qin Hu. I'll give you whatever convenience I can. Jiang Ci said, I need 100 corpses of monsters at the 9th tribulation level. Immortal Sun Yun was clearly surprised. You need so many? Your friend's realm in the path of puppetry isn't low. Generally speaking, if one could use a corpse of a 9th tribulation transcender, their strength would be at least at the 7th tribulation transcender level. On the side, the 4th tribulation transcender who had brought Jiang Ci in looked at Jiang Ci in shock. This Jiang Ci is really crafty. The amount he wants is just the upper limit that can be approved by Sir. Jiang Ci only smiled. He didn't admit or deny it. Immortal Sun Yun did not pursue the matter. After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, 100 corpses of 9th Tribulation Demon Clan members are within the scope of my approval authority. There is no need to check with other guardians. Thank you, Senior, Jiang Ci said. Before he came, He had heard that the land of reincarnation was guarded by the 3 gates and 6 sects. Immortal Sun Yun was the representative of the Purple Heaven sect, and he was in charge of leading all the Immortal Tao experts from the Purple Heaven sect. The other 8 Immortal Tao sects also each had a representative who was at least a 6th tribulation transcender. Usually, if there were any major issues, the 9 representatives would negotiate with each other. Any representative could approve his business of buying 100 corpses of the 9th tribulation demon clan in one go. If he wanted more, he would need to negotiate with all 9 representatives. After all, 100 corpses of the 9th tribulation demon clan members were already worth 10 million points. Jiang Xi had specifically used his connections to come to the land of reincarnation in order to get a cheaper price. Therefore, he did not bother to be polite with Immortal Sun Yun, and directly asked, "Senior Sun Yun, since I'm buying so many corpses at once, is it possible to get a cheaper price?" Immortal Sun Yun gently smiled and shook his head. "No." Jiang Xi frowned. If it was not possible to get a cheaper price, he might as well go to the Purple Heaven sect's treasure house and buy it. Immortal Sun Yun knew what Jiang Xi was thinking. He smiled and said, "The price is a rule set by the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance. It has been in place for countless years, and no one can change it unless a true monarch comes." However, his tone kept changing. Jiang Xi raised his head and looked at Immortal Sun Yun. Was there a chance? Immortal Sun Yun's next words confirmed his guess. However, rules are dead while people are alive. The price of 100 corpses of the 9th tribulation demon clan members is indeed 10 million points, but the corpses are also divided by their quality. For example, some corpses can be more than 90% intact, while others can only be 30% intact. Another example is the difference in the bloodline of the demon clan. After ascending to immortality with royal bloodlines and ordinary bloodlines, the difference in their bodies is very obvious when calculating the price. It is calculated according to the price of one corpse. The actual value is 2 to 3 times, or even 5 to 6 times. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. He did not say the rest, but everyone understood what he meant. Low-grade corpses and superior-grade corpses had the same price. Immortal Sun Yun could give him all superior-grade corpses. In this way, it was equivalent to spending the same amount of money to buy something of higher value. Keep these 100 tokens well. Each one represents 10 corpses of the 9th tribulation demon clan members. Immortal Sun Yun waved his hand, and 100 golden tokens with complicated symbols appeared in front of him. 100 tokens. That's 1,000 corpses. You're giving them all to me? Jiang Xi was stunned and envious. You think too much. The corpses of the 9th tribulation demon clan members are sold in units of 10. These 100 tokens represent the best quality corpses of the 9th tribulation demon clan members that the Forgotten Mountain Star system has collected over the past million years. What I mean is that you can choose from them and choose the best ones. Immortal Sun Yun shook his head. Many thanks. Jiang Xi chuckled. This was the benefit of using connections. I'll take you to the treasurer to pay first, and then I'll take you to choose the corpses. Immortal Sun Yun added. Jiang Xi nodded and then came to another palace. Although the land of reincarnation was jointly guarded by the 3 gates and 6 sects, it was nominally under the jurisdiction of the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. Therefore, the money had to be transferred to the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court first. The treasurer who received the money was an old man in a Taoist robe whose cultivation level could not be seen clearly. Jiang Xi transferred 10 million points to the old man in the Taoist robe in front of Immortal Sun Yun. These points were obtained by selling 1,000 Tao pattern blood crystals to the Purple Heaven sect. After receiving the money, the old man in the Taoist robe stared at Jiang Xi with a deep gaze. He was also very surprised. He did not expect Jiang Xi to be so rich. This was because many immortals below the 6th tribulation had to prepare for a long time to take out 10 million points in one go. Jiang Xi was only at the Essence Soul stage, but he could take it out so easily. I wonder if it's his own? Or the expert behind him who cultivates the Tao of puppetry gave it to him? Immortal Sun Yun speculated as he watched from the side. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to where the demon corpses are stored." After completing this transaction, he would also receive a commission, so he was in a good mood. At the same time, an inconspicuous message was sent to the headquarters of a certain foreign intelligence organization after many transfers. After the intelligence organization decrypted the message, the specific content was as follows. After investigation, the number 10 target on the assassination list, the human Purple Heaven sect's genius Jiang Xi, has already arrived at the land of reincarnation, the Forgotten Mountain Star System. He also bought a ninth Tribulation Demon corpse worth 10 million points. According to speculation, he should stay in the Forgotten Mountain Star System for the next month. Chapter 469. In the distant desolate galaxy, in a rarely known grotto heaven world. Dark clouds covered the sky, and wisps of blue flames danced on the ground. The entire world was suffused with an eerie aura. At the center of the world, the blue flames converged into the shape of Luhaiyang. A black mountain 1,000,000 kilometers tall stood in the middle of the blue ocean. At the peak of the mountain was an enormous palace built of white bones. A white-eyed woman flew into the white bone palace at an extremely fast speed. Although she was a ninth tribulation ghost immortal, she didn't dare recklessly barge into the palpitating palace. "I wish to see His Majesty," she said respectfully outside the palace. Only true monarchs of the ghost race were qualified to add the words, Ghost King, to their names. The master of this palace was called the Third White Ghost King. "Enter," a voice that seemed to come from beyond the heavens sounded. The white-eyed woman hurriedly entered the palace's main hall. In the main hall, a figure that looked like an evil spirit was surrounded by balls of dark blue flames. "What is it?" asked the Third White Ghost King. "Ghost King, according to our intelligence, Jiang Ci of the Purple Firmament sect has appeared in the accounts of the Forgetful Mountain Galaxy," the white-eyed woman reported respectfully. "Jiang Ci? Target number 10 on the assassination list?" The Third White Ghost King vaguely remembered him. The various races were carrying out assassination activities, and the targets of the assassination were those young geniuses with outstanding talent. Once a genius ascended to immortality, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. For example, Lu Yun, the genius of the sword school from 10 million years ago, had been number 1 on the assassination list. Once he ascended to immortality, he'd be able to overcome all 9 tribulations and become a true immortal powerhouse of the human race. When he went to the off-world battlefield, he'd be a threat to the other peak races. Although Jiang Ci wasn't as strong as Lu Yun, he'd definitely become a 9th tribulation transcender in a short time after ascending to immortality. He'd even have a chance to touch the threshold of Tao Immortal and become a threat to the other peak races. That was why he was number 10 on the assassination list. This is a good opportunity. In that case, let's awaken the 4th spy in the Forgetful Mountain Galaxy and take care of him once and for all, the Third White Ghost King decided. "4th spy? Your Highness, he's only at the nascent soul stage. Isn't this a little overkill?" The white-eyed woman was very surprised. She was by Sand Ghost King's most trusted subordinate, so she dared to ask such a question. Due to the existence of the sky-piercing eyes, it was very difficult for the peak clans to plant spies in the human territory. Therefore, every spy was extremely precious, especially experts like number 4. There were very few of them in the entire land of reincarnation. Don't underestimate target number 10. If it wasn't for the fact that he hasn't been training for a long time, he might even be in the top 5. Number 4 should be enough, White Third Ghost King explained. The white-eyed woman didn't ask any further. She hurriedly left the White Bone Palace to carry out her orders. In the land of reincarnation, in the desolate space of the Forgotten Mountain Star System, large amounts of alien corpses and Dharma treasures floated. Some of them had been piled up for millions of years. After such a long time, the dead bodies of the aliens and the remnants of magical equipment stored in this galaxy were worth more than an entire space zone. Thus, in order to prevent theft, embezzlement and other corruption, there were many surveillance points hidden in this galaxy. At this moment, there was a small space hidden inside an inconspicuous star fragment. In the space, a late-stage Tao integration cultivator in black armor was cultivating while observing the 3D illusion in front of him. The 3D illusion showed the situation within 100,000 kilometers. The man's eyes suddenly blurred, but he instantly sobered up. "After 6,000 years of hiding, I finally have a mission?" His expression was a little complicated. With a mission, it meant that he could finally realize his value. But at the same time, it also meant the end of his life. Because regardless of whether he could complete the mission or not, he couldn't escape death in the end. Even if he killed Jiang Ci and completed the mission, he would still be killed by the immortal Tao experts in the land of reincarnation. But this was his mission. After he was controlled by the ghost race's soul mystic technique, he was destined to have this fate. Then, the man left this surveillance point and entered the galaxy to patrol. His goal was obviously to find Jiang Ci. His action wasn't sudden because as a spy, he had the responsibility of patrolling the Forgotten Mountain Star System. Jiang Xi followed immortal Sun Yun and left the palaces at the edge of the Forgotten Mountain star system. The two of them stood in the air and looked at everything in front of them. These are the remains of war transported from the extraterrestrial battlefield. They are the true value of the land of reincarnation. Even compared to the 3,600 star zones of the Tao Alliance, our Forgotten Mountain star system's value is ranked at the top, immortal Sun Yun said with a smile. His tone was obviously higher. Jiang Xi didn't say anything. He was indeed shocked. There were huge piles of alien race remains in front of him. They floated quietly in the galaxy like stars. They were densely packed and filled the entire galaxy. Most of them emitted the aura of Tao integration and above, and a few of them emitted the aura of the immortal Tao. These auras mixed together to form a strange aura that made people feel oppressed and solemn. Go in and buy it yourself. Fly forward for about 5 million kilometers and you will reach the location corresponding to the first golden token, immortal Sun Yun said. Senior, you won't go in with me? Jiang Xi was surprised. Immortal Sun Yun shook his head. I can't go in because the items here are very valuable. To prevent theft, we immortal Tao experts are forbidden from entering. Aren't you worried that I'll steal some of the valuable goods? Jiang Xi smiled. Immortal Sun Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled. You are a core disciple of the Purple Firmament sect. I believe you won't steal for the sake of immediate benefits. If you are discovered to be stealing, you will be hunted down by the Tao Alliance, the Heavenly Court, and the 3 Gates and 6 sects. After saying that, he added, moreover, there are a large number of hidden surveillance points in this starry sky. They basically cover the entire Forgotten Mountain star system. Chapter 470. The underworld spirit crystal was produced in the ghost domain and did not exist in the human domain. Upon hearing immortal Qiao Tu's request, a smile appeared on immortal Wu Ye's stiff face. He shook his head and said, You are too late. I originally had some underworld spirit crystals, but they were all used up 600 years ago. If you want more, you can only wait until I go to the extraterritorial battlefield and see if I can get some from the ghost experts. You have plans to enter the extraterritorial battlefield in the near future? Immortal Qiao Tu was somewhat surprised. A little fellow in the sect stole my opportunity. I want to wait for him to die first. Immortal Wu Ye's eyes turned cold. Haha, the famous immortal Wu Ye actually had your opportunity stolen? Immortal Qiao Tu laughed out loud. It was just a tease between friends. If not for Tao Lord 9 Firmament's decree, I would have taken it back long ago. Immortal Wu Ye said coldly. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Immortal Qiao Tu's laughter came to an abrupt end. That's right. 200 years ago, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments issued a decree. Immortal Wu Yi recounted what had happened. After Immortal Qiao Tu heard this, he laughed strangely. Purple Firmament Sword Sutra. Forgive me for being blunt, but this kid called Jiang Xi is very lucky. If you want to wait for him to die, it won't be easy. Immortal Wu Yi did not mind and said, after Tao unification, passing the tribulation to become an immortal is a difficult task. As long as he has yet to become an immortal, there is a possibility of him dying. Therefore I still have a chance. Having said this, he paused and looked meaningfully at immortal Qiao Tuesday. There's one more thing that I think I should tell you. Jiang Xi is the disciple of Wine Sword Immortal. Wine Sword Immortal. Immortal Qiao Tu's eyes focused. His aura was like a ball of fire that suddenly exploded. Then this Jiang Xi deserves to die even more. Jiang Xi went deep into the Forgotten Mountain star system alone. He rode a flying ship and roamed the starry sky. Although there was not enough space for him to accelerate to light speed, the flying ship's sublight speed was still many times faster than his own speed. The Forgotten Mountain star system had a diameter of several million light years and was traveling at a speed of 100,000 to 200,000 kilometers per second. If he didn't consider the time to stop and choose the goods, he would be able to walk through the entire Forgotten Mountain star system in about half a month. Immortal Sun Yun had given him 100 golden medallions, each of which represented 10 corpses of 9th tribulation great demons. However, the goods corresponding to the 100 golden tokens were not located in the same region. Instead, they were scattered across the vast expanse of space. The detailed location information and route were hidden in the golden token. One could know it with a sweep of their spiritual sense. The first golden token was located 5 million kilometers away. Soon the flying boat crossed 3 million kilometers. The corpses of the alien races were scattered all over the starry sky, floating quietly in the starry sky like stars. The corpses here more or less exuded the aura of the immortal path. In other words, they were all at the tribulation immortal realm. However, these immortal Tao auras were a little abnormal. They had an obvious aura of death. This is because the immortal energy in the corpse has lost the control of the spiritual sense and is constantly dissipating. This made Jiang Xi very envious. His purpose in buying the corpses of the alien races was precisely for the immortal energy. Unfortunately, there were a large number of surveillance points hidden here. He didn't want to violate the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court's ban for these alien corpses. The gains didn't make up for the losses. These are all alien corpses. Their bodies are indeed very large. Jiang Xi maintained his habit of being cautious and spread his spiritual sense around. At the same time, he could also detect the situation of the surrounding alien corpses. A common characteristic of the alien races was that their bodies were very strong. This was not only reflected in their strength, but also in their bodies that were many times larger than other races. For example, in the pile of corpses 3,000 kilometers away, there was a two-winged alien race. Although its corpse was badly damaged, its body was more than 300 kilometers long. I'll go look for the corpses of 9th Tribulation Great Demons later. Jiang Xi prepared to continue flying forward on the flying boat. At this time, an Aishang's voice sounded in his mind. Little Jiang, stay close to those Tribulation Transcender corpses. Let me devour the immortal energy that is dissipating. What? Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. Then he was pleasantly surprised. Don't make a fuss. Even if you buy alien corpses, you will have to go through me to devour the immortal energy in those corpses. And Aishang smiled. Although she said that, Jiang Xi was still very happy. He flew the flying boat toward the pile of alien corpses 3,000 kilometers away. After approaching the corpses, he found that the immortal energy mixed with the death aura was even denser. This pile of alien corpses had already been sorted. They were all 6 Tribulation Great Demons. When gathered together, they were more than 2,000 kilometers in diameter. In the next moment, an invisible devouring force appeared in Jiang Xi's heaven-reaching tower and devoured the immortal energy that was dissipating in the surroundings. An Aishang was controlling the heaven-reaching tower. Don't devour too much. It'll be bad if you're discovered, Jiang Xi reminded her in his mind. I know. Right now, the heaven-reaching tower is only recognized by you by blood. You haven't even unsealed the first seal, so the power you can use is very small. Even if I want to devour more, there's nothing I can do, an Aishang complained. Jiang Xi laughed dryly. Because the speed at which the heaven-reaching tower devoured immortal energy wasn't fast. The 10-6 Tribulation Great Demons' corpses were continuously dissipating immortal energy. An hour later, Jiang Xi's spiritual sense clearly sensed that the immortal energy in these corpses had decreased by 1/10,000th. The heaven-reaching tower also stopped devouring. There are too many alien corpses like this in this space. Immortal energy of all levels is mixed together. It should be very difficult to discover that such a small amount is missing. Jiang Xi didn't leave immediately. After waiting for a while, the immortal energy that was continuously dissipating from the corpses, like flowing water, it filled up the vacuum of immortal energy that he had just devoured. On the surface, it seemed that nothing had changed here. Only then did he feel at ease and leave on the flying boat. The Forgotten Mountain star system has a diameter of millions of light-years. I wonder how many alien corpses of Tribulation Transcendent Realm cultivators are stored here. If I were to touch the corpses of all the Tribulation Transcender experts and devour 1/10,000th of their immortal strength, I wonder how many layers of sky-piercing tower seals I would be able to break? Then, with this kind of expectation, he specifically went to look for the Tribulation Transcendent alien corpses. Soon, Jiang Xi's strange behavior was discovered by a hidden surveillance point nearby. The person in charge of this surveillance point was also a black-armored soldier, but his cultivation level was at the late-stage Essence Soul realm. What is he doing? The black-armored soldier was full of doubts. Because no one who came to choose goods would be like Jiang Xi, who stayed at each corpse location for at least an hour. Start first, then change later. Chapter 471. After Jiang Xi left, the black-armored soldier in charge of monitoring the surrounding 10,000 kilometers came out from the hidden surveillance point. He checked the pile of monster corpses that Jiang Xi had just devoured. He didn't find any changes, so he left with doubts. An Essence Soul cultivator can come here to buy Tribulation Transcender monster corpses, so he must have an extraordinary background. It's very likely that he's a core disciple of one of the 9 major immortal Tao sects, but his behavior is very strange. The black-armored soldier thought for a while and finally reported the situation dutifully. In another part of the Forgotten Mountain Galaxy, the 4th ghost spy who had been activated was a late-stage Tao integration black-armored man. As usual, he drove a supreme-grade flying ship and patrolled aimlessly in the starry sky. When he was 100,000 kilometers away, a chuckle sounded in his ears. "Hey Maggie, you've crossed the line. This is the area I'm monitoring. Be careful not to be discovered by the immortals above. You'll be punished then." The brawny man in black armor named Maggie also smiled. "Hey, look at what this is." A 9-colored seal appeared in his hand. "You actually have a commander-level seal." The person in charge of this surveillance point was shocked. "What else?" Maggie smiled and said, "I don't have the guts to ignore the immortals' ban." The 9-colored seal was jointly refined by the representatives of the 9 major immortal Tao sects of the Forgotten Mountain Galaxy. Having the 9-colored seal meant that his status was the highest among all the surveillance points. He could jump out of his original surveillance area and patrol other areas. The black-armored brawny man Maggie had a calm look on his face. He chatted with the person who had warned him for a while before leaving. According to the mission information given by the higher-ups, Jiang Ci spent 10 million points to buy 9th Tribulation monster corpses this time. "I just have to search these corpses and I'll find him." Maggie drove the flying ship and sped through the starry sky. Basically, the person in charge of every surveillance point would ask him why he had broken into other people's surveillance area. At first he would explain patiently. Later, he felt annoyed and activated the 9-colored seal and placed it on the deck of the flying ship. Although this was very ostentatious, the effect was obvious. No one asked him similar questions again. Jiang Ci followed the instructions of the golden token to find the place where the corpses of the 9 Tribulations demon clan members were stored. At the same time, under the secret control of Ni Shang, the heaven-connecting tower in his body absorbed the immortal energy of every Tribulation Transcender demon corpse along the way. After this process, the amount of time he could stay in the Forgotten Mountain star system had greatly increased. Originally, it would only take half a month to complete a round. Now it would probably take a month. Due to his strange behavior, many of the people in charge of the surveillance stations along the way reported it. Immortal Sun Yun had specifically contacted him about this. The reason Jiang Ci gave him was that he was curious and wanted to study the demon corpses up close. Although Immortal Sun Yun didn't understand, he didn't suspect anything because he was sure that Jiang Ci wouldn't steal anything. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Jiang Ci stopped the flying boat in front of a pile of corpses of 7 Tribulation Great Demons. His body emitted waves of devouring power. The immortal energy emitted from the corpses of the 7th Tribulation Great Demons was constantly devoured by the heaven-connecting tower. After half an hour, a hint of joy suddenly flashed in Jiang Ci's eyes. His spiritual sense vaguely felt that the heaven-connecting tower hidden in his body seemed to have some subtle changes. It was finally effective. It's still far from the first seal. The efficiency of the heaven-connecting tower devouring immortal energy is still too low. It's been half a month and it hasn't even reached 1% of the first seal. Ni Shang ruthlessly attacked him. "Then how powerful is the heaven-connecting tower now?" Jiang Ci asked. "It can barely kill a 3rd Tribulation Transcender," Ni Shang answered. Jiang Ci nodded in satisfaction. Before this, the heaven-connecting tower could only deal with immortal Tao experts below the 3rd Tribulation. Dealing with and killing were two different things. Continue to work hard. Then he devoured 1/10,000th of the immortal energy in the corpses of the 7th Tribulation Great Demons in front of him. More than 200,000 kilometers ahead, there's a golden token corresponding to the location of the goods. Let's go in that direction. I can take a look at the quality of the corpses of the 9th Tribulation Great Demons. Jiang Ci drove the flying boat away because the distance was not far. He did not choose to fly at sublight speed. He planned to harvest the corpses of the other Tribulation Transcender monsters along the way. Just like this, he stopped and walked. Not long after, he was only 80,000 kilometers away from the location of the goods corresponding to the golden token. Not far ahead, there was a pile of 3rd Tribulation Great Demons corpses. He stopped again. In the starry sky 100,000 kilometers away from Jiang Ci, the muscular black-armored man McGee also appeared in a flying boat. There's another pile of 9th Tribulation Great Demons corpses ahead. I can wait here for a while. Maybe I can lock onto Jiang Ci's whereabouts. During this time, he had been searching for Ninth Tribulation Great Demon's corpses in the Forgotten Mountain star system. Unfortunately, he did not encounter Jiang Xi at all. However, McGee had a premonition that he would soon complete his mission. Because a day ago, he learned from the person in charge of a monitoring point millions of kilometers away that Jiang Xi had appeared in the nearby starry sky. Although he did not understand why Jiang Xi had stayed near a pile of First Tribulation Great Demon's corpses for nearly an hour, he did not investigate further. As long as he could find Jiang Xi and kill him, everything would be fine. After arriving at the location where the Ninth Tribulation Great Demon's corpses were stored, McGee habitually spread out his spirit sense. The spirit sense of a late-stage Dao integration cultivator could easily cover a radius of 100,000 kilometers. In just a second, McGee's eyes lit up and were full of surprise. Found it. His spirit sense discovered that there was a location where the corpses of First Tribulation Great Demon's corpses were stored more than 80,000 kilometers away. At this time, Jiang Xi was hovering near that location. He did not know what Jiang Xi was doing. I can't be in a hurry. I have to deal with the monitoring point hidden nearby first. McGee still held a glimmer of hope that he could survive. The monitoring point was hidden and protected by a very advanced array formation boundary. Even Jiang Xi did not have the ability to discover it on his own. However, McGee had the 9-color seal, so this was not a problem for him. Therefore, he quickly found the monitoring point in this area. There were a total of 2 monitoring points, and the cultivation level of each person in charge was not high. They were respectively at the early stage and mid-stage Essence Soul realm. This is easy. McGee flew to one of the monitoring points hidden in a meteorite and lied that it was an inspection job. Because of the 9-color seal, the person in charge of the monitoring point did not suspect McGee and respectfully welcomed him in. This person in charge was only at the early stage Essence Soul realm and was no match for a late-stage Dao integration cultivator at all. In addition, he trusted McGee, so his death did not cause any commotion. Chapter 472. The remaining late-stage Essence Soul monitoring point supervisor was killed by McGee in the same way. Without the surveillance point, no matter what happened within the area of 100,000 kilometers, no one would be able to discover it. According to normal procedures, after losing contact with the monitoring point, it will be discovered by the higher-ups in about 30 seconds. Then, they will send someone to investigate this place and it will take about another 30 seconds. In other words, I have 1 minute to kill Jiang Xi. If I can kill Jiang Xi within 30 seconds, then I will have a chance to escape this place. This is also the only chance to survive. However, the premise of all this is to kill Jiang Xi and complete the mission. McGee's thoughts turned quickly, and he instantly judged the current situation. At the same time, he drove the flying boat and flew toward Jiang Xi, who was 80,000 kilometers away. Because he had cultivated the secret Dao seal technique, after breaking through to the Essence Soul stage, Jiang Xi's spiritual sense detection range had reached a radius of 60,000 kilometers, which was comparable to the mid-stage Dao integration. The detection range of his spiritual sense would increase with the increase of his cultivation level. His current cultivation level was still at the early stage Essence Soul stage. With the experience points panel, of course, he could raise his cultivation level to the perfected Essence Soul stage in a short time. However, after returning from the Purple Heaven sect headquarters, he had been busy solving the relationship problems of his brother, Shen Tian, and usually had to come into contact with a large number of immortal Dao powerhouses. If his cultivation level increased too quickly, it would easily arouse the suspicion of these immortal Dao powerhouses. Therefore, he did not immediately raise his cultivation level to the perfected Essence Soul stage. In his current situation, the actual combat strength of an early-stage Essence Soul stage and a perfected Essence Soul stage was actually about the same. The only difference was the strength of his spiritual sense. According to Jiang Xi's plan, he was prepared to use 10 years to raise his cultivation level to the perfected Essence Soul stage. This speed of improvement would not be doubted by anyone. It was a little faster than the cultivation speed of a peerless genius, but not too fast. If he only used 10 days to half a month to raise his cultivation level, Purple Heaven sect would probably send someone to inquire about it on the same day. Of course, with Jiang Xi's identity and background, they would at most ask about it. There would be no danger to his life. Even so, he only wanted to be a normal genius and not a genius that everyone was watching. If he was being watched, there would be no secrets left. Not only would Earth be easily exposed, but the existence of the experience panel might also be exposed. Without the ability to protect himself, This was the real danger. What was the standard for self-protection? Jiang Xi already had an answer: Tao Lord. Only by having the combat power of a Tao Lord and standing at the very peak of power in the universe would one be able to ignore these dangers. This road was originally very long. Now that he had the prime treasure, the heaven-connecting tower, this path had been shortened. Once he completely bound the stone tower, he would be able to reach the Tao Lord level of combat power in advance. It would be great if I could take away all the corpses of the Tribulation Transcender Realm monsters in the galaxy. Jiang Xi stood in front of a pile of corpses of Third Tribulation Great Demons and had this unrealistic thought. The heaven-span tower hidden in his body was still devouring the surrounding immortal power. He frowned and subconsciously looked into the distant starry sky. Of course he couldn't see anything. However, within the range of his spiritual senses probing, a flying boat had intruded and was rapidly approaching him. Late-stage Tao integration stage? Judging from the black armor on his body, he should be someone from the nearby surveillance station. The 9-colored seal in his hand has the aura of immortal Sun Yun. Jiang Xi quickly made a judgment. In just a second, the flying boat arrived in front of Jiang Xi. The muscular man in black armor on the flying boat said to Jiang Xi, "I'm the commander of the surveillance station in the Forsaken Mountain Star System. Please cooperate with the identity check." The 9-colored seal confirmed Maggie's identity, so Jiang Xi didn't have any doubts. He was about to take out his identity jade slip from his storage ring. In the next moment, Maggie, who was close by, suddenly attacked. A biting cold saber light cut through the starry sky and suddenly slashed toward Jiang Xi. Slash. Jiang Xi couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by the saber. A 3-inch deep wound appeared on his shoulder. Assassin. What? Both of them were shocked at the same time. Jiang Xi was shocked that Maggie, who was in the late-stage Tao integration stage, could actually break through his body's defenses. This was the first time someone had been able to leave such a big wound on his body after his body had become 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Then he realized that this person was an assassin. There are a lot of alien corpses in the Forsaken Mountain Star System. If he dares to assassinate me in the land of reincarnation, he must be very confident. No matter what, I can't be careless. Jiang Xi's vigilance was at its highest. What shocked Maggie was that even with his strength, he couldn't kill Jiang Xi with one slash. Instead, he only left a 3-inch deep wound. This was ridiculous. His body is far stronger than a Tao integration stage cultivator. No wonder he's the 10th target on the assassination list. However, a strong body doesn't mean that his soul is also strong. Maggie slashed again. This time, the saber light carried a wisp of dim light and instantly attacked Jiang Xi. He was very fast and the saber light was also very fast. Before Jiang Xi could react, the saber light landed on Jiang Xi's body. Buzz, Jiang Xi's spiritual sea rippled slightly. His primordial spirit, which had merged with the image of self-visualization, sat cross-legged on a lotus platform with 3 petals. It emitted a 4-colored light and easily dispelled Maggie's soul attack. Impossible. Maggie's expression changed drastically. He was confident that even a late-stage Tao integration stage cultivator like him wouldn't be able to block that attack. However, Jiang Xi wasn't affected at all. His body is far stronger than a Tao integration stage cultivator, and his soul is also so strong. If he has such strength, why is he only the 10th target? He's definitely one of the top 3 targets on the assassination list. Top 3. Why didn't the intelligence report mention this? Trash. A bunch of trash from the ghost race. Maggie had only used 2 moves and was already in despair. In fact, less than 10 seconds had passed, but Jiang Xi's strength made him understand that he had no chance of leaving alive. That's it? Jiang Xi looked at Maggie coldly. He felt a little strange. Wasn't the power behind this assassin too confident? A late-stage Tao integration stage cultivator wanted to assassinate him? If that's all you've got, then die. As he spoke, the red cloud sword vibrated slightly. Hundreds of sword Tao green lotuses appeared and condensed into wisps of sword chi. The majestic aura made Maggie, who was at the late-stage Tao integration stage, feel a deep sense of fear. He actually felt like he was facing an immortal Tao elite. I hate you. Maggie roared angrily. He slashed out 18 times in a row. With each slash, his soul weakened a little. This was a saber technique that consumed his life force. The saber strikes overlapped and their power increased explosively. The starry sky trembled violently. What a powerful attack. If I take it head-on, I'll definitely be seriously injured. I have to block it. Jiang Xi's expression was extremely serious. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword chi condensed from hundreds of sword Dao green lotuses was like a meteor shower in the night sky. It met Maggie's 18 consecutive slashes. Chapter 473. Boom. The surging attack exploded in the starry sky, and a powerful shockwave swept across thousands of kilometers. At the same time, a dazzling light illuminated the dark starry sky. A second later, the 18 stacked saber lights were blocked by the sword chi. It was blocked. No. Jiang Xi was about to heave a sigh of relief when his expression suddenly changed. After using up his life and slashing 18 times, McGee's soul aura had weakened to less than 1/10 of its original level. It was no threat to Jiang Xi. However, Jiang Xi felt a deep chill, as if a powerful existence was about to break free. It was eerie and terrifying, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. His intuition told him that there was great danger. When the dazzling light in the distance subsided, Jiang Xi finally saw it clearly. There was a bloody hole in McGee's chest and a figure came out of it. Although the figure was very similar to a human, this figure had silver hair, golden eyes, and blue skin. The eerie ghostly aura became extremely dense with his appearance. A powerful immortal aura enveloped Jiang Xi. A ghost race silver Yeksha, and a ghost immortal of the third tribulation. Jiang Xi's breathing stopped. The silver Yeksha race was a top-notch bloodline among the ghost race. This ghost immortal of the third tribulation was definitely comparable to an ordinary fourth tribulation transcender. This hitman had hidden himself too well. The ghost race wants to assassinate me? A ghost immortal of the third tribulation transcender realm using a late-stage Dao integration human cultivator as a carrier. This must be a spy of the ghost race that has been hiding in the land of reincarnation for a long time. No matter what, it's not something I can fight head-on. Jiang Xi's mind raced. He scanned his communication pearl with his spiritual sense, and hundreds of similar messages were sent out instantly. Senior Sun Yun, the person in charge of the surveillance station, is carrying a ghost immortal of the third tribulation to assassinate me. At this time, Immortal Sun Yun was chatting with Immortal Lu Qin of the Heavenly Sun sect in a palace at the edge of the Forgotten Mountain star system. Immortal Lu Qin was the representative of the Heavenly Sun sect in the land of reincarnation. He was a seventh tribulation transcender. Sun Yun, your luck is still so good. Jiang Xi is no ordinary genius disciple. When he transcends the tribulation to become an immortal, he will be able to transcend at least 4 tribulations in a row this time. You sold Jiang Xi a favor. Who knows, it might be of great use in the future, Immortal Lu Qin said with a smile. 4 tribulations in a row? You underestimate the genius of our Purple Heaven sect too much. I think he can overcome at least 6 tribulations in a row. Immortal Sun Yun chuckled and shook his head. He's that powerful. Geniuses who have the talent to transcend 4 tribulations in a row are rarely seen in a million years. Immortal Lu Qin was very surprised. What else? If it weren't for his short cultivation time, some of the higher-ups of our Purple Heaven sect would have ranked him as the strongest genius of this era. Immortal Sun Yun's voice was filled with pride and gratification. He was a cultivator who had a strong sense of belonging to the sect. At the same time, he liked to promote the younger generation. Immortal Lu Qin sighed and said, in an era of 36 million years, such a genius will have the chance to become a true monarch-level expert in the future. That's a true expert who can shake all the races in the universe. Haha, if you ask me. Immortal Sun Yun laughed loudly. Before he could finish speaking, his laughter suddenly disappeared. He frowned and took out his communication bead. Who sent me over 100 messages in a row? After scanning with his spiritual awareness, his expression changed greatly. Senior Sun Yun, there's a person in charge of a surveillance point who brought a 3 tribulation ghost immortal to assassinate me. Save me quickly. Over 100 messages, all of which had the same content, were obviously very urgent. Jiang Xi was assassinated? Immortal Sun Yun didn't care about Immortal Lu Qin beside him. He waved his hand and a huge 3D image appeared in front of him. At the same time, he connected to the Eye of Heaven network. Search for information on Jiang Xi's location reported by all the people in charge of surveillance points. Because Jiang Xi always liked to stay in front of the demon corpses for an hour, this strange behavior was recorded and reported by many people in charge of surveillance points. Through this information, they could determine Jiang Xi's approximate location. Soon, the most recent message was filtered out. It was from 6 hours ago. A surveillance point in the 89167 area once reported Jiang Xi's location. Now they had a rough idea of the area. Immortal Sun Yun searched again. Contact all the surveillance points in this area and confirm Jiang Xi's current location. 3 seconds later there was a response. Nothing? Impossible. It's only been 6 hours. Even if the flying boat flew at full speed, it wouldn't be able to fly out of this area. Immortal Sun Yun's expression changed greatly. Check if there are any surveillance points in this area that have lost contact. Immortal Lu Qin, who had been silent all this time, reminded him. Immortal Sun Yun hurriedly contacted all the surveillance points in the 89167 area again. 3 seconds later there was a result. There's no response from 2 surveillance points. They've lost contact. Immortal Sun Yun's expression darkened. It was certain that Jiang Xi was at this location. This location is too far away. With our speed, even if we rush there, it'll be too late. Immortal Lu Qin sighed. Only a true monarch can save Jiang Xi in time. Immortal Sun Yun didn't hesitate and sent a message to true monarch Guihe, who was guarding the land of reincarnation. This process took another second. After the message was sent, the 2 immortals who had been talking and laughing a moment ago had complicated expressions. True monarch Guihe is now in the Palm-based galaxy. After receiving the news, he'll need 1 minute to arrive in the 89167 area of the Wangshan galaxy. 1 minute to face a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal. I hope Jiang Xi can survive. The 2 immortals knew very well that Jiang Xi was only a nascent soul cultivator. No matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to overcome the absolute disparity in strength between him and a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal. In the Wangshan galaxy, in the starry sky filled with alien corpses, Jiang Xi wanted to take out the flying boat and use its speed to escape. However, the current situation didn't allow him to do so. 300 kilometers away, the 3rd tribulation ghost immortal who'd crawled out of Maggie's chest had been locking onto him. If he made any move, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Maggie wasn't dead yet. He glared at Jiang Xi with a ferocious expression. As a late-stage Dao integration human cultivator, he was able to become the 4th spy of the ghost race in the land of reincarnation. It wasn't as simple as being controlled by spiritual consciousness. Most importantly, there was a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal hiding in his body. It was from the Silver Yuxia clan, the top bloodline of the ghost race. Maggie said to the 3rd tribulation ghost immortal of the Silver Yuxia clan, "Sir, I've eliminated all the surveillance points within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. You have 60 seconds to kill Jiang Xi. Otherwise, the perfected monarch of the human race will arrive." "Your mission is complete," the 3rd tribulation ghost immortal of the Silver Yuxia clan said coldly. A sinister aura swept across Maggie's body. Relief flashed across Maggie's eyes. If he could kill Jiang Xi alone, he would still have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, the ghost race wouldn't let him live after the 3rd tribulation ghost immortal in his body attacked. That would leave clues for the human race. Chapter 474. Jiang Xi watched as the last trace of Maiji's aura disappeared. This late-stage Dao integration stage human cultivator who had been controlled by the ghost race was finally free. Next would be his death tribulation. The ghost immortal of the Silver Yuxia clan was comparable to an ordinary 4th tribulation transcender. Would he be able to deal with it? The answer was yes. I definitely can't. I can't think about how to kill him now. It's not realistic. What I need to do now is to stall for time and hold on. As long as I can hold on until reinforcements come, I'll win. Jiang Xi's mind was very clear. The problem was, would this ghost immortal give him the chance to stall for time? The answer was yes. No. Now it's your turn, little fellow of the human clan. The 3 tribulation ghost immortal of the Silver Yuxia clan had a cold look in his golden eyes. Whoosh. A long dragon that was like an icy river, carrying a sinister ghost chi, instantly swept over tens of thousands of kilometers, roaring as it attacked riverward. The powerful immortal Dao pressure restricted Jiang Xi's movements and made it difficult for him to use his spiritual sense. In this situation, it seemed like he could only wait to be captured. Jiang Xi clenched his teeth and the veins all over his body bulged. He held the sword with both hands and roared, "Kill!" This roar allowed him to break through the shackles and finally mobilize the power of his Taoist techniques. The supreme-grade immortal artifact Red Cloud Sword was immediately surrounded by the Taoist techniques of sword, gale, fire, and diamond. The four Taoist techniques fused together. The basic spiritual power amplitude of 2000 times increased by 4 times when the four Taoist techniques fused together. It became 8,000 times. 4 colored green lotuses appeared one after another. There were 165 of them in total. This was his strongest attack. Strands of 4-colored sword chi were condensed from the green lotuses. There were a total of 16,500 strands. Then, in an instant, they gathered into a huge sword chi that was 100,000 feet long and faced the ice dragon. Boom boom boom. The ice dragon summoned by the ghost immortal shrank under the obstruction of the sword chi. Finally, only half of it was left and hit Jiang Xi with the difference in strength. Jiang Xi could not dodge at all. Whoosh. Jiang Xi was directly submerged by the ice dragon. Crack crack. The toughness of his body, which he was so proud of, suffered a heavy blow for the first time. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body. They were densely packed like glass that was about to shatter. At the same time, the eerie ghostly aura carried by the glacier dragon seemed to be able to freeze his soul and slow down his thinking. The sea of consciousness, which was originally full of vitality, was rapidly freezing. He could foresee that if his entire sea of consciousness froze, then he would really be finished. At this critical moment, the nascent soul sitting on the crude lotus seat emitted a gentle golden light, dispelling the ghastly ghost chi. Not only that, a faint golden light appeared behind Jiang Xi's head. A surprising scene appeared. The killing move of a dignified three-tribulation ghost immortal was actually suppressed by the golden light. The ghastly ghost chi that filled this expanse of the starry sky was like snow that had encountered the scorching sun, and it swiftly melted and transformed into nothingness. This is the Bodhisattva fruit of Buddhism? Impossible. Impossible. The three-tribulation ghost celestial from the Silver Yaksha clan had been full of confidence. But now, his face was filled with disbelief and shock. Because the ghost clan was most afraid of the lightning of Taoism and the light of Buddhism. Now Jiang Xi was displaying the light of Buddhism. The three-tribulation ghost celestial took a deep breath and quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. Because this attack had lasted for 10 seconds. He dared not delay any longer. A long silver rod with golden patterns appeared in his hand. His figure flashed and he rushed toward Jiang Xi at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! The long rod whistled and smashed toward Jiang Xi. The immortal power on the rod was turbulent, but it only carried a small amount of ghost chi. Because he knew that ghost chi was now useless against Jiang Xi. Even if I only use immortal power, I can still kill you. The three-tribulation ghost celestial's eyes were cold. Clang. Clang. Jiang Xi brandished his sword to meet the attack. Every time their magic treasures collided, Jiang Xi would be repelled hundreds of kilometers away, and then the three-tribulation ghost celestial would catch up with him. It seemed that he had blocked the opponent's attack, but the price he paid was that the cracks on his body were constantly expanding. In the end, his body, which was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit weapon, could not withstand the attack of an immortal Tao expert. Under such circumstances, Jiang Xi persisted for another 20 seconds. In fact, it was already very impressive that he could last until now. This three-tribulation ghost celestial of the Silver Yaksha clan was equivalent to an ordinary four-tribulation transcender. His cultivation level was only at the early-stage Essence Soul realm, and his actual combat power was barely at the late-stage Tao integration realm. If the news that he could last for 30 seconds under the opponent's all-out attack spread out, it would definitely cause a big sensation. The strength of his body and the mutated golden light of his essence soul were the main reasons why Jiang Xi could last until now. Just the ghost chi losing its effect was equivalent to weakening the three-tribulation ghost celestial strength. This is still not enough. Just now, my Ji said that this ghost celestial has a total of 1 minute. Now only 30 seconds have passed. It seems that I have no choice but to reveal my trump card. Jiang Xi did not hesitate. He held the sword in his right hand and kept blocking the opponent's attacks. At the same time, a miniature sky tower appeared in his left hand. Tower? What kind of magical treasure is this? The three-tribulation ghost celestial was puzzled, but he did not stop attacking. The silver staff with golden patterns turned into countless phantoms. Some were blocked by Jiang Xi, while others hit Jiang Xi, causing serious injuries. It doesn't have the aura of an immortal artifact. It's not a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Could it be a Tao artifact? The three-tribulation ghost celestial denied this inference. Impossible. He has no immortal power, so he can't use a Tao artifact. It should be some life-saving magical treasure. The three tribulation ghost celestial knew that with Jiang Xi's status, he would definitely have a life-saving magical treasure. But it's too late to take it out now. He believed that at most 3 seconds Jiang Xi's body would be smashed into pieces and he would die. At this moment, whoosh, the quaint sky tower suddenly expanded to more than 2 meters long. Jiang Xi grabbed the top of the tower and smashed it toward the three tribulation ghost celestial as if he was holding a club. Bang! There was a loud sound like thunder, and the sound wave spread out 3,000 kilometers. Crack! There was another soft sound. A crack appeared on the silver staff with golden patterns after being smashed by the sky tower. If it was smashed a few more times, it would probably break. What? The three tribulation ghost celestial was shocked. His staff was a supreme-grade immortal artifact. How could it be smashed with just one hit? What kind of magical treasure was this? Was it really a Dao artifact? Bang! 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 Jiang Xi did not give him much time to be shocked. He kept smashing the sky tower with the club-like Dao artifact. Crack! This time it was not the sound of Jiang Xi's body cracking, but the staff of the three tribulation ghost celestial in front of him breaking into 2 pieces. The supreme-grade immortal artifact was destroyed. This process took another 10 seconds. Such a genius is only the 10th target? Those ghost celestials in charge of intelligence in the clan should all die. The three tribulation ghost celestial was furious. He did not feel sorry for his magical treasure, because he was a man of sacrifice lurking in the human territory. Once he attacked, he would have no chance to survive. There's no time. Chapter 475. There's no time. That's it. The third tribulation ghost immortal of the Silver Yeksha race suddenly exploded with anger. Explode. His long silver hair stood on end, and his golden pupils emitted a divine light. Immortal power circulated rapidly throughout his body, and his body swelled. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out. He was going to self-detonate. He was going to kill Jiang Xi through self-detonation and complete the mission. Lunatic. Lunatic. Riverward cursed incessantly. He was too close and he couldn't dodge at all. The self-detonation of a third tribulation ghost immortal could easily destroy hundreds of planets. Even if his body was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit artifact, he would probably turn into ashes in an instant. Quick. Hide in Sky Tower. And Ai Shang was also anxious. In just an instant, the third tribulation ghost immortal exploded. Boom. 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 The starry sky within tens of thousands of kilometers was instantly compressed and collapsed, as if a star had exploded. The terrifying impact swept out. Many of the demon corpses stored in this starry sky were below the 6th tribulation level and were directly destroyed. By the time everything settled down, the 30,000-meter-tall heaven-reaching pavilion at the center of the explosion had disappeared. In its place was Jiang Xi, whose body was about to collapse. He desperately stuffed healing spirit pills into his mouth, trying to stop his body from continuously cracking. It was too tragic. If he had entered the sky tower 1,000th of a second later, he would have been gone. After a full 10 seconds, his injuries finally stopped. Jiang Xi's aura was so weak that it was even weaker than a golden core cultivator. However, he survived. Almost. Jiang Xi let out a long breath. The third tribulation demon corpses in front of him were originally 3,000 kilometers in diameter, but now there were only corpses less than 10 meters long left. How terrifying. These are all tribulation transcendent demon corpses. Even I can't destroy them without using Red Heaven Sword in the Sky Tower. They're gone just like that. He spread out his spirit sense and found that 1/5 of the demon corpses within a radius of 60,000 kilometers had been destroyed by the explosion just now. How much was 1/5? Jiang Xi had strolled around this area before, so he had a rough impression. There were almost 100,000 monster corpses in this area, and all of them were at the tribulation immortal realm. 1/5 was equivalent to 20,000 corpses. To destroy so many tribulation transcender monster corpses, the losses of the Forgotten Mountain star system might reach tens of billions of points. Those immortal path powerhouses are going to have a headache. Suddenly Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He remembered that McGee had said that all the surveillance points within 100,000 kilometers had been cleared. There was no one watching them now. It can be confirmed that this information is reliable. There was such a huge commotion before the explosion, but the person in charge of the surveillance point didn't come out. It doesn't matter if the information is unreliable. Even if they were still alive before the explosion, they should have died after the explosion. Riverward's thoughts spun rapidly as he came to a decision. Now 45 seconds had passed. He still had 15 seconds before he was unmonitored. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi asked in his heart, "Sister Anai Shang, can the perfected Lord discover your existence? After you recognize him as your master, if you don't take the initiative to expose the existence of the heaven-reaching pavilion, even the Tao Lord won't be able to discover you." Anai Shang was very confident. Jiang Xi was relieved. He took out the flying boat and directly sped up. It crossed tens of thousands of kilometers and came to a pile of 6 tribulation monster corpses. He waved his hand and put them into the heaven-reaching pavilion. Then he sped up again and came to a pile of 7 tribulation monster corpses 4,000 kilometers away. He put them into the heaven-reaching pavilion. He was very fast. In 10 seconds he had collected more than 1,000 tribulation transcender monster corpses. Although only a small portion of them were 9th stage monster corpses, so many of them were worth hundreds of millions of points. Moreover, compared to the 20,000 or so corpses he had destroyed just now, these 1,000 or so corpses were insignificant. I encountered an assassination here and almost lost my life. It shouldn't be too much to take some compensation, right? Jiang Xi took them with a clear conscience. This wasn't stealing. There were only 5 seconds left. Jiang Xi didn't collect the other monster corpses. He quickly thought about how to explain all this. After 3 seconds, a tall figure appeared out of thin air at the center of the explosion of the 3rd tribulation ghost immortal. The tall figure vaguely merged with the starry sky, and the mysterious aura he emitted revealed his identity. This was a perfected lord of the Tao immortal stage. Jiang Xi had seen 2 perfected lords since he started cultivating. They were perfected Lord Iron Mountain and perfected Lord Six Virtuous. This was the 3rd. "Greetings, perfected lord." Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Perfected Lord Guo he was expressionless. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking from his face. In fact, he was surprised. After receiving Immortal Sun Yun's message, he immediately rushed here. He thought that after coming here he would at most collect Jiang Xi's corpse and take revenge. He didn't expect that Jiang Xi was still alive, and the assassin was already dead. With his strength, he could of course determine that the Ghost Clan assassin had died by self-explosion. To be able to force the assassin to self-explode and survive the explosion, this little guy from the Purple Heaven sect was not simple. "Tell me what happened. I want the details." Perfected Lord Guohi's deep voice seemed to be able to affect one's soul. Jiang Xi wasn't affected at all because of the special nature of his primordial spirit. He said calmly, "Perfected Lord, I came to the land of reincarnation to buy a batch of rank 9 great demon corpses. When I was shopping, I met a monitoring point commander called Mai Ji. He said that he wanted to check my identity. When I was about to show him my identity, he suddenly attacked. However, I'm not afraid of a late-stage Dao integration realm cultivator." Jiang Xi paused. He realized that perfected Lord Guohi didn't respond. This discovery made him a little nervous. He knew very well that he had to be careful when facing the perfected Lord's questions. The land of reincarnation was an important place for the human race. An assassination attempt was a big deal. Losing goods worth tens of billions of points was also a big deal. Jiang Xi continued, "What I didn't expect was that Mai Ji was hiding a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal from the Silver Yaksha clan." "Silver Yaksha?" Perfected Lord Guohi finally spoke. "Yes, a Silver Yaksha from the ghost clan. He has silver hair, golden pupils, blue skin." Jiang Xi explained in detail. Perfected Lord Guohi nodded slightly. "I know I'm not a match for a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal. Fortunately, Master gave me a purple jade immortal talisman. I risked my life to severely injure him." Jiang Xi said. "Purple jade immortal talisman?" Perfected Lord Guohi asked again. "Yes. When I was cultivating in the 3rd heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, I also encountered a life-or-death crisis. After I escaped, Master was worried about my safety and gave me a purple jade immortal talisman," Jiang Xi explained. This was the excuse he had thought of. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cover up his lie and expose the existence of the heaven-connecting tower. The purple jade immortal talisman was a one-time secret treasure that could only be refined by immortal Dao experts. When activated, it could severely injure tribulation immortal cultivators. Chapter 476. The Wine Sword Immortal was a top 9th Tribulation Transcender, so the Purple Jade Immortal Talisman he refined was naturally very powerful. The Purple Jade Immortal Talisman could explain why it could force a 3 Tribulation Ghost Immortal to self-destruct. Of course, Jiang Xi wasn't sure if his master had refined such a thing. Anyway, he had to deal with the current situation first. He wasn't worried that True Monarch Guihe or anyone else would ask the Wine Sword Immortal for confirmation. After all, the Wine Sword Immortal would definitely help him fill in the gaps. What else? True Monarch Guihe asked again. Jiang Xi didn't hesitate and continued, I used the Purple Jade Immortal Talisman to severely injure the 3 Tribulation Ghost Immortal of the Silver Wuxia clan. Then, I took the opportunity to escape on the flying boat. However, the Ghost Immortal was too ruthless. He saw that he couldn't kill me, so he self-destructed. At this time, the airship had only flown 20,000 kilometers when it was affected by the explosion. I almost died. The self-destruction of a 3 Tribulation Ghost Immortal was too terrifying. Jiang Xi sighed with lingering fear as he quickly thought about whether there were any loopholes in his story. When he went to take away the corpses of the great demons, he had also put away the broken Supreme Grade Immortal Staff. This was the clue that would most likely reveal that he had a powerful magic treasure. After confirming again and again, there shouldn't be any loopholes in the scene. However, he was still a little nervous as he didn't know what this True Monarch would do. In fact, True Monarch Guihe didn't care about Jiang Xi's last words. He could tell that Jiang Xi's current injuries were indeed very serious. If Jiang Xi's body wasn't strong enough, he would have been dead by now. Something else must have happened after the Ghost Immortal Talisman self-destructed. His intuition told him that Jiang Xi was hiding something. However, Jiang Xi's story was very reasonable. The only thing worth investigating was the Purple Jade Immortal Talisman. True Monarch Guihe said, I'll send someone to the Wine Sword Immortal to verify the Purple Jade Immortal Talisman you just mentioned. As for other things, the 9 Immortal Dao experts of the Forgotten Mountain Star System will decide. Other things? Jiang Xi's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface. He wanted to ask True Monarch Guihe, but he found that this high and mighty existence had no intention of continuing the conversation. His eyelids drooped. He could only give up. After a short while, a ripple appeared in the distant starry sky, and a flying boat shuttled over. There were 2 immortals on the flying boat. One was Immortal Sun Yun, and the other was Immortal Lu Qin. They first came before True Lord Guihe and bowed respectfully. Greetings, True Lord. Alright, I'll leave it to you. There won't be any major problems with the assassination. As for the other matters, you have to deal with them carefully. True Lord Guihe nodded slightly and disappeared. Handle it carefully? The 2 6th Tribulation Transcenders looked at each other. They were naturally relieved that Jiang Xi was still alive. However, when they looked at the empty starry sky caused by the self-explosion of the 3 Tribulation Ghost Celestial, both of them looked very serious. The last words of Immortal Guihe concluded that there was nothing wrong with the assassination process, so there was no need to investigate how Jiang Xi survived. But the other matters were equally serious. The 20,000 Tribulation Transcender monster corpses had been destroyed, resulting in the loss of tens of billions of points. This was definitely a big deal. The nascent soul stage core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect could only obtain tens of thousands of points even if they were to risk their lives doing cultivation missions. Only hellish missions that had a high chance of survival would give them hundreds of thousands of points. Thus, it was clear what tens of billions of points meant. With such a big loss, the 9 Immortal Dao representatives of the Forgotten Mountain Star System couldn't guarantee that they would be able to escape punishment from the Heavenly Court. Of course, they couldn't ignore the assassination of Jiang Xi. Strictly speaking, it was a failure of the Forgotten Mountain Star System to allow a foreign spy to sneak in, resulting in today's assassination. Immortal Sun Yun asked, Jiang Xi who tried to assassinate you? Jiang Xi replied, the commander in charge of the surveillance point, Mike G. He had a 9-colored seal in his hand, and it had the aura of your immortal power. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned a 3-dimensional phantom. It was the image of the black-armored man, Mike G. No matter what, he had to deal with this matter first. Mike G. Immortal Sun Yun was puzzled. Immortal Lu Qin nodded and said, there is such a person. He's a commander for 800 years. Immortal Sun Yun made his stance clear. It seems that there was a problem with our internal management. We failed in our duty. Jiang Xi relaxed a bit. Actually, it made sense. He was one of the core disciples with the highest status in the Purple Heaven sect. Not many people dared to make trouble for him and slander him. The only problem is that the losses this time are too big. If we only lost 10 or 20 million points, Lu Chen and I would be able to forget about it. But now that we've lost 20,000 Tribulation Transcender monster corpses, the total value is between 30 billion and 50 billion points. With such a large loss, the higher-ups will definitely hold us accountable. Immortal Sun Yun's expression was serious. Jiang Xi said, I'm the victim. I know that. I'm also a member of the Purple Heaven sect, so I definitely believe you. Lu Chen is my good friend, so there's no need to doubt his attitude. The main thing is that the representatives of the other 7 immortal Dao sects compete with each other. They might use this as a pretext to target and suppress you. In addition, the people in charge of the surveillance point within 100,000 kilometers are all dead. In other words, there are no witnesses to what you just said, Immortal Sun Yun said. Jiang Xi frowned. Although he was a bit unhappy, he knew that Immortal Sun Yun's warning was indeed about the trouble that might appear next. Seeing that Jiang Xi was silent, Immortal Sun Yun continued, after a while the representatives of the other 7 immortal Dao sects will arrive. There's one person you have to pay attention to, Immortal Qiao Tu from the Daoist sect. He's the only 7th Tribulation Transcender among us. He has a strong background and is the most domineering one among us. After the 7 of them arrive, be careful not to offend him. Jiang Xi nodded. He had a strong background and was described by Immortal Sun Yun in such a manner. He had to pay attention to him. At the edge of the Forgotten Mountain star system, Immortal Qiao Tu's palace. Immortal Qiao Tu received news that Jiang Xi had been attacked. We were just talking about Jiang Xi. I didn't expect him to be in the Forgotten Mountain star system. Immortal Qiao Tu's gaze was ruthless. Such a coincidence? Immortal Wu Yi was surprised. He was attacked by a spy of the ghost race and almost died. Immortal Qiao Tu gave a simple explanation of what had happened. He's lucky. Immortal Wu Yi sneered. Lucky? That depends on whose hands it falls into. This attack caused him to lose tens of billions of points. He won't be able to avoid it. Immortal Qiao Tu sneered. Immortal Wu Yi was shocked when he heard about tens of billions of points. Then he understood. Then I'll wait here for your good news. If you can sentence Jiang Xi to death, I'll immediately go to the foreign battlefield and get you underworld spirit crystals. Haha, a puny primordial soul realm cultivator, isn't it easy to capture him? Immortal Qiao Tu laughed. Immortal Wu Ye's eyes twitched. He knew that this was a chance to kill Jiang Xi. With Immortal Qiao Tu's background, he might really be able to use this matter to kill Jiang Xi. Chapter 477. Forgotten Mountain Star System, Area 89167. After the big explosion, the starry sky was in ruins. Jiang Xi, Immortal Sun Yun, and Immortal Lu Chen waited quietly in the ruins. Not long after, 7 flying ships appeared in the distant starry sky one after another. Whoosh, 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 hundreds of figures came down from the 7 flying ships, and hundreds of them emitted powerful immortal auras. They were all Tribulation Transcender powerhouses. So many monster corpses are missing? This is a big loss. The immortals were frightened by the scene in front of them. They still didn't know what had happened. The representatives of the 7 immortal sects knew. The 7 of them brought their subordinates and flew toward Jiang Xi's group. The one in the lead was a young 7th Tribulation Transcender. Although he was handsome, his naturally balding hair directly pulled down his looks. Moreover, this person's appearance was quite arrogant. One could feel his arrogant aura before even approaching him. Jiang Xi's group also took the initiative to greet him. The 2 sides stood still. Immortal Sun Yun had already put away his serious expression. He smiled and said, Jiang Xi, let me introduce you to these seniors. This is Immortal Chen Luo of the Primordial Chaos sect. This is Fairy Huanhua of the Moon sect. This is Sword Immortal Chun Feng of the Sword sect. This is Arhat Mou of the Buddhist sect. Immortal Sun Yun introduced the 6 immortal sects one after another. Every time he introduced one, Jiang Xi respectfully bowed. These 6 people were all 6 Tribulation Transcenders, and their attitudes were very friendly. When it came to the last handsome young man with balding hair, Immortal Sun Yun's smile became more obvious. He was very enthusiastic and his tone was also a bit higher. Jiang Xi, the last one, is Immortal Qiao Tu from the Dao sect. His talent is not inferior to yours. When Immortal Qiao Tu transcended tribulation to become an immortal, he transcended 5 tribulations in a row. He could be said to be the strongest genius at that time. Jiang Xi respectfully bowed again. Greetings, Immortal Qiao Tu. A playful look flashed in Immortal Qiao Tu's eyes and he softly said, Is Liquor Sword Immortal doing well? Master is doing very well. Jiang Xi was unsure of Immortal Qiao Tu's meaning very good. I remember that he only has 3,000 years left in his lifespan. He's about to die. Immortal Qiao Tu's words sounded like he was concerned, but in reality they were not friendly. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. If it weren't for the fact that he was weaker than the other party, he would have already made his move. Not happy? Immortal Qiao Tu smiled carelessly and said, Then let's talk about what happened this time. I took a look just now, and there are no less than 20,000 Tribulation Transcender monster corpses missing. Calculating the value, it should be around 30 billion to 50 billion. Perfected Cultivator Gui, he sent us what you said and I read it in detail. You said that you were assassinated by the Ghost Clan, but where's the evidence? From the beginning to the end, you were the only one who spoke. Qiao Tu, Perfected Cultivator Gui, he has come to a conclusion about this matter. It was indeed a ghost immortal of the ghost race who tried to assassinate Jiang Xi. We're the ones responsible for this. It's a problem with the internal management of the Forgotten Mountain star system. Immortal Sun Yun smiled. That's right, Immortal Lu Qin chimed in. That's the Perfected Cultivator's conclusion, and it can only be used as a reference. All matters of the Forgotten Mountain star system should be decided by the 9 major Immortal Dao sects. Immortal Qiao Tu showed his domineering nature, not even giving face to Perfected Cultivator Gui. Immortal Sun Yun and Immortal Lu Chen's faces darkened, while the other 6 Immortal Dao representatives remained silent. Immortal Qiao Tu looked at Jiang Xi with a stern expression and said, Humph, if you ask me, this is a good show that you directed and acted out yourself. You came to the Forgotten Mountain star system to buy monster corpses, and then took the opportunity to kill the person in charge of the nearby surveillance points. Commander McGee happened to pass by here and he was also killed. In the end, you took away 20,000 Tribulation Transcender monster corpses when no one was watching you. Then you detonated energy-type secret treasures such as the Ghost Demon Essence, to create the effect of the Ghost Race's Immortal Dao expert self-destruction. The monster corpses worth tens of billions were enough for you to take the risk. After all, with your identity as a genius, very few people would suspect your identity. His cold words caused Jiang Xi's expression to change drastically. Although this person was arrogant and domineering, his words hit Jiang Xi's weak spot. No one was watching. No witnesses. He could say that he was right, and Immortal Qiao Tu could also say that he was right. Immortal Qiao Tu Jiang Xi said in a low voice. You still want to deny it? Immortal Qiao Tu's eyes were cold. A powerful Immortal Dao aura enveloped Jiang Xi, making it impossible for Jiang Xi to say a word. Qiao Tu, do you really have to do this? Immortal Sun Yun's expression was solemn. Have you all forgotten your duties? Immortal Qiao Tu looked coldly at the other 8 Immortal Dao representatives. We represent the Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance to guard the land of reincarnation, the Forgotten Mountain star system. I hope that when you make your judgments, you can put aside your personal grudges and your sect's emotions. We have to protect the interests of the Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance and the human race. He spoke eloquently and with a strong sense of righteousness. When Jiang Xi heard this, he was filled with anger. Motherfucker, he dared to confuse right and wrong and splash dirty water on him. This was definitely a personal grudge. Otherwise, Immortal Qiao Tu wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention Wine Sword Immortal. However, he was currently enveloped by the other party's Immortal Dao aura and was unable to refute or resist. Immortal Qiao Tu continued, this is an item worth several tens of billions of points. It doesn't matter if this is a show directed and acted by Jiang Xi, or if he really encountered an assassination attempt. We have to investigate this thoroughly. What do you all think? After saying this, he swept his domineering gaze across the 8 Immortal Dao experts. Primordial Chaos Sect's Immortal Chen Luo said, the Heavenly Court will definitely investigate this matter. If we investigate this thoroughly, we will be able to deal with it in advance. Moon Sect's Fairy Huanhua said, it's good to investigate. I feel that Jiang Xi wouldn't do such a thing. However, we have to clear him of suspicion. Let's investigate. It won't take much time. Let's investigate. The other Immortal Dao representatives expressed their opinions one after another. However, everyone's attitude was to smooth things over. They didn't clearly express their opinions. Immortal Qiao Tu also didn't want to offend Jiang Xi. Qiao Tu, can't we just let Jiang Xi swear a heavenly Dao oath? Immortal Sun Yun's attitude was very clear. Yeah, a heavenly Dao oath can also prove Jiang Xi's innocence. Immortal Lu Chen also said. A heavenly Dao oath? Who can guarantee that he doesn't have a secret treasure to avoid the oath? Immortal Qiao Tu sneered. Immortal Sun Yun and Immortal Lu Chen looked at each other. Both of them were very helpless. Facing Immortal Qiao Tu, who had a powerful background and strength, they had no way to deal with him. Immortal Qiao Tu looked at Jiang Xi and said, now that everyone agrees to investigate this matter in detail, do you agree? I believe that seniors will prove my innocence. Jiang Xi understood that people had no choice but to lower their heads under someone else's roof. If this son of a bitch was muddle-headed and directly killed him, there would be no way to reason with him. However, he didn't directly answer whether he agreed or not. He only wanted to say that he was innocent. Chapter 478. Although Riverward had his head lowered, his words were filled with pride and arrogance. As long as he was innocent. Humph. Qiao Tu understood the hidden meaning in Jiang Xi's words and said coldly, I want you to open your primordial spirit and let me search your soul. This way I can confirm whether what you said before about the assassination is true. Don't worry, I promise I won't hurt your primordial spirit. Impossible. Jiang Xi didn't even think about it and directly refused. You are guilty. Qiao Tu sneered. Guilty? I respect you as a senior and of course I don't dare to go against your will. However, my primordial spirit is the foundation of my soul. Once something happens to my primordial spirit, my cultivation will regress and in the worst case I will die. Jiang Xi was neither servile nor overbearing. You don't believe me? Qiao Tu looked unhappy. It's not that I don't believe you, I just don't like to put my life in the hands of others. Jiang Xi said loudly. Regardless of whether he had secrets or not, soul-searching was a very dangerous thing. If he was careless he would be seriously injured. What if Immortal Qiao Tu was up to no good, saying that his hand had slipped and he would cripple his cultivation or even kill him? At that time, even if someone helped him take revenge, what was the use? Moreover, he had so many secrets such as the experience panel, Earth, Sky Tower, and so on. Each of them was a big secret that could not be exposed. Qiao Tu Jiang Xi is a core disciple of Purple Heaven sect. If anything happens to him, the sect's higher-ups will definitely investigate. Have you thought it through? Immortal Sun Yun said. He did not directly blame Qiao Tu, but used the higher-ups of Purple Heaven sect to pressure Qiao Tuesday. Qiao Tu coldly glanced at Immortal Sun Yun, but he listened and did not continue to ask for soul-searching. It's fine if you don't want a soul-search, but let me check your storage ring. Immortal Qiao Tu's tone was unquestionable and domineering. 20,000 tribulation transcendent monster corpses would require a storage space with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Do you think I have such a big storage ring? Jiang Xi was so angry that he laughed. He now completely understood that this person was here to find trouble. Even if he gave his storage ring to the other party to check, there would definitely be other problems later on. Anything is possible. Immortal Qiao Tu said. As expected, he wouldn't give up until he found out something. Alright, I can let you check my storage ring, but if there aren't 20,000 demon corpses in there, I want you to apologize to me in front of everyone. Jiang Xi sneered. Since you're being unreasonable, why should I care about face with you? Brat, you've got guts. You've successfully angered me. Immortal Qiao Tu's expression was cold as killing intent burst forth. A strange aura spread out from the top of his head and rushed straight at Jiang Xi. Qiao Tu, don't cross the line. Sun Yunxian shouted and appeared in front of Jiang Xi. Boom. Immortal Sun Yun had defeated the strange aura, but his face had turned somewhat pale. Clearly, in order to block this attack he had paid a great price. Jiang Xi was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. He had truly experienced the descent of death just now. He could imagine that if he had been hit by that strange aura, he would have been dead. Qiao Tu, you dare to kill me? You're finished. After today's matter, I will definitely report this matter to True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch 6 Virtuous who guided my sword cultivation back then. I'll let these two sirs be the judge. I encountered an assassination in the Forgotten Mountain star system. Not only did no one investigate the assassination thoroughly, they even tried to slander me. Jiang Xi raised the flag first. He called out the names of 2 true monarchs in a row. True Monarch Iron Mountain. True Monarch 6 Virtuous. Immortal Chiao Tu was so angry that his eyelids were twitching. A terrifying aura emerged from his bald scalp. However, he didn't attack in the end. The other immortals around were also extremely shocked. They had the qualifications to guard the land of reincarnation. Of course, they had a background. This was especially so for the 9 immortal Tao representatives. They had deep backgrounds, so they weren't afraid of Jiang Xi's master, the Wine Sword Immortal. However, it was different for true monarchs. Even the weakest true monarch could easily kill them. What shocked them the most was that Jiang Xi was actually related to True Monarch 6 Virtuous. True Monarch 6 Virtuous was a top-notch true monarch. He had lived for countless years long before the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court was established. He was an ancient existence. Although such an expert had disappeared long ago, his name still spread through the long river of time. True Monarch 6 Virtuous is just a nascent soul cultivator. How could he be related to such an ancient existence? Immortal Chiao Tu was extremely fearful. He also had a true monarch backing him, but compared to True Monarch 6 Virtuous, he was still a far cry. However, he dared to refute me in public. This matter can't be settled easily. Locking him up for 1,000 years is equivalent to crippling him. Immortal Chiao Tu made a decision. He coldly shouted, "No matter how much you quibble, you won't be able to wash away the suspicion of theft. Men, lock him up. Don't let him out until this matter is investigated thoroughly." Yes. The dozen or so tribulation transcenders behind him flew toward Jiang Xi. Immortal Sun Yun heaved a sigh of relief and didn't stop them. Since Immortal Chiao Tu had chosen to take a step back, there was no need to worry about Jiang Xi's life. As long as Jiang Xi could survive, they could slowly deal with him later. Immortal Chiao Tu, just you wait. I'll definitely report this matter to True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch 6 Virtuous. I just want to ask them whether the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court has the final say in this land of reincarnation, or whether it's the Taoist faction. Jiang Xi didn't resist, but the words he said made Immortal Chiao Tu furious. Take him away, take him away. Immortal Chiao Tu angrily shouted. He hadn't met someone who dared to be so arrogant in front of him for a long time. Immortal Sun Yun and the other immortal Tao representatives remained silent, but they were secretly happy to see this scene. This was the first time they had seen Immortal Chiao Tu suffer. Immortal Chiao Tu was usually very domineering in front of them. Inside a small palace at the edge of the forgetful mountain star system, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged with a calm expression on his face. Jiang Xi, don't worry and stay here for a while. I'll report this matter to the true monarchs of the Heavenly Court. Immortal Chiao Tu acted on his own initiative, and the Heavenly Court won't sit by and do nothing. Immortal Sun Yun's voice sounded from outside the palace. Thank you, Senior Sun Yun, Jiang Xi said with a smile. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point. He had thought that the 9 immortal Tao representatives would just go through the motions after True Monarch Gua he finished his questioning. He hadn't expected Immortal Chiao Tu to suddenly jump out. He really didn't know why immortals were balding. This person has a huge grudge against my master, so he's implicating me. Jiang Xi understood this very well. He'd already sent a message to his master, Immortal Wine Sword, but hadn't received a reply yet. Just as he was thinking about this, he received a message from Immortal Wine Sword on his communication bead. Chapter 479. Ancient Tao Origin World, 9 Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Inside the palace, Wine Sword Immortal was leisurely drinking wine. Jiang Xi's projection appeared. Greetings, Master. Wine Sword Immortal smiled as if he wasn't worried at all. He said, it's good that you're fine. Just now, Perfected Monarch Gua he came to find me and told me what happened. It seems that the purple jade immortal talisman I gave you back then really came in handy. Wine Sword Immortal blinked after saying that. Jiang Xi smiled knowingly. Master had indeed helped him fill in the gaps. Wine Sword Immortal said, this time I didn't think it through and didn't give you more purple jade immortal talismans. When you return from the Forgotten Mountain Star System, I'll send you a few more. Jiang Xi quickly thanked him. Thank you, Master. Wine Sword Immortal smiled, but his heart was filled with emotions. Jiang Xi's speed of improvement was beyond his imagination. Especially this time, he actually blocked the assassination of a 3 Tribulation Ghost Immortal and forced him to self-detonate. He only knew that Jiang Xi had obtained the inheritance of the Divine Palace of Kongming, but now it seemed that this disciple of his had many secrets. In fact, he had already prepared a life-saving treasure for Jiang Xi, but Jiang Xi's improvement was too fast. He couldn't bring out the treasures he had prepared, so he could only improve them continuously. That was why he hadn't prepared them yet. When this matter was over, he would have to prepare them again. Jiang Xi asked. At the same time, he told Wine Sword Immortal about his confrontation with Immortal Qiao Tuesday. There's something I want to ask Master. Does Immortal Qiao Tu have a grudge against me? It's all in the past. I didn't expect that narrow-minded Baldy to still remember it. Wine Sword Immortal shook his head and said, speaking of which, Qiao Tu made trouble for you this time because of me. Jiang Xi asked, he's just a seventh tribulation transcender. Where did he get the courage to go against Master? Because he has a good father. Wine Sword Immortal shook his head and said disdainfully, this Immortal Qiao Tu's aptitude, temperament and comprehension ability are only above average. If he didn't have a good father, it would be difficult for him to even become an immortal. Who is his father? Jiang Xi asked. True monarch Bao Yin, the peerless genius of the last era of Taoism. Compared to Lu Yun, the genius of Swords Gate thousands of years ago, he was even stronger back when he was ascending to immortality. He easily went through 9 tribulations. Then, in less than 10,000 years, he reversed life and death and became a Tao immortal perfected monarch with an endless lifespan. The Wine Sword Immortal sighed and said with a yearning tone. Jiang Xi was shocked. 9 tribulations consecutively and reversing life and death in 10,000 years. This talent was too abnormal. Wine Sword Immortal continued, 70,000 years ago, true monarch Bao Yin suddenly passed down his bloodline on a whim, which is his only bloodline now, Qiao Cha. In order to nurture Qiao Tu, he had exhausted countless resources and treasures. I'm sure you've noticed that Qiao Sha is bald despite being an immortal. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. That's because true monarch Bao Yin specially prepared a treasure for Qiao Cha, a treasure that even a perfected monarch would be tempted by. The Wine Sword Immortal said with a smile. A treasure that has side effects. Jiang Xi was enlightened. Yes, hair doesn't grow on the top of the head. The Wine Sword Immortal said, not only that, in order to fully refine this treasure, Qiao Cha had to stay at the limit of each cultivation level and lay down a solid foundation before he could break through. That's so cruel. Jiang Xi was speechless. Just thinking about exhausting one's cultivation level to the limit was torturous. It is indeed cruel, but the benefits are also very obvious. With this treasure, Qiao Cha's life-saving ability is extremely strong. Even a perfected monarch expert would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head. Then how did Qiao Cha and Master become enemies? Jiang Xi was puzzled. The Wine Sword Immortal had been in the ancient Tao origin world for 50,000 years. If there was any enmity between them, it should have happened 50,000 years ago. It's very simple. The way true monarch Bao Yin raised Qiao Cha made him not only arrogant and domineering, but also a little twisted and perverse. As for me, I'm a handsome immortal who is quite popular with female immortals. He didn't like me and wanted to cause trouble for me. However, I'm even more arrogant than him. Even if his father is true monarch Bao Yin, I'm not afraid. During the myriad immortal assembly in the heavenly court, I beat him up. The Wine Sword Immortal took a sip of wine and was very proud. Jiang Xi, as expected of Master. It's just that jealousy is a little melodramatic. Then what should I do now? Jiang Xi asked. After hearing what Master said, it was obvious that this enmity was very deep. Now that he had fallen into immortal Qiao Cha's hands, it seemed like it would be very difficult for him to get out. With true monarch Bao Yin here, my words won't have any effect. Don't worry, wait for a while. The higher-ups of the sect will definitely step in. Qiao Cha's background is very strong, but if he dares to attack you, he will be crossing the line. The Wine Sword Immortal said with a smile. Moreover, you even pulled out 2 big banners. Although True Monarch Iron Mountain is slightly weaker than True Monarch Bao Yin, True Monarch Iron Mountain is very powerful. Even True Monarch Iron Mountain is not as strong as True Monarch Iron Mountain, but True Monarch 6 Virtuous is an ancient existence. Even True Monarch Bao Yin doesn't dare to be presumptuous when he meets him, so, you can rest assured. He added. Jiang Xi was indeed relieved. This matter was raised to the sect level, it would be easy to handle. Master Wine Sword Immortal's face was definitely not enough. Even if Master and Qiao Cha had no enmity in front of True Monarch Bao Yin, there was still a big gap. Forgotten Mountain Star System, Qiao Cha's palace. I'm so angry. It's fine if Wine Sword Immortal is arrogant in front of me, but his disciple dares to be arrogant in front of me too. After Immortal Qiao Cha returned, he no longer suppressed the anger in his heart. His violent aura raged in the 100,000 square kilometer hall. However, he could only be angry now. As for killing Jiang Xi, that was definitely not possible. He was not stupid. Since Jiang Xi was related to True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch 6 Virtuous, he could not touch Jiang Xi anymore. Otherwise, even if his father could save his life, he would not be able to escape punishment. Not far away, immortal Wu Yi advised, "Xiao Cha, it's just a little guy in the primordial soul realm. There is no need to be so angry. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future." Wait for the future? This time I will lock him up for at least 1,000 years and directly cripple him, Xiao Cha said coldly. Immortal Wu Yi praised with a smile, but secretly scolded him as a good-for-nothing who could not see the situation clearly and was still hesitating, at the same time, in the 6th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. In a palace with an area of 1,000,000 square kilometers. A figure that seemed to have existed since ancient times, wearing golden armor, sat high on the throne in the hall. Immortal Sun Yun knelt respectfully at the bottom of the hall. Looks like Baoyan's son is really useless. He can't beat Wine Sword Immortal, so he came to find trouble with Wine Sword Immortal's disciple. What a good-for-nothing. The golden figure sneered. His majestic voice echoed in the hall. But he didn't think about who Jiang Xi is. So many higher-ups of Purple Heaven sect have bet on him, and even Dao Monarch has placed a piece. Does he think that he can convict Jiang Xi with just a groundless accusation? What a joke. Immortal Sun Yun was secretly shocked. Although there were some parts that he did not understand, he did not dare to ask. Follow my orders and release Jiang Xi. I was just worried that I would not have a chance to bet. The golden voice finally said. Chapter 480. Wu Yi lamented that he had lost a good opportunity to kill Jiang Xi. He didn't stay in the Forgotten Mountain star system for long. After discussing a few more matters with Xiao Tu, he left quietly. In the empty hall, Xiao Cha was the only one who was sulking. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. If it weren't for the Wine Sword Immortal, he wouldn't have cared about a nascent soul cultivator. In another 20,000 years, I will be able to completely refine the Godfiend skull. At that time, it will be time for me to wash away my shame. The first one is the Wine Sword Immortal. However, that will have to wait until he can live until then. Thinking of this, Xiao Tu sneered. His smile was somewhat twisted. The greatest humiliation he had suffered in his life was being beaten up by the Wine Sword Immortal in front of all the immortals during the myriad immortal assembly of the Heavenly Court 60,000 years ago. Every time he thought of this, the anger in his heart couldn't be quelled for a long time. I'll cripple your disciple first. Consider it as collecting some interest. Xiao Tu's plan was to wait for a while until the number of people paying attention to this matter decreased. Then he would cripple Jiang Xi. At this time, a guard outside the hall reported that Sun Yun had arrived. You want to plead for mercy? Humph, a 6th tribulation transcender dares to pretend to be a good person in front of me? He thought so in his heart, but he still had to put on an act. He asked the guard to invite Sun Yun in. Sun Yun, don't ask for a snub. Xiao Tu slightly raised his chin. You misunderstood. I'm not here to plead for mercy for Jiang Xi. I'm here to release Jiang Xi. Sun Yun smiled. After saying that, he took out a scroll. This is the decree of True Monarch Duan Kong. Xiao Tu's face immediately turned cold. True Monarch Duan Kong was a high-level member of the Purple Heaven sect. His strength was not weaker than his father's. Good, very good. Xiao Tu muttered in a low voice. The side hall where Jiang Xi was imprisoned was covered by a formation barrier. It was impossible for anyone below the Tribulation Transcender realm to break it. After chatting with his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, Jiang Xi was completely relieved and didn't care about this. He calmed down and carefully sorted out the gains and losses this time. Obviously, the harvest this time was huge. Over 1,000 Tribulation Transcender monster corpses were definitely worth 100 million points. Most importantly, according to Ni Shang's estimation, if he devoured all the immortal energy in these demon corpses, he would be able to refine 1 or 2 more layers of the Heavenly Tower's seal. Refining the first seal of the Heavenly Tower would allow him to unleash a 10,000th of the Heavenly Tower's power. Even if his current cultivation was at the Essence Soul stage, he could still easily smash a 9th Tribulation Transcender to death. What if he managed to refine the 2nd or 3rd level? Jiang Xi's heart was filled with anticipation. If this trump card worked, his future cultivation would be much more stable. Half a day later, there was a commotion outside the hall, and the array barrier disappeared. Jiang Xi knew that he was out of trouble. Sun Yun walked into the side palace and smiled. Jiang Xi, true monarch Duankong has personally given the order to release you. You are now free. True Lord Duankong? Jiang Xi asked. That's right. He's one of the leaders of the sect, Sun Yun replied. He didn't understand what Duankong meant by betting, but that didn't stop him from completing the bet. As long as the message was delivered, it was fine. Jiang Xi remembered this name and said, Senior Sun Yun, I still have to continue shopping for monster corpses, is that okay? You still haven't finished? Sun Yun was a little surprised. It had been half a month. There are 100 tokens and I still haven't looked at half of them. Jiang Xi nodded. Okay, I'll take you to choose this time. Sun Yun didn't ask for the reason. That's not appropriate, right? I'll go by myself, there's no need to trouble Senior. Jiang Xi quickly refused. If someone followed him, he definitely couldn't use the heavenly tower to absorb the dissipating immortal power. It's okay, it's safer this way. If there's another assassination attempt, all the immortals in the Forgotten Mountain star system will be punished by the heavenly court, Sun Yun said with a smile. Jiang Xi couldn't refuse this reason. If he refused again, it would make others suspicious. Thinking about it, Jiang Xi had already gained a lot this time, so he didn't think too much about it. He remained greedy, but he couldn't be captured by greed then. Under the guidance of immortal Sun Yun, he went to the depths of the Forgotten Mountain star system. It took him 3 days to go through the remaining corpses of the 9th Tribulation Great Demons. 1 token represented 10 9th Tribulation Demon corpses, so 100 tokens represented 1,000 corpses. In the end, he chose 100 of the best quality corpses, completed the transaction, and left the Forgotten Mountain star system. Earth, Pak Sun Province, Heavenly Tower District. Although 200 years had passed and the environment on Earth had changed greatly, this district hadn't changed at all. In addition to the fact that it was the place where Earth's legendary powerhouse Jiang Xi grew up, it also benefited from Jiang Daodu's help. After returning home, Jiang Xi's hanging heart finally relaxed. This planet that seemed to be isolated from the rest of the universe was the only place that could give him a sense of security. Unlike other places in the universe, whether it was the ancient Dao origin world, the Dao Alliance Heavenly Court, or the Purple Heaven Sect headquarters, he was always vigilant. Especially after the assassination attempt, his vigilance had become even higher. This also means that I've already entered the assassination list of the various races. I have to be more careful when I go out in the future. In the following days, Jiang Xi cultivated in seclusion at home. He left the demon corpses in the heavenly tower and let Ni Shang devour the immortal power to refine the seal. As for himself, he went all out to deduce Dao techniques and strive to break through the current bottlenecks of his 4 Dao techniques. This way, his strength would increase significantly. As for the surveillance missions given by the sect, he would occasionally go to the Pale Blue Planet to deal with them. Most of the work was still left to immortal Lu Chuan. Apart from cultivating, he would spend time with Jiang Daodu to gather with his relatives and friends who were still alive. His days were especially leisurely. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Late at night, the 2 moons hung in the sky. As usual, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the villa's balcony to deduce Dao techniques. Footsteps sounded. Jiang Xi opened his eyes. It was Jiang Daodu walking up with light steps. What's wrong? You've only been in seclusion for a month and a half this time, and you can't sit still anymore? Jiang Xi laughed. No way, I've already broken the record. The last time I was in seclusion, I was only in seclusion for a month and 14 days. This time, I've been in seclusion for an entire day. Jiang Daodu wrinkled her nose, dissatisfied with Jiang Xi's words. In the past few years, because Jiang Xi had been staying on Earth, Jiang Daodu had also chosen to return to Earth to cultivate. She was someone who could not stay idle. She would often go into seclusion for a period of time and drag Jiang Xi out for a stroll. However, her cultivation had not fallen behind. After many deep slumber, she had already reached the perfected nascent soul stage. Where do you want to go this time? The ruins of the Sea Clan at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean? Jiang Xi asked with a smile. It's not about going out to play. Jiang Daodu shook her head. I've been feeling like I'm being watched recently. Do you feel the same? When Riverward heard this, his expression immediately became serious. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.